But I just have a problem calling him divine, because if he is, then it takes away the inspiration of the story for me. So let me ask you this. Two questions. One, do you think it's a salvific issue? So if I'm functionally doing all of the things in terms of following the example of Christ, staying in prayer, getting closer to God, and doing these things, but I don't recognize his divinity, but I recognize you need to follow his example. I understand all of these things. Is it salvific? One, do you think my salvation is on the line because I don't acknowledge his divinity? One. And two, how does acknowledging his divinity empower or encourage your faith? Like, what difference does it make? How are you better served by recognizing that he's God himself versus, because the difference between what we're saying is like a thin piece of paper. Like, functionally, we're quibbling over words when basically we're in alignment with one another.
The issue is those that just the simple thing of acknowledging his divinity is the key to salvation. And I don't want to say this to say that you can't ever be saved, or like, I'm not trying to scare you away from the idea, but I believe, and a lot of church fathers do as well, and a lot of Christians do around the world, that if you do not accept him as God, then you will not be saved.
I don't know, but what do you believe?
That's what I believe. I wholeheartedly believe that Jesus is God, and without accepting him, and without accepting what I believe to be the truth, which is the scripture tells you, and so does, the power of the faith tells you that he is God, and if you do not accept that, there is no salvation. I do not think there's salvation for the Jews. I do not think there's salvation for the Muslims. I don't think there's salvation for certain people that are like anti-Trinitarian. I don't think there's salvation. It's like very strict, because it ain't for everybody.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I've spoken to Christians like you who think it's salvific. I've spoken to Christians who think I'm a heretic but don't think it's salvific. It runs the gamut. So just interesting how we arrive at our conclusions. But how does it fortify your faith to know that he is, or to believe that you don't know, but you believe and you have faith that he is God himself? How does that fortify, enhance, encourage your faith? Like, what difference does it make?
The difference it makes is that he came to earth and he showed us that what is the truth, and we follow it.
But I can acknowledge that too.
You can. And
I can acknowledge that too, but I can acknowledge that without recognizing his divinity. So I'm like,
I personally can't separate it. I can't explain to you why, but I can't separate the idea that Jesus is not God.
Is it because that's what you've been taught?
No, not necessarily. I didn't grow up in a very religious household or anything like that.
I'm all for him having his little gospel. I'm just like, I feel if in order for it to be official, he must be crucified for it.
And rise from the dead.
No, you ain't got to rise. Just let me crucify you for it. You ain't got to rise.
You think you're going to crucify me? Is that what you just said?
No, I said, I believe you have the right to believe in the gospel. And I just feel, someone should be crucified for that gospel to be official. And I'm like, let me crucify you for it.
Okay, we're talking about manfinity being crucified.
For his gospel.
What gospel? What gospel?
The one you kicking. That false gospel.
I'm not preaching a gospel. I mean, I never called it a gospel.
Faggots will go all night. I'm going to sleep.
Angels come down here preaching false gospel. Let them be cursed. So that means you should be cursed preaching that false gospel.
Farewell. If I were you, I would leave the live stream and go on with your life instead of watching these motherfuckers talk about nothing all night long. Good night, and God bless, and happy Thanksgiving.
That means there's no power behind the word.
He said, I am the Son of God. He said, I am.
me, if you tell me, when Abraham saw Jesus, how old was Jesus? The Pharisee said, "You're not even 50 years old." And yet you said you see Abraham.
Talking about before Abraham was, right?
Yeah, and he said Abraham seed. And when you look in the book of Genesis, when you look in the book of Genesis, you see when you look at the book of Genesis, you see Abraham meet the three heavenly beings in the same description of the Trinity. So it's like when you go back in the past, we see Jesus telling the truth and that you're preaching a false gospel. See, just because you stop beating your meat, don't mean you're a Christian.
Never said it. Never said that. I never even called myself.
You did say that.
You called me a Christian. No, I never said I was a Christian. I said I follow the example of Christ. Is what I said. You called me a Christian.
Wait a minute. I need even just him being the Son of God, that proves that his divinity. You know, like he's a part of God. If he's the Son of God, what does that make him?
So then why does he say it is not me, followers? It is not me. It is the power and authority of God that dwells within me. He was telling them constantly, don't idolize me. Idolize the power and authority of God within me. He said that so many times. And y'all keep wanting to idolize this brother. And he kept telling y'all, stop idolizing me. It's the power and authority of God within me. But humanity has a penchant to want to idolize people like Kobe Bryant, like Oprah Winfrey. That's not good. Do not idolize men. He kept telling you. But they kept wanting to idolize him. He said, do not do this to me. It's not me. It is the power and authority of God within me that dwells within you.
This is where it becomes a salvation thing, because at this point you're kind of just saying he was just a man.
No, I'm not saying he was just a man. It was very clear. He was the Son of God. I am a Son of God. Rabbi is a Son of God. He was the Son of God. He had no earthly father.
Of God. If he was not part of God, then what does that make him?
No, he definitely had God within him, but he is not God himself. It's a difference.
No, he's not God the Father, but he is God the Son.
Oh, that makes sense to you? Okay. Is he God or not? Y'all believe in the Trinity, and the Trinity is nowhere in the Bible. You believe a man-made concept. That came out at the Council of Nicaea. You took that as truth because the majority said so. And you're following the conventional wisdom of the day.
It's a man-made concept, but
it is.
Everything is.
No, that's not true. There are things that come directly from Jesus Christ. That Jesus said with his mouth, I don't worship me. It is not me. It's the power and authority of God within me. But you still want to attribute him to God.
Where does it say don't worship me? Whenever the lady poured the perfume on his feet, what was that? That was a form of worship.
I know when the young ruler said to him, he said, why do you call me good? Only God is good. He said, why you call me good?
Well, I want to go back to my point. I want to go back to the woman who poured the perfume on his feet.
I don't know anything about that, so I got to read it for myself.
The only way I can explain that is that he is fully God.
Would you like to tell me where that is in the Bible? I'm happy to read it. I don't remember that.
I don't know right off the top of my head. Yeah, but
I'll look for it. But in the meantime, can you deal with the fact that the young ruler called him good? And he says, do not call me good. Or why do you call me good? Only God is good. Why did he say that?
Exactly. You heard what you just said?
No, I'm asking that. Let me see if
hold on. He said, why did you call me good? No, hold on. You know what he just said? He said, no, hold on. But you came up with because I got the answer. That's why. Because we can see it actually happen. Don't be scared. Nah, fuck that. Let me answer you. I sure want to answer it first. Because I got the answer.
But let me hear her.
I got the answer. Hold on. Let me just throw it out there. Let me just help my sister out. I'm going to help my sister. You ain't going to stop me from helping my sister.
I don't want to stop you. I want to hear you.
So you stopping me. You're a stranger. Stop me from helping my sister.
But why would you
goes and look, because he goes and she say, hey, good master. You said, why you calling me good if there's no good but God?
Why won't you let her go?
He said, why you calling me God?
Could it also be that he was saying, well, why are you calling me good? What do you see in me that is good? it could be translated that way as well.
But he said only God is good.
Yeah.
He didn't say God the Son is good and God the Father is not. He said
But it could be, what do you see in me that is good? Because only God is good.
It could be that. You're right. It could be that. Or it could be that he's not God. And it could be that he is the Son of God, but you want to believe he's God because the Council of Nicaea told you so. And I don't
No, he said when you see me, you see the Father. He said himself, when you see me, you see the Father.
So this is where
he also said, only God is good.
Why in one would he not allow worship, and in another he did? Why? It doesn't make sense your way. It really doesn't, because why would he accept worship from Mary? I think it was Mary. If I'm wrong, please correct me, somebody. But
what do you mean he accepted
accepted her worship, because that's what that was. She washed his feet.
He accepted it? How did he accept it? Like,
because he actually admonished the disciples, because they said, no, you shouldn't be doing that. You could have sold that and given it to the poor. And he said, well, the poor you will always have with you, but I'm only here for a short while.
Yeah, but how does that mean he's God?
Because
you don't accept the worship.
Yes, that was accepting worship. That's a form of worship.
By saying
what? Of worship. That's a form of worship.
I didn't hear you. But how did he accept it? What did he do that affirmatively accepted the worship? That's not what I understand.
Because he allowed her to wash his feet with the perfume. The very expensive perfume.
So you're saying if he kicked his feet away from her and said, don't do this to me, I ain't God, that's the only way that you would have believed it. What if he just sat there and let her do it? What does that mean? That doesn't mean that he's confirming that he's God because he didn't interrupt her doing it. Maybe he wanted his feet washed. Why does it mean that he's accepting it? He could just want his feet washed. But he would
also have known what that meant. He would have also known what that meant. It would mean that you're accepting
but he's letting her go on her journey. Maybe she needs to come to her own realization that she's worshiping man instead of worshiping God, and she needs to see it for herself. He can't force her into seeing something.
Why would he accept worship from her but not the young ruler if he wasn't God? That's where those tied together.
No, he just asked him. He just said to him, "Why do you call me good? Only God is good." He's basically telling him, I am man.
I need to find that story, and then because I'm just telling.
I want to read the story that you talked about too. If you can figure out where it's at, I'd love to read it so I can understand the context.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at now.
Thank you.
Jacobus, you gonna hit him with the Gospel of John, or are we gonna do Mark?
I was gonna go to Revelation.
Let me hit it with John and Mark, and then you hit it with Revelations real quick.
Why y'all hitting me, man? All right.
No, just a figure. So in John, he has 2 points, right? Where he says that before Abraham, I am, right? And if you read that in a Jewish understanding of what he is saying by I am, language is very important to the Jews. And you see that again in Mark later on when he's being judged. He tells the Jews that are judging him that when they go to heaven and the clouds part, they will see him seated next to God. He is equating himself as God. He is claiming, I am the Messiah. I am God. And then you also see it in John. I gotta remember the chapter and verse. He says that. Hold on, let me pull it up and read it to you.
Okay. I will bring up, like, at the end of the story, and you're looking for Luke. I think Luke 7. At the end of it, at verse 50, he says, "Your faith has saved you. Go in peace." So it was an act of worship, and it's made very clear there that that's an act of worship.
Okay, where was that? Luke and what?
Luke 7 and 750, but to get the whole context of the story, it's that whole chapter, and it goes into like the what do you call it? The people who like the one like if you have two debtors and one forgives more, that kind of thing. It goes into that story, and that's tied into that one as well. There's a reason those were put together. And I don't want to come off as like I'm trying to have like a gotcha or just trying to prove myself right. Because when I come to these conversations, I come with an open mind. If I'm wrong, I pray that God does change my mind and that God shows me.
The reason why we're not yelling at each other's throat is because we're both approaching this with an open mind and an open heart. If we came into this with a closed mind, trying to impose our views on another, this would not go well.
Yeah.
The fact that we can have this conversation, we might be talking over each other every once in a while, is because we're both full of I think we enjoy having this discussion.
Yeah, and I just know that Clubhouse, a lot of times it's that way, that it's just usually people trying to have gotcha moments, and it's not like genuine conversations of trying to learn from one another.
So can I ask you, why is it important? How does it enhance your faith to acknowledge Jesus' divinity? What does that do for your faith? How does that make it stronger? I mean, because we're still in the same boat. We're following the example of Christ. What's the difference?
Wait, I was going to read my verse too. Now you just read my verse.
Can I tell him real quick, and then you can? I promise, Jacobus. The reason why it strengthens my faith is because it makes it so much more. If Jesus is divine, if Jesus is God, and he came down, that means he gave up. Look at what he would have to give up. Perfect like health. No pain, no sorrow, no sadness, no sin, no even temptation. That he loved the world and loved his creation so much that he stepped down from that and walked in our shoes in order to, bring us back into the fold, especially for like Gentiles, that he loved us enough that he would do that for even us when he really, like, we're not his chosen people, that he did it. It makes it so much more to me that the sacrifice.
It's the opposite because it's the opposite because if he is God, he did all those miracles. No big deal. Of course you're God. Of course you can overcome all of these sinful desires because you're God. It means so much more to me. It's more inspiring to me to know that he was a man who was able to operate from the power and authority of God at all times. That's more inspiring to me. To think that he's God takes the inspirational aspect of the story away. But I understand your perspective. I hope you understand mine.
So with all that being said, a man is sitting on the right side of God. He is getting praised. Right? So now as we read the book of Revelation, it tells us something very beautiful. It says, in a loud voice, they will sing, worthy is the Lamb, who was slain to receive power and wealth, and wisdom and strength, and honor and glory and praise. So, according to the book of Revelation, we have this Lamb who is worthy of praise. And I believe that only God was worthy of praise. So there's a little discrepancy with your theology.
Okay. And this is Revelations?
Yes, sir. You know who gave that revelation, right?
I gotta read. I have a study Bible that tells me.
Jesus gave that revelation to John. Jesus gave that. John, while he was in heaven, he said, yo, John, here, take this. He called him from heaven and said, here. With a phone, like without a phone, he called him, sent him the images, and said, here, John. I ain't no man who do that without a phone. See, it's like the Muslim. The Muslims say, no. Jesus is not God. Jesus is not God. What? Jesus did not die on the cross. He coming back in the clouds from heaven. I'm like, you believe a man is coming back in the clouds? Yeah. You believe he's God? No. It's confusion. It's confusion. I mean, you can't take anything Muslims say seriously. But it shows you that the commonality between their darkness is similar to the darkness of this fellow. For the scripture said the darkness comprehends it not.
I guess I'm still in darkness, huh?
See, of course, because you are ignorant of the baptism. You assume it is symbolic. You assume when Jesus said you must be born of water and of spirit, he was being figurative. You assume that baptism does not save you from a clear conscience, like it saved Noah from the flood. See, you are ignorant of the power of God in the scripture.
I agree. I'm definitely not fully mature spiritually. And if the truth is that Jesus is God, and it's like this to me, even if I did acknowledge Jesus was God, I don't see how it would fortify or enhance my view, my faith, all the things that you guys are saying. I'm in line with. I think we need to follow the example of Christ. We need to submit to the will of God, not submit to our ego. I mean, we're in so much alignment that to me, this is such a. I know it's salvific to Hagar. It may or may not be salvific to you, Rabbi, or to Ashley. Some people think it's salvific. Some people think it's it's between you and God. Everybody, he's gonna judge my heart, and he knows that I'm in search of the truth. But if he doesn't reveal it to me, I'm not gonna believe it just because you say it. I have to believe it because I see it for myself. And I truly believe that if I die in the next minute, and I come before God, I think God knows that my heart is yearning for the truth. And because it wasn't revealed to me, I don't think he's gonna just send me to damnation. He's gonna be like, you know what? But who knows? He could. But I think there's every possibility that God would look at me and be like, yo, you didn't get this right, but I see that you're approaching this with it's not like a doubtful mindset. It's a questioning mindset. You're not doubting me. You just have this question. And I'm not going to condemn you to damnation. I'm going to give you grace because everybody's on their own personal journey. But who am I to speak for God, right? He could do exactly what Hagar said. So we're just going to see. But I can't say something with my mouth just because y'all say it. I have to see it for myself. And at this point, it's just not revealed to me in any meaningful way. I've heard all of the what y'all been saying, and it's something I've heard for years on this app. And I've been called everything. I've been kicked out of rooms. I've been shouted down. Y'all are the few people who have actually addressed me with the level of respect.
You know what I think happened?
To yell and kick people out and be disrespectful, right? The point of being a Christian, being a good follower, is to hope and guide people to the truth. We may have disagreements, but like you said, the animosity is not worth it. The last piece of scripture I want to read is John 10:30-38. I found it. I can read the NIV for you. It says, I and the Father are one. Again, his Jewish opponents picked up stones to stone him. But Jesus said to them, I have shown you many good works from the Father. Which of these do you stone me? They are not stoning you for any good work, they replied, but for blasphemy, because you, a mere man, claim to be God. Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law? I have said you are gods. If you call them gods to whom the word of God came, then scripture cannot be set aside. What about the one whom the Father set apart as his very own and sent into the world? Why then do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said I am God's son? Do not believe me unless I do the works of my Father. But if I do them, even though you do not believe me, believe the works, that you may know and understand the Father is in me and I in the Father. He starts it off with an affirmation.
The Father is in me and I am the Father?
Yes.
But she just told
So
me he is not Father. He is not God the Father. He is God the Son. Now you're saying he said he's the Father.
He's present. He starts off with the affirmation in the very first line of John 10:30 is, "I and the Father are one."
Yeah, I am one with my Father too. I am one with my Father, meaning
There's a difference in that statement. The language is different. I and the Father are one. He's talking about them being the same. And that is why the Jews immediately begin to go to stone him again. Because
they misunderstood what he said. They think that he's saying he's God.
They
think it the way that you think it.
Which is the truth. They understood that he is making
they falsely read into what he was saying. He never said he was. If he said, why is it that he said multiple times in the Bible, "I am the Son of God"? Why is there nowhere in the Bible that he says, "I am God"?
He doesn't need to explicitly say, "I am God."
Yeah, why not? Why not be explicit about it?
Because he's speaking to the Jews.
But why not be explicit about it? Why would he speak in parables?
Because he's teaching them, he's telling them in a way that is easy for them, as in us, to understand.
But that's not easy. To me, it's not easy to understand.
But literally, the line, "I and the Father are one,"
yeah,
is an affirmation that he is God.
Listen to this, y'all, real quick. That's right. Check this. Not the Father. The Holy Spirit is God, but not the Father, the Son. So I hold to a Trinitarian view. So you don't believe he's the Son? You believe he's God? I believe that he's always eternally existed as the Son of God. It's a black and yellow, so forgive me. All right. So do you believe he's the Son or the Father? Yes, not the Father. Oops. Hold on, there's a little bit of a glitch here. Give me a second. Why did this pause like that? See? That's how the devil gets in the way, man.
Change your audio settings on the top right hand, three dots, and like let you project them out.
So I have mic mode. Do I need to do full spectrum or standard?
No, not on your headphones. On the top of the three dots, it says audio quality.
Yeah, I don't have an Apple, bro. I have an Android. That's probably why. So as an Android, I don't have that, but I do have 3 mic modes. I have voice focus, I have full spectrum or standard.
I don't know which one will work better.
Let me try full spectrum real quick. So that didn't come through clearly. Y'all couldn't hear that?
No, it came through clearly, but it got cut off.
No, it just stopped because of the buffering. Here it is again. So you say he's not the Father, but there's I hold a Trinitarian. We have one God. You said he's not the Father, right? You say he's not the Father, and is he the Son? Yes or no? Yes. What was the other thing you said he is? I said the Holy Spirit is God, but he's not the Father or the Son. The Holy Spirit is God. Yes. And why do you believe? So let's deal with God with Christ first, and then we get to the Holy Spirit. So do you believe Jesus is the Son? Yes or no? He's the Son of God. And you believe God is God, the Father of Jesus? He's God the Father. They're 3 distinct persons. So God is God. Wow. Let me get off my Wi-Fi real quick. Excuse me. Oh, I have to get on Wi-Fi for this. Why does it keep doing this?
I get the gist of the...
But it's such a good exchange. I don't want to rob you guys of the experience of hearing this exchange. It's just going to be... Jesus is Jesus. And the Holy Spirit is God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. Where you get that from? The Trinitarian view. Where you get that from in the Bible? Jesus himself attested to that. Jesus said, "I'm God to God, and Jesus the Son, no. And Holy Spirit." He said, before Abraham, I am. Right. But when did he say he was God? He says, "I and the Father are one." Right, he and the Father are one, but where did he say he is God? When he makes that statement, I am, that I am statement goes back to Genesis chapter 3. But I am just meant reference to Christ as the Son of God.
And did he say, I am the Son?
Well, we have to recognize that if I hold to all Scripture as the counsel to whatever God reveals. So the words of our Savior is on par with the words that he spoke in Genesis. So whatever is spoken in the letters also helps us understand.
So he say, I am the Son.
So in Philippians, I just want to give you this example. Philippians chapter 2, for example. It says that Jesus Christ existed, although he existed in the form of God. He did not think equality with God was something to clutch onto. That statement in Philippians chapter 2 speaks of the co-equalness of the Son and the Father when it comes to the attributes that they hold in deity. So we look at the whole counsel of the Scripture to recognize this aspect of the deity of God. Now, Jesus is said in John, where the Son of Man sets free is free indeed. That can be seen in various ways, right? But I still do believe that there's a reflection of divine deity, that he's co-equal with the Father, not just in the Gospels, but throughout Scripture.
You never answered the question. Did he say, I am the Son?
No, he said that he is God.
So you never read in the Bible when Jesus said, I am the Son?
He said that he's God.
But did he say, I am the Son?
There are allusions in the Scripture where Christ refers to himself for the sake of the audience as the coming one, as the Son of God, or the second person in the Trinity.
So you say, yes, he did say, I am the Son.
There are allusions to our Savior referring to himself
Why you don't ask my question, man?
as the Son of God.
Did he say, my Father and I are one?
Yes, he did.
And who was he talking to himself?
He was talking to the Heavenly Father.
And so if you were talking to the Heavenly Father, why do you think you were God instead of you talking to another guy?
When he was praying,
Why did he just say, you know what, I'm God?
because
I'm God, I'm one, I'm it.
the problem with that is then,
But why would he, was he high or something? Why would he be talking to the Father if he is the Father?
he's not the Father.
If he is God, why would he be talking to somebody else if he's God?
Because they recognize themselves within this counsel of the Trinity as the personhood.
But that's not what he's saying. Why not go with what he said, not what some Trinity people say?
No, I'm not saying Trinity. I'm just using the term the Trinitarian doctrine.
But that's because of time here, man. I love talking to you. I've been doing it. You having fun?
This has been good.
And please,
Let me just say this, though.
so let me just ask,
Yes, sir.
just for time's sake, he did say in the Bible, I am the Son. But he never said in the Bible, I am God. So why would you people make him God if he never said that? He made it clear he's just the Son. Why would y'all make him God?
Because we're looking at other passage of Scripture. We're looking at the entirety of Scripture. That 2 Corinthians, for example, chapter 5, said that God was in Christ, reconciling the world to himself. And then when you think of the incarnation is God taking on human flesh. Philippians chapter 2 talks about the incarnation. Although he was in the form of God, always existed, did not consider equality. In other words, the same substance, the essence of what it takes to be God, he has it, but he's not the Father. He has the same essence as the Father. Did not think that's something to be clutched onto. And then when you look at this, the Scriptures teaching about the incarnation, is God becoming flesh. The Scripture says that you will call his name Emmanuel. You're going to call Jesus' name Emmanuel, which means God with us. So I think the Scripture doesn't say, hey, clear in every passage, here is this is his name, this is his title. It's speaking to the Jews who will make that connection from the Old Testament that indeed God has come in the person of Christ to rescue us from our sins, because only God can save us.
Let me ask this because of time. When Christ was on the cross, he said, Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. Was he talking to himself?
No, he was praying to the Father. Once again,
Was he saying to himself? Why didn't he just say, well, you know, I'm God. I forgive y'all. Y'all know it. Why he had to ask someone else to forgive them?
The answer is that So I reserve that. I perceive that there are some, but on the cross you have a perfect sacrifice. And I believe in those displays you have to make a distinction. Okay, is Christ exercising his human nature or his divine nature? Because in the incarnation,
I'm getting let's see how you let me know about that. Who would Jesus talk to on the cross when he said, Father, forgive them? They know not what they do. Who is he talking?
He's talking to the Father.
And so if he is the Father, why would he talk to somebody and call him Father?
Because Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. He's not the Father. But there are times when whether it's
short answer now. When Jesus was going up to pray to see the Father's will, if he was God, why did he have to go off to find the Father's will?
because in Scripture there's a distinction between who's operative. Is it the divine nature of Christ or the human nature of Christ operate? And there are many times, oftentimes more than not, Christ exercised his human nature, not the divine.
Amazing. Wow. Is it possible your intellect, which is of the devil, have deceived you?
Deception is possible for anyone.
So is it possible that your intellect, which is of the devil, has deceived you?
My intellect is mine, it's not of the devil.
So they say it has deceived you.
I'm created in the image of God, so my intellect is not the devil deceiving me. But yes, there are ways we can be deceived. That's why we search the Scripture.
Because there's nothing in the word of the Trinity either. That's made up too. But that's
a category.
That's a different subject for a different day.
Wow, I haven't heard that in a while. What is some reaction from that? I'm sorry to go so long, but that was very instructive to me. What do y'all think?
The person asking the question was not listening to the answers. He was just pushing his answer. He was just
I
pushing.
think he was pushing the question. He was waiting for him to answer the question, but he wasn't answering. He kept talking around the question.
He phrased scripture multiple times, and then when the question comes up about Jesus saying, "God, why have you forsaken me?" Right? It is a division between the Trinity, where the human nature of Christ is expressing the pain because he is taking on the burden of all human sin. He is the sacrifice. All at once he feels the pain because he is, again, undivided in his nature, both human and Christ. So he still feels. But you got to change your quality on the background.
Oh, that's because my heater's on. Hold on 1 second. Wow, that's very sensitive. That's crazy. Let me walk into another room. The heater, there's a vent that's coming in, and you can hear that. That's amazing. Yeah. All right, that's crazy because it's so far away, and I can hardly hear it myself. But go ahead.
So, hey God, you believe that there's three aspects to existence, such as substance, form, and absence of form.
Are we talking about a human understanding?
We were simply,
Go ahead.
so I appreciate it. So like if we were chair, I guess the substance would be the essence of the chair. The chair would be the mold of form, and absence of form would be, I don't want to post it.
You're thinking of sign, signifier, and matter, right? When I say chair, you understand what the essence of a chair is. When you see a chair, you can feel a chair. And when you sit on a chair, the chair is existing in its matter.
See, because like Aristotle and all of them, they would have spoken of it as substance, form, and absence of form. But I would believe God in that aspect, God being substance, form being Christ, and the Holy Spirit being the absence of form.
The three distinctive persons, yes. That makes sense.
Can I ask y'all a question about the Philippians? This
Real
is
quick,
Philippians.
let me just read something. So, I say this in my notes years ago. I can't remember. It says substance, form, and absence of a particular form. The last main principle is always inherent in the substance, or otherwise the substance will be incapable of receiving a new form. And it is from this point of view that absence of particular form is included among the recipient. As soon then as the substance has received a certain form, the privation of that form, namely of that which has been received, has ceased and is replaced by the privation of another form, and so on, with all possible forms, as is explained in the treatise of natural philosophy. So in a sense, no, I think that for them to make a reference to natural philosophy in the treatise, I think that's one of my notes from Spinoza, as in one of his like pages I just saved so I won't forget it.
Yeah, it does sound like a Spinoza argument.
And that whole idea of substance, I can see that as God. In a particular form, I can see that as the modification of the form.
So I was just going to ask y'all about the Philippians scripture that the man talked about. You think it's a salvific issue to recognize the divinity of Christ, but I think what he was talking about, I think I've read this one before, where it says you shouldn't hold on to it says there's going to be people that don't recognize the equality between Jesus and God, but it's not important, don't clutch onto it.
No, that's not true.
What did he say in that Philippians? He said something about don't clutch onto it, like the co-equal aspect of them is not that important.
No, they'll say that. Oh.
So what did he say? Philippians, he was saying it in there. I should have looked it up. He said something about the co-equal Philippians 2.
See, this is my whole argument. It's like, yo, somebody like you never existed in the past. Like when Jesus' disciples was around, they believed that Jesus is God. So like somebody like you is like you're not relevant. You don't really exist in the realm of understanding the gospel. Like all the disciples believed that Jesus is God. And here comes
Who believed that he was God?
His disciples.
The disciples?
Yeah, they believed that Jesus
How come
was God.
none of the disciples said that he was actually God?
They said it in their own way. This is my own
They
point.
said it their own way. Why did they just come out and say Jesus Christ is God? Why they gotta speak in puzzles? Why wouldn't they just say that? They say a million times Jesus is the Son of God.
No,
They say Jesus is the Son of God so clearly.
God, bro. Why the fuck you talking about?
They're talking about each other. I was in the middle of a sentence and you started talking.
Yeah, because you're taking the English as if Jesus is speaking English and his disciples are speaking English. And that's retarded. If we being
That's
frank.
not what I'm saying. Why would it? But if
No,
they say
that's
Jesus
the
is
whole explanation.
But if it says Jesus is the Son of God in whatever that language was, why didn't they say it in that same language, Aramaic? Why didn't they put in there whatever the language was? Why don't they just say Jesus is God? Why they gotta say it in this funky way? Why can't they just be clear? Jesus is the Son of God. It's so clear. A million times in the Bible. But when you want to say it, I know, but it doesn't say it. It's not explicit. Every time Jesus is referred to as God.
This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You are a descendant of a slave. It's not really going to make sense. It's not.
I'm a descendant of a slave?
Are you not?
Are you not too? You're a descendant of a slave too. Why is
my family Jewish, nigga? Fuck you.
It don't make a difference. You're still a descendant of a slave. Jews were slaves too.
God's people though. We holy. God trust
still was a slave. Y'all still was slaves.
You trust the Negro. You ain't trust your people.
You don't know what Negro. You don't know
supposed to be worshiping a fucking desert, fucking African bush god.
That's another lie. You don't know what my heritage is. You don't know where I come from.
Your ancestors are Africans, nigga.
You don't know what my ancestors are.
They're Africans.
You don't know
Chinese.
You don't know me from a hole in the wall.
Your ancestors Chinese?
You don't know who I am. You don't know where I come from.
So now you want to deny that you black. You want to deny that you
black. I said you don't know where my heritage is.
So you telling me the slaves come from China?
I didn't say the slaves. There's slaves all over the world.
I'm talking about the African slaves in the United States. You saying they came from China?
I'm telling you, every group of people have been enslaved.
I'm not talking about every group of people. I'm talking about your people.
You don't know who my people are.
You don't know them?
No.
Oh, so you don't. So your great grandmother wasn't a slave inside America.
No.
Oh, so you don't know where you come from. You just
I don't know where I come from. I know that I don't. My roots don't go back into this country 3 or 4 generations back, like you just said.
Oh, so where does it go back to?
Not to this country.
Exactly. You can't even speak to the
I can't. No, devil ain't got my tongue. I just know
if you
on
do
this
got
side,
your
you
tongue,
gotta be careful.
because the truth can't come out your
On this
mouth,
side.
but the devil holding it.
All right. So again, answer the question. Why did he just say in that whatever language out there? Why
He
did
said it. He said, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. If you tell me that the
why
Word
he
was
didn't
God,
say
that's God.
explicitly? Why isn't it
It was
explicit? Why he
explicit.
gotta be? Okay, that's implicit to me, bro. He didn't say Jesus is God. He said Jesus is blah 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 blah.
He just said John recognized. He said John recognized. Who John recognized?
He says Word.
Who did John recognize?
In the beginning was the Word. I said the Word was the word love. You think it was Jesus?
You said that. The Bible don't say that. You said that.
Right. Just like the Bible don't say that Jesus is God. You said that.
The Bible say that.
No, you can't find a scripture that says Jesus is God. And you believe the Trinity because the church fathers.
I ain't saying that. You saying that. You keeping the words from people's mouth. You keeping the words in the scripture. No, you. I'm quoting the Bible.
Church fathers.
No, you quoting the church fathers. I'm quoting the Bible. You just added to the Bible because you ain't like what it said.
Added to the Bible. You're saying that Jesus is God. Nowhere does it say Jesus.
All right, hold on. Pause for a second. You just said the Bible said love in there in that verse.
No, I
Who
didn't
said
say
that?
the Bible said that. I didn't say the Bible said that.
So why you said it then?
Because that's my interpretation. Just
Exactly, that's your
But
interpretation.
your interpretation is that Jesus is God. Your interpretation is Jesus is God.
Oh my God. You gotta talk over me, right? That's what you gotta do.
Show me where it
So
says
shut the fuck up there, nigga.
Don't tell me your interpretation. Show me where scripture says Jesus is God.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you right now. When it said he was the word of God, when it said Jesus was the word of God, that meant that he was God.
No, so that's your interpretation, right?
No, that's what it said. It said in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and it said that the word was God.
Okay, I'm asking you to tell me where it says Jesus is God. Not Jesus is the word of God.
Oh my God.
Was this. You're drawing conclusions. You're connecting dots.
No.
Don't connect dots.
So you
read it to me.
Hold on.
Be
I'm reading it.
explicit. Don't connect no dots.
Hey, I'm not connecting no dots. I'm telling you
All
what
right,
the Bible
just tell me
says.
what it is. Tell me straight up. Just like I can find scripture that says Jesus is
All right, so
the Son of
watch
God.
this. So watch this.
Scripture that
You
says Jesus is
all right.
God.
So watch this. If you interrupt me, you a bitch, right?
No, your mama is if you interrupt me.
I actually have a few verse for you.
Just don't call me a bitch, bro.
Mark,
The devil's coming out of
That's
you.
not what I said. I said if you interrupt me.
And I said, if you interrupt me, your mama's a bitch. That's what I said. But you're not gonna interrupt me no more, so we good.
You're not interrupting me. You asked me a question. And I'm telling you again. In the Bible, it said very clear. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And that Word was manifested in the flesh. And that John bear witness of that. And that John recognized Jesus as the Word of God, as God. So now you saying John was confused. You saying John ain't know what he saw. You saying John bear false witness to the God that came from heaven. So in that, you are ignorant of Scripture. You don't know how to read, and you are very ignorant of context clues.
Okay, thank you. Ashley, you were saying something?
John 8:58, it talks about Jesus saying, "Truly, I tell you, before Abraham was, I am." So he was saying.
He just talked about that. He could have said God had done that. Why did he say I am?
No.
Because he's not speaking of dumb niggas.
What's wrong with y'all?
He's not speaking of stupid
niggas. Why y'all don't understand what I'm saying? He could have said I am God. Why do you gotta say I am and stop?
Because
what in the world?
In English. And it was.
Why did he say it in Aramaic?
Messiah was part of God. That's part of it. That's. So do you believe Jesus is the Messiah? That's the real question.
I hardly
know that he's the Son of God. I don't even know what the word Messiah means. Really.
See, that's the basis of all Christianity, right there. That
Really?
Jesus
Really?
that is what separates it from Judaism. That is what
No, but
separates
what they don't acknowledge, no, Judaism doesn't acknowledge the fact that I do, that he was born through a virgin birth. He is the Son of God. He is a cut above all other men because he doesn't have an earthly father. Jews don't believe that. Muslims don't believe that. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Jew. I acknowledge that Jesus Christ is a special situation. I'm not saying he's just like anybody else. I never said that. But
go to the Muslims, because their teaching is exactly the same teaching that you're talking about.
no, it's not the same. They don't believe in a virgin birth.
Yes, they
They don't
do.
believe in a virgin birth.
Yes,
That's
they do.
what
I'm
I'm
talking about Muslims that do. I wish we had a Muslim in here.
But do they believe that they don't believe that Jesus? They don't believe that Jesus doesn't have an earthly father. He only has a heavenly father. I believe only that. They don't believe that.
The Salafi and Sunni Muslims believe that Jesus was born to a Virgin Mary.
Do they believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, no earthly father? They don't believe that. They believe he had an earthly father in Joseph. I believe that he doesn't have an earthly father. So you can't put me in the same box as Muslims and Jews. Sorry, I don't believe that.
But they also believe that their God has two left legs, one right foot, and a beak like a eagle. So
I don't
like
believe
you can't
that, though.
take anything they say. I'm not saying you do.
No, but yeah, you see the parallel I was
To be
trying to
actual
draw.
truth, there's some instance.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I'm going to change the topic. Because we're not going to get anywhere. And everybody needs to pray on it and hopefully find the truth. But are you guys
No, that's not what it needs to happen. We have a person preaching a false gospel. And we need to treat it like the Bible says.
Let it go, man. Let it go.
No. Hold on. I let it go when I let it go. Bible says to mark you as somebody who preaches a false gospel. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to mark you.
And
Let me
that's
mark
another
you.
lie.
Hold on. No, you're going to let me mark you.
You see, that's
You
how
are a
I
heretic.
know.
You are a heretic.
Every
And
time
when
I
you
ever speak
walk
to
in the
people like
streets,
this, they
no,
always
you are a heretic.
which is why
And
I
when you
don't
walk in
believe
the
it.
streets, may you be blotted amongst those who see you as a discrepancy, as an enigma, as somebody who has leprosy on his face.
All right.
That is how I mark you.
Do you feel
I
better
mark
now?
you as somebody who has
Do you feel
leprosy.
better now?
Hold on, almost. Let me finish. In the name of Jesus, I mark you as somebody who has leprosy for preaching a false gospel.
All right, cool.
So do you guys know?
I just want to leave you with this final scripture real quick. Right here. Remind them of these things and charge them.
I don't speak to.
Did you move them down?
The COVID, you can't just go in the scriptures writing with you. That's
No, we gonna go to heaven. He ain't going to heaven with that false gospel. So until he repent and believe in the baptism of the Holy Spirit.
We don't do mod abuse in this room.
No. He's not mod abuse. This is spiritual rebuke.
No,
I gave that man.
mod abusing in this room. You know that
So
that.
Have you guys heard of the martyrdom of Polycarp?
Yes. Don't ask me that. That gives me a hard on. Let me tell you why. Because I believe. No, yes, but let me tell you this. Right now, many people claim that there's no lineage of priesthood within the church, right? But from Polycarp, he was a disciple of John. And Irenaeus, the one who wrote the 5 books against heresy, was a disciple of Polycarp. He was the one, Polycarp, he got lit on fire, and then the wind blew him out, and then they had to light him on fire again. Yeah, I remember him. Fox's Book of Martyrs and Eusebius talked about his death.
But he had like different arguments with different early church fathers. He's just an interesting figure. And in the face of death, he refused to denounce Jesus as God. Yeah. There's an interesting exchange where they. Do you know the story, Ashley?
I think I remember when they even tried to get him, that they couldn't recognize him. And he turned himself in.
He turned himself in because he was one of those church fathers, the early ones, that believed that through martyrdom and through their death, new Christians would be born, because they would see people die for their belief. In the face of death, they could renounce it, and they still did it. And they suffered to show the truth of Christ.
Those are real Christians.
Badasses.
Polycarp, John, that was the same John, the dove.
When people talk about the Bible being boring, that's the stuff I think about. Like, I mean, it's just so full of like so
But you
many.
learned that through the church fathers.
Yeah.
Polycarp isn't in the Bible. He's a church father. He comes after. He's like
Yeah, it was just it was an example though.
yeah, no, there's some badass stories in the Bible too, of course. Isn't fun. But his death is one of the funniest ones because he trolled the Romans before he died. He turned himself in. All of his followers were upset, and they basically put him on trial. And they asked him, here, let me read the quote. If I have respect for your old age, swear by the fortune of Caesar, repent and say down with the atheists. Polycarp looked grimly at the wicked heathen multitude in the stadium, and gesturing towards them, he said, down with the atheists. And then they urged him again, reproach Christ, and I will set you free. And he said, 86 years I have served him, and he has done me no wrong. How can I blaspheme my King and my Savior?
That's right. That's why Lucianian said that the church is built brick by the blood of the martyrs.
Yes, he's another one of those that was happy to go to his death.
So was Peter.
All of the apostles had horrible deaths. 2 of them were killed in my home country before they converted to Christianity.
How evil do you think that nigga was to come in here and say, disciple of Aries, and preach that Jesus Christ was not the Bible?
I don't think it's good. I think it's misunderstood.
Stop believing black people. Stop motherfucking believing them when they come to you acting like they don't know the shit they talk about just to trap you. Like, yo, I hate when y'all fall for that shit. They act like that's lying. You know how many times lying do that shit?
Trying to learn too.
No,
you think you're blocking him from learning.
He's not doing that. He's not fucking doing that.
I mean, Jacobus is right to a certain point, right? Like, if we allow him to continue, he's not trying to understand.
My nigga, you think a nigga who know about Aries and the council doesn't know about the Bible and the doctrine?
He doesn't know.
Actually, don't know about Aries.
He doesn't know about the council of Chalcedon.
No, I'm saying, but he know about Aries. For him to know about him, yeah, but he knew that doctrine of Aries, and he knew to accept that rather than the biblical one. And mind you, if you would actually hear about Aries, no regular Christian really knows about stuff like that. But this nigga,
the story of Arianism, Chalcedonianism, they don't know about the difference in like most common Christians, like they don't sit there and read the stories.
So when a nigga like that knows that much information comes to you talking like that serpent is an Eve, did God really say this? Did he really mean that? That motherfucker trying to trick you.
But look at all the good information that we got just from that conversation.
We didn't get shit from that nigga.
We brought up. Think about the Bible verses we brought up.
We brought that up because that's what we know in our hearts. Because out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth will speak. He ain't give us no motherfucking information.
We wouldn't have had any of that conversation. And we wouldn't have had that opportunity had he not had the ability to speak.
No, God did that. God, we give glory to God. We don't give glory to no man like that.
No, but you know what?
It tests me to see if I still remember. It tests me and it tells me that I need to go read it again. I need to sit down and read the Bible another time. It's exciting. Apologetics is good for the soul.
And now imagine, she how I just sit there and I'm not chewing my whole phone, but look. She just gave, not to make fun of her, she just gave glory to that nigga indirectly, and I'm saying, we give glory to God.
Yeah, but God
that nigga gets no glory
in here for that very purpose. You don't know that. Or he could have put us in his path so that we could plant the seed and pray that.
The danger is though, Ashley, that if, let's say, Jacobus wasn't here, he would be more aggressive, right? If I wasn't here.
More people in the audience would have believed him.
And that's the danger. That's the danger. And that's why.
That's what happened with Arius.
I agree. He's right. He was a good speaker. But, like, so I muted myself. I was laughing, but I was, like, in complete agreement with what Jacobus was doing. It was fucking hilarious.
And, like, me, I'm seeing it just like that play out right here. It's not a big magnifying glass at that era. But in here, he was Arius. And the council was happening right now between me, you, Ashley, him, and the audience. And if he would have won, that would have been another soldier on Arius' team.
But I do have.
That's why we bought him.
Hey, Hagop, I do have questions about.
You just athlete, you could never be afraid to mock somebody preaching another gospel.
Okay, but I do want to find out more about Orthodox. Like, what's separating it from Catholicism? I know that's a big question.
What we were just talking about today is the main division. So the Orthodox churches split from Catholicism after the Council of Chalcedon because of Arianism and Nestorians. It was the differences in between the understandings of Christ's nature. Like, he was preaching that Christ is not divine, he's just human, but he's the Son of God. That's an Arianist point. Nestorians is that he has two natures split, that he has the power of God, but he is not God. Again, blasphemy. It's against every teaching of the Bible and Christianity. And then you have the Orthodoxy, both Orthodoxy. The Eastern believes something a little bit different. Oriental believes that there is one nature, he is one being, and in his one nature is both divine and human. And that is the main difference between us and Catholics. And then from there, you get deeper into Christology, where it's like minute differences. We don't have the same structure as a pope and the succession of the papacy like they do. We reject that. We have theosis in our faith. The Catholics really don't. We have a very strong connection to monasticism and seclusion in prayer to become as holy as possible. The Catholics don't have that. It's minute differences, but like in practice, we're very different. Our churches aren't as icon-driven, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, that's something that's kind of hung me up, was like the stuff with the saints and things like that. But like,
we have saints too. We consider Polycarp a saint. We have a lot of saints as well.
But do you pray to them? Like that's the thing that confuses me. Like praying to them.
Okay. You're not praying to the saint as if they're a deity. You pray to the saint to pray for you.
Okay.
To God. Because they have reached a level of theosis. They have reached the level of purity, and they have martyred themselves for Christ, or they have been given vision by Christ, or they have been given the power by Christ to do certain things. So they are above me and you. I'm not a saint. I don't think I ever will be a saint. Unless God comes down and gives me what I pray for that. That would be amazing, right? To martyr yourself for Christ would be an amazing thing. But you don't pray to them. You're praying for them to pray for you. So they are not deities. It's not a God. It's a saint. The saint has a closer relationship to God than you do.
You ever heard of Echo?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like him as a mistress. The summer is broke. I got one of his books just so I can. Was he part of your religion?
I have to look it up. We have different names for them compared to the English to the Greek names or the Latin names that we have. It's different names. Most people refer to them with their like Catholic saint names. And ours is in a completely different language.
Yeah, Meister Eckhart. Oh, he was a German Catholic.
He's wouldn't be sanctified in the Armenian Apostolic Church.
Oh, yeah, it's different. I thought he
Yeah. He's a heretic by nature because he's a Nestorian. He believes in the split natures of
Yeah,
Christ.
now they put him as a heretic because in case he was right.
Because he was what?
They put him as a heretic for the things he was writing. Not just because like that stuff, but he wrote some, not some outlandish things. Yeah, I'm gonna give you an example. Something. What? Let me see. I think I got it in my notes. Never really checked it out.
I mean, what are some differences like with I guess Protestant? Because like I grew up Pentecostal, so that's all that is literally all I know.
You guys have more similarities to the Catholic Church than we do. We split from them in 450. Y'all split later with Martin Luther, who we consider, and I don't mean this in an offensive way. You're entitled to believe like you want to believe, but we consider him a heretic. He argued for bishops to be married. He argued for polygamy. He did not act in a holy way. There's a lot of things that we don't like about him.
I agree.
Now, a lot of these Jesuit priests we don't like very much.
Now, remember I said that Eckhart was a heretic? This is one of the things he said. This is what he said.
Sorry, you're kind of left out. Like I'm trying to learn about like the Orthodox, like the.
I know. I just want to run something back, man, real quick, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Fine. I just want to know.
All right, so go ahead. I'll ask you after you say what.
Go ahead.
All right, what the fuck you do all that for? So now, this is what Eckhart said, bro. He said, "The eye through which I see God is the same eye through which God sees me. My eye and God's eye are one. One seeing, one knowing, one love." Wouldn't you say that's heretical?
Can you repeat it one more time?
Yeah, because it sounds crazy. He said, "The eye through which I see God is the same eye through which God sees me. My eye and God's eye are one. One seeing, one knowing, one love." That's heretical to me. It sounds cute, but it's just heretical.
Oh, yeah, that does.
Yeah, that's crazy. But some people try to say you just, you gotta understand what he's saying. I'm like, nah, that's just crazy.
Words carry meaning and power. That sounds like he's equating himself to God.
Exactly. Now, my fault, Ashley. I just had to run that by you. Damn, girl.
No, okay. I didn't mean anything by it. I really didn't. No, I was just letting you know that like I'd been trying to have this conversation for a little bit. Yeah. I'm gonna be mean or nasty, I promise. My ADHD just kicked in. But I think another one. Yeah.
100%.
I mean, not Mike. Both of them. Yeah, I think we all do. Well, not you. I think you just want doctors.
No, I got a lot of fucking problems too. But I'm not a doctor either. But yeah, I got a lot of fucking problems too. I can't fucking pay attention.
Yeah, I also have like one of my comorbidities is I have a learning disability, and it hurts my recall a lot of times. I don't admit it a whole lot, but yeah, I have trouble with recall sometimes. Like I can read something, and then later on, when I go to think of it, I have to actually look it up. Otherwise, yeah, I'm useless.
that's not too crazy of a thing. I think everybody kind of deals with that. You can only remember so much.
Yeah, but it's kind of like a disconnect. It's like dyslexia. It is dyslexia, but it's like it almost gets scrambled in my brain when it's trying to come out. Like I know what I'm trying to say, but actually trying to get it out, ugh, it's so frustrating.
With numbers.
Me too.
I always feel that math when I was a kid. I couldn't really put numbers together up until I was in college.
I still have to count digits to know my different places sometimes.
I'm going to tell you something, and you can't make fun of me for it ever again, Ashley. I have to remind myself which one is left and right all the time.
Oh yeah, that's a dyslexic thing too. That's why I'm worried because I always know where my left hand is now because my ring doesn't come off.
My niece makes so much fun of me. She'll ask me a question, she'll be, is it on the left-hand side? And I have to look down at my hands and she goes, you're so stupid, Uncle. And then she goes about her day.
Oh, kids are awesome about that. My youngest daughter will roast my husband the entire time he's home. And that's just her love language.
Yeah, that's hers too. My niece is the same way.
Yeah.
Am I wrong saying that that's not real?
What's not real? Roasting your parents?
No. No, that love language is a pseudo thing.
I don't know, man. I believe in it.
I think we all feel love and we all express love in different ways, and it's just putting it into words. Like, I believe there are more than the ones that are written about in the popular ones, but it does, it doesn't go on it.
Would you feel God loves you if He ain't give you no gifts?
It's like
Your love was an affirmation.
love is more with romantic love. Like, you don't hear about the love languages with anything but romantic love. And everybody feels that romantic love a little different.
But God,
I'm saying, like,
He gave us the gift of life.
I think love language is built on entitlement.
Yeah, I think it's just like because men and women have a hard time communicating. That's why it came about.
Would you say your love language is touch?
Yes and no. I do not like being touched by people I don't know, so it means more like with my husband. Like if I don't.
Would you have married your husband if you couldn't touch him?
Of course, because
Let's give you a lying ass nigga.
no, like I love him. I love who he is.
Look, if you got to the altar and he said, "I would never have sex with you, no touch you," would you still have married him?
Of course, because I love him. I love who he is. No, I mean it. Like when I say that I love this man,
So when you like at the altar, when you try to kiss him and he goes move back and say, "No, we don't kiss. No touch."
I mean, it would have been through, but
you see what I'm saying? Like this, she's not thinking about the reality of what I'm telling her.
The vows I took, I said, and I meant my vows. Like when I said in sickness and in health, I meant it. If he got so sick he couldn't work, he couldn't get out of bed or anything, I'm there.
No,
and
he's telling you. He's telling you, I'm not going to touch you at all. I don't want to touch you. I will never kiss you.
I would
I will
consider
never have children with you.
I would consider that as a sickness, and I'm gonna stick by him. I mean it. Like when I said my vows to him, I meant them.
That sounds psychotic.
Then so serious. No, you don't understand how serious my vows.
Somebody's telling you they not going to fuck with you, and you saying, "Oh no, he crazy. I love him."
You know what it is? Women and men are inverses. I think we're just like opposites in that sense. I'm also physical touch. Like that's how I feel. Love. But I feel like most women are like
my husband's not touchy-feely. Like, neither one of us are overly touchy-feely. Neither one of us have ever been. But, like, his love languages is the acts of service and, I forgot what the other one, quality time. Those are his love languages. And then mine are meaningful gifts, not expensive gifts. I would rather have something very small that just comes from the heart, even if it's a letter he wrote, if it's like a fountain soda at the gas station. That makes me feel very loved, and words of affirmation are mine. Like being like, because yeah, I have trouble. I get in my own head a lot. So actually hearing things out loud, it makes me feel, loved and wanted.
Yeah, I know. So you will feel loved and wanted if somebody refused to touch you and give me affection toward you?
As long as I was getting the words of affirmation and like he showed his love in other ways, absolutely. Because I believe, love, it can be more than just touching. Like this, like even him doing the job he does, it's a sacrifice. He sacrifices a whole month of his time away from us so that we can have the things we want and need. I mean, that is a huge sacrifice, and that's one of the ways he shows that he loves us, because he doesn't want to be away. He doesn't want to be stuck on a boat with a bunch of other guys, and I know that sacrifice, like, it's his way of showing love. And then when he is home, like, he'll let me sleep in a couple days a week. Like, he'll get the kids off to school and everything. Like, he'll make coffee in the morning. Like, he has other ways of showing love. I mean, like, touching and kissing and things like that. I mean, yeah, they're enjoyable, but it's not the ultimate form of love for me. And it's just come with time.
You woman crazy.
I will say, I am crazy about my husband, and I always have been. Like, I've been obsessed with this man since the moment I met him. And the same for him. Like, he even had friends that his friend, he's like, yeah, you stole my best friend. He said, now, when we're hanging out, he's texting you the whole time. It's been like that since the moment we met. We were like two magnets drawn together. And it's been like that since the moment we met. It's crazy, but I wouldn't change any of it. He pisses me off. Like, he's one of the very few people that can truly piss me off. Like, yeah, but that also shows me how much I love him, because I can be 100% myself with him, and I don't have very many people I can do that with. I can be 100% unmasked. I can say whatever stupid thing pops in my head and know that he understands. Like, he doesn't always understand me, but he's not going to judge me, and he's going to ask more questions to understand.
Now hang up. Yes. I meant everything I told you. I feel I can't act with freedom every time. Like, I told you I'm a preacher on business. Right? And every time a woman writes me that I choose to like just try, maybe to try to engage, it's that woman. Do another page. So eventually I start getting friends, and I'm like, you know what? I give up. I'm not talking to nobody with Facebook. Just go crazy. Now one day I'm talking to this woman, and she sends me like breastplate. Within the same moment while I'm talking about someone else on my friend, and they send me breastplates at the same time. The way I think is she's playing games, and I said, yo, somebody just sent me this. And I tell her, And she acts like she's angry, like, oh, whatever. Recently in this room, that person that sent those photos, hey, I seen that picture at the bottom of the group. And it was there. Oh, shit. I was like, huh? I said, oh, shit. And y'all gonna think I'm crazy. And I'm just hoping it's not true. Because if it is, I'm in a hell of trouble. I'm praying that God is true, that shame on me. Yeah, don't be mad with it. I'll be scared that was her too. Remember what I told you? I never spoke to this woman on the phone for 7 years. We don't talk on the phone. So I don't know what she sounds like. And anyone that comes in here, I'm suspicious, bro. Suspicious like a motherfucker. And one conversation I had with you was the same as that conversation I had with this person the same day. And I'm like, yo, this, I'm like, I'm crazy. I'll show niggas everything. Like, I don't know. Yo, you think this shit the same person? Because I told, like, remember, I'm not saying it. I'm just saying, like, I am suspicious of everything. And after I seen that person in the group, I'm nervous that offense, worst case scenario, I'm just hoping, because I done said everything about that person. And if she was here this whole time, one of us, nigga. It was fucked up. It was fucked up and funny at the same time. Like, because I'm paying attention to action, bro. Action. This is why you can't trust swiper. Yeah. I don't know. Fucking weird shit. The white people are the craziest people in this time. I told her, I said, we can't talk to you. She writes back, what do you mean? I'll say nothing. Then 6 hours later, she said, YouTube video. I'm like, stop. Please stop. And you've never met this person in person? No, I met them every year. For 7 years, I met them 3 times. She would fly me out. 4 to 3 times she would fly me out to go see them. But we would never talk on the phone. We always text. But every single day of the year, to this day, even to listening, we text from every single day of the year. Every fucking single day of the year, we talk for 7 years. And yesterday was the day I said, So I did that because I want to be sure it's my fucking night. Okay, because interested. I told her about this. I said, this is my outlet. This is my beat. And timing is everything. I'm paying attention to dates and everything. I'm like, nah, it's the bullshit. Shit, if it's Star. Hell no. Nah, I wouldn't. I'm not even trying to think about shit like that. I would. You've never talked to her on the phone, but you guys have texted for 7 years. And you guys have met up multiple times.
I fucking hate texting, bro.
And you know what I'm thinking about too? She's insecure of her voice. I tell you that, right? But I know the first time we sat in the car, I Escalade, and we were smoking, and we was having a conversation in person. You know how you get nervous that you over talking to someone, like we do on here? She was doing that. And I remember her speech pattern, like an ADHD fast, but nervous. And the things she liked about it is very fucking sinister.
Is this the one that was on the West Coast?
Yeah, Arizona.
Yeah.
I tell you this though. Poetry is rare that you come across a poet, right? Like in this day and age, like coming across Nathan, an artist. You're not really coming across an artist.
Jacobus, what if I told you if I gave you my full real name, you'll be able to find my poetry in your books?
Alright. I'm a poet.
Yeah, I know you are. I see you in the chat.
So when somebody asked me to write a poem,
I was there. I saw it all happen.
the same day that white girl asked me to write her poem on my text message,
Oh shit.
and when I text that white girl and I tell her, yo, somebody in the chat reminds me of you, she's like, oh, you should go off for a couple of days. And I'm like, I don't know, bro, and I'm trying to make sure, like, look, this person bugged me out for 7 years, gave me anxiety, all the scary shit. I'm not saying it's her. I'm just saying I don't like coincidences, and I know paranoid. Take the likely from the possible shit. I ain't trying to do that. Shit looks too funny, my nigga.
I think it's just coincidence, man. You can't get yourself too hyped up about it.
Now I'm bugging that. Now I'm treating her like, yo, fuck you. I don't like you. Stop talking. And she ain't doing nothing. And it'd be like, nah. Mind you, I see it playing out. I'm like, damn. I'm like, nah. When I tell you, the first time I tried to start talking to this person, she sent me $1,200 the next day. And I said, why the fuck you send me this?
Oh, she's
I said that.
Jacobus?
She was, bro. Like, she shit is weird. Like, and then, like, yo, bro.
Do not fuck with this. This is
No,
a good situation, bro. What do you mean?
Yo, she ruined my whole relationship. The shit I had with my big mama. Like, the shit my dad is true. Like, this shit. My baby mother went back to school. After she found out I cheated on her, she went back to school in the state of that right there in Arizona. So she could graduate over there. So I had to go to the graduation in Arizona with my baby mother, where I cheated at. So where we driving, and she looking at me, looking at the place, like, oh, I know what that is. She like, I know I can go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like, no, bro.
That's fucked up.
So now when I'm in Arizona, trying to go and get money out the dispensary, she think I'm taking a little stroll over there to a little mushroom head. I'm like, what the fuck? She's scary, bro.
Yeah, the women become vindictive and they think that every movie makes against them after they get caught.
And then the worst thing is, what about when this one gets convicted? She married. She got somebody. But her vindictive is like right now.
She can't do shit. She can't do shit to you. She already fucked up your relationship. There's nothing else, really.
Now when she's talking to you, no, she's in my head. When I said, bro, like right now, she's writing me from another page on Facebook. That's Russian lady. I'm falling for it. Mind you, you can go to the page. The whole page is the Russian lady's page for years. But she got access to all these pages. Like, when my older brother was missing and moved to Connecticut, she found my brother. Because she remember she had a business, so she could do verification, like background checks and all that funny bunch. So she found my older brother. To this day, my mother thinks, but oh shit. Like she helped me find my older sister. Like for 7 years, nigga, we've been sharing personal details. This is like, nigga, she cheated on me while she was with her husband, his mother. And I'm not supposed to get taken.
How could the side piece be upset that the? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, bro.
Like,
But
no,
I get what you mean.
in her head, I was supposed to be faithful to her by only being with my baby mama.
Yeah.
And I almost fell in that type of insanity for a little bit. So I was cheating, being faithful. Like, yo, this shit crazy, bro. Evil man.
But you should try to distance yourself, though.
Nigga, she live in Arizona. Ain't no father I can get.
No, I mean, like contact and like personal information and shit. Like you can't be talking to her every day anymore. Especially if you're not gonna go out and see her. Are you trying to get back with your baby mom?
No, she don't want to think it now. She don't want to see me. Like we always like this shit is I don't even know what to call it, bro. Even the video. Crazy.
Good night, Ashley. I'm gonna head out too. I know you work at your coldest, but have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Alright, bro. Yeah, I have to go.
Good night.
nothing gives me more anxiety than telling me I got to prepare for a holiday. Nowadays, all things look like we did it again, Frank. Look like we did it again. Look like we the last birds of the night, Frank. That's how it's gonna be. At the end of the world, it's gonna be me and your Frank. Me and you. Yeah. Town Frank. That's what the fuck gonna happen, Frank. I hope you're a Christian, Frank. I hope you're a Christian. They're gonna need that, Frank. Voulez-vous aussi à ce soir? Ce soir. Say something, Frank. Say something one time for the kid. In one word. Say something. I'm waiting. You remember when France used to be great? I remember when France used to be great. France had the fucking fuck y'all niggas had. Oh. They had the fancy bread. They had the Eiffel Tower. They had the pretty bitches with the funny hat. And the long cigarettes. Yeah. I remember James Coast. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna do what nobody has ever done before. I'm gonna buy Frank and my nigga Adrian. I did that. Let it be known, Jacobus was the first to mob Frank. Yo, Frank, start adding people, yo. Add people to the room. Bring all your French bitches, all your French niggas. Bring the whole of France to this one. You bring them croissant eating niggas. I'm gonna add all these funny looking people. You add people. Me and you, Frank, we gonna bring the room back to life. Me and Frank. You know what? That's what, no, Frank. Start it right now. I'm gonna change the name to Coach and Frank. You know what? I'm gonna get a little French title for us, and you start adding the French people. And la mesure de l'humour s'estime sans mesure. That's what we go. No, I don't like that. That was like fuck. All right, we use this. I got a French quote for us, man. Got a nice quote. We get save this. Start adding people, Frank. We got this. We go through some shit today. And got the quote. And look at that, Frank. That's the quote. in that mood. Oh, the fuck this nigga, you bitch ass nigga friend. You bitch ass, you fucking pussy. You fucking pussy. Il a beau, entre Dieu, pense et oublier, jamais. Oh shit. That's what we go to. I'm gonna read French. Distance signifie c'est peu. Quand elle signifie beaucoup. Oh, alright, Frank. That's what we gonna do. Yeah, let's look better. As the French people, nigga, add people to the room, Frank. You can help a nigga out. Ladies. Yeah, it's better. Jacobas of his ladies. Now I have an audience. Come on, man. All y'all motherfuckers, add people to the room. This is where we go. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna reach power in French. And I'm gonna read a story. This story is called Narcissus. When Narcissus died, the goddess of the forest appeared and found a lake which had been fresh water transformed into a lake of salty tears. Why do you weep? The goddess asked. I weep for Narcissus, the lake replied. Ah, it is no surprise that you weep for Narcissus. They said, for though we always pursue them in the forest, you alone could contemplate his beauty and close at hand. But was Narcissus beautiful, the lake asked? Who better than you to know that? The goddess said in wonder. After all, it was by your thanks that he knelt each day to contemplate himself. The lake was silent for some time. Finally, it said, I weep for Narcissus, but I never noticed that Narcissus was beautiful. I weep because each time he knelt beside my bench, I could see in the depths of his eyes my own beauty reflect. What a lovely story, the alchemist story. That was a beautiful story. That was a beautiful story. Welcome. Welcome he. Welcome you. I invite you. Invite you niggas. Invite you niggas here. I'll slap the dog shit out your monkey ass. Do that shit again, man. Wait, who the fuck is that? This your bitch ass Rich? Yo, four. Ask me for my bad.
Fucking up with a mob.
Because I'm generous and I'm kind. Yeah, nigga.
Make me a mod. What the fuck I'm so early?
It's Thanksgiving.
Jacobus Thanksgiving, make me a mod.
If I do, Nathan will never give you a badge again, nigga.
You know, I was a mod in here before you were here in this one.
Nigga, I used to be a mod until I proved all the mods and took over the room. And when Nathan came, I took his badge and I took God's badge and I was a king of chillism.
How long you been in here?
Well, I've been in a good year and some change.
Yeah, I've been in here over 2. You used to be Boris and I was and Death hit me.
Damn, that nigga's been alive. This shit been around that long?
Yeah, I've been in here for 2 years. I was back in the Toxic Taylor days.
You ain't fuck no bitch in this room. Tell me nope. Nigga. You don't know nobody in chillism that ever fucked anybody else in
You
chillism?
fucked anybody in chillism?
One.
Which one?
She not here. She goes to other.
Don't be lying. You know you bumped uglies with Italian.
Hell fuck no. I would have hit it though. But I ain't do it. I ain't gonna front. I would have hit it. I would have fun with it too. I'll take out E. We'll go for the ball.
Alright, would you smash Star if that was her PTR?
If nobody was looking, if that was a PTR from a nigga. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, you might have almost said about it.
It's Thanksgiving. I ain't gonna talk about it.
Well, if you do it, I won't tell. It's just, if Nathan asked me if I did it, I'm not telling if I did it. But if he said,
just make me a mod for like
I can say, nah.
If anybody comes in, I'll move to audio.
Nigga, if anybody come in, I'm gonna be like, be master models, you.
Exactly.
Nobody go for me.
Yeah, do that.
Oh, shit. That nigga Ike is bad. He had to change his name to join the room again. He joined. He used his girlfriend name.
You gonna mob me up on Thanksgiving or no?
Listen, I don't want Nathan creeping in here. That nigga too creeping.
These masters want to mob me up. I'll tell her she did it on accident. I guess you don't like live in danger or something. You like living like that safe. Nah, he lives that like safe, basic life. He ain't adventurous.
Damn right. No one's adventurous for me. Going to get some coochie.
Ordering Chinese food.
Shit, man. Yeah, I don't eat Chinese food.
You gotta get over this fear of light skin. Okay? Just because Nathan's light skin don't mean he's gonna punish you to come.
See, when we say light skin, I'm assuming the picture of that dog is how Townie for it. That's the complexion I assume they.
I just let her that.
Nah. think he's lighter than me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he's definitely lighter than me. You know, all those Bohemians were mixing with white people.
I'm gonna get a full rest. I don't think that.
Bob me up, bro. It's Thanksgiving. Damn. I want to invite some people in here and get this shit popping.
Yo, fourth, mod him up.
All I want to do is just send invites. You the generous one. Just be generous. You're never bought anyway, so just pop me up. You don't have to worry.
You think this nigga lighter than this picture right here?
Yeah.
Oh, that nigga lighter.
You don't pop me up for it so I can invite people. I'm trying to get this shit.
Yo, that nigga look like Tally and Weed put together. That nigga Abdon. Look at this photo real quick. He look like if Tally and Weed had a baby. It look like that nigga Abdon.
Hope it's mob me up so I can invite people in this room to get this shit going. This shit's
You
boring.
can invite people right now.
No, it
Invite
won't let me fucking invite people. I'm looking at it right now.
Yo, fourth, mod this nigga.
I'm the one that gets like fucking 300 people in the room in my house.
Hey, they go be like, go body rich.
I'll just say Star did it. She won't mind. She'll be like, yeah.
So let me change the title to Jacobus and his Avengers. There you go. We get some heroes.
No, it'll only take him 2 seconds while he so I can invite.
Hold on, Zilla.
There you go.
See? Go down. They just gonna choke you out for everybody.
I wanted you up too, Jacobus. Last night. That was me.
They said they just gonna choke you out for everybody. They was like, oh, chill, lady, chill.
Fuck it, I know they're not gonna keep my mod. It was only for White Wednesday. It's usually how it goes. Oh, let it go to work.
I'm at work now. I'm at home.
Yeah, where?
I'm at work now.
Oh, yeah. Dude, listening to you try to communicate with Frank was hilarious.
Oh, y'all was listening?
I was like imagining it was the end of the world and it was just you and Frank left.
So my Facebook talking about 1.2 million views of 384%. So that's good. And I'm going 5. I don't got the algorithm set. Right now it's 1 post per week for my shit to stay in the millions. Then next week will be 2 posts per week. And when I graduate to 5, then I could go back to my 10 or 20 posts per day. They start adding people like this was going to.
Have a good day, y'all.
You too. Start adding people. Rich. You know what? So, change your PTR. Yeah, we'll change our PTRs to something.
To Star.
No. To the dog. The chill dog. For chills. That's all. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, there we go. your dog? Get your chill dog.
I ain't got no chill dog.
I'm gonna send you one. I'm gonna send you one too, bro. I'm gonna send you a chill dog. Yeah, you can use this one. I gave you that one. Yeah, fool. You need a chill dog too. Tally got one. I'm gonna give you the one with the homie with the shorty. I'll hook you up. I'm gonna give you a shorty with tacos. Yeah, you got shorty with tacos. Yeah? Gave you a food. Gave y'all both two. Nigga, why you taking mine, nigga?
I don't know how to make it do it.
I sent it to you in your message.
Oh.
Well, take mine, nigga. I
thought that's what you wanted me to do.
Nah, I just sent it to you in a message. You got yours. Now, of course, you got yours too. I gave you the short. You got the short. Chill dog. Chill is that's crazy. Who would have thought the chill dog would have been for chilling? Yo, Falk, what you doing? You there, nigga? I know this nigga ain't go fucking early Thanksgiving dinner. This nigga play a candy and mac and cheese. Oh, good. I sent you the chill dog picture. The back channel. Because we chillers. So we chill. I gave you one. I gave you one with the shorty. So you got a shorty. Oh yeah. Yeah, you making your tacos. Holly got your taco. Yeah, now we can talk. Now we can tell them that we got your talk.
Is this the way to compete with the apes? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. That's hard. See what I did there? Now we chill. Remember, this is chill though. He'd be like, yo, it's a storm outside. But I'm so chill.
That dog is anything but chill, especially look at the towers.
Now he got the free. That was the dot. Oh, put your dog up.
No.
Start adding the people like you said. Oh, Rich.
That's what I did. I said I'm
Why
like
you not
that.
saying
Like that. See, there comes somebody. Send that person an invite.
Hey, yo, Paul, I'm at you. And change your dog. Put your dog picture up, Paul.
Don't you see this dog? It's just got a bunch of different tails.
Nigga.
It's a cable dog. That's Jacobus's dream, bunch of tail. Well, it does say Jacobus is looking for the next little mouse.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna probably get my. Yo, Patty still better stop playing, y'all. Every time I see her little face, I want to snap her.
You said Patty?
Now you Patty, fat.
The one that's been crying since come off.
Sure. Hey, Sigo. Long time no see me, brother. Second. Remember how they do in Nigeria. Welcome, Segun.
Yeah, what's
What's
up?
up?
Good?
Nah,
Yeah,
Jacobus hates
Bro, you don't-
Nigerians. He hates West Africans.
bro. We used to go to school together back in Lagos.
Lagos is
Wow.
Lagos. Yes. You can't even pronounce Port
Lagos.
City. Yeah, Lagos, Port City.
Yeah,
Which school? School, yeah.
the big one.
The big one. So stupid.
Jacobus, what do you have?
Wait, why would he change? Why would you do that? It's supposed to be Jacobus and his adventures.
Hmm?
You know what?
What happened?
Shieldism. Shield dog. Oh, shit.
Frank laughing.
Yeah. So what is everybody doing this morning?
Getting ready to try to pull.
I realize Jacobus don't like
What was that? I can't hear you, Mr. Motion.
Try moving your microphone or something. Yeah.
I think the cat got her spot. That's what it is.
cat cannot get my
That's the.
So you in Africa right now? Is it hot over there in Africa? Man, it's gonna bother bro. It's all good. Feel like you're sweating over there. So Rich, this what you got? I know you ain't want the bar packs. You bring.
Dude, I've sent out like 200 messages to people so far. That's all the people that are on.
But then they sleep because of Thanksgiving.
Yep. Even the people that are online, I think they're just sleeping. Yeah, everybody else is offline. I'll send out messages to people who are on like 20 minutes ago now. What up, Danny?
Yo,
What you doing?
what type of dog is that?
I don't know. That's Jacobus.
No, this is like a Scottish Terrier.
Oh. Is that like an NPT or something? Are you guys selling some NPT?
Yeah,
You know, it's like this the chill dog. Like when you see this dog, no matter what he's going through, he's chilling.
I'm a chill dog
Sometimes it goes good.
90% of the time. Only 90% of the time am I a chill dog.
Oh shit. Where you from?
Do I give off an accent of any place, any region?
Like Midwest.
I think that comes from my mom. I'm gonna go get some coffee pretty soon, though.
No, really. Boston.
You sound Caucasian.
Yeah, I am. I think. It depends. Do you count Jews in that list?
Yeah, of course. Jacobus is the Jew. I'm a Jew.
Yeah.
My balls black.
What was that?
Jacobus's daddy was black and his mama was a Puerto Rican Jew.
I never heard of one of those.
Yeah, she was. Was your mom Sephardi or Ashkenazi?
Well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
Man, she almost tricked me and didn't bring my dog. I was gonna show her my photo, but I like my dog. We don't got a dog. She will get your dog out. I'm gonna send you a dog.
So what is your ethnicity, Danny?
Caucasian.
I'm a 99% Ashkenazi.
Okay.
Oh shit, she not Caucasian.
I mean,
She will. I sent you the dog.
it depends who that you talk to.
How do you
I
guys
use
feel
a
about
dog
like
shit.
transracialism? Like, you know?
Go ahead, Jacobus, that's you.
Alright, fuck it. I'll start with this. I'm a freak.
I knew you were gonna say some stupid shit like that.
One, if she cute, and she cute, if she lives in New York, if you make sure nobody behind her, it's still her little Laura ass on my face. I'm a freak.
Stupid, dude.
I'm not your average Jew. I'm the black one.
Only Jewish where it matters, right?
That's a fact. That's a fact. Nobody touch me. Oh, she will be dirty. You make sure you put the girl on.
Yeah, Jacobus is a lot of people Jewish. He's not like one of these black Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Sometimes I believe those people, right? That I was made by some evil scientist or something.
Oh, those are Muslim. That's the nation of Islam. That's it. You run from them. You run. When you see them, you run. I will run.
What part of the city do you live in, Jacobus?
In the Bronx, but I work in Manhattan.
Oh, okay.
So I work with white folk. I live with kid who. Yo, Small, you're only one. Put your PTR up right now. Put your dog on. Let us know you got that dog in you.
Of course, like I ain't playing your radio games.
I would have thought Danny was a cryptocurrency person with that PTR. What the fuck is she got? What the fuck she got going on? Press size and gravity. She must be a nerd. Was she cute? I can feel it in her voice. Was she nerd?
What's the PTR of?
Breast sizes, graphs, shit. I ain't never seen the most complicated shit to make the first.
The most complicated thing to make somebody horny, you say?
Yeah, what kind of nerd is that?
English women have the largest, like, average breast size.
I'll take her down with other promotions. Damn, that motherfucker. shit.
No, Misty sent in invites.
Wait, you brought her in here? Oh shit, you got you good. You gotta go. I'll be getting the Indians in the house.
I'm bringing the chickens for the wolves. You know, you're the wolf. So stupid. Look, she wolf's repping her shit. Fourth thing.
You're fourth. You're about to
You
lose your
didn't.
ass.
Jacobus. You didn't send anyone. Look at fourth set.
Yeah, Danny, you need to put a goldfish up. I can get you a Jewish girl.
Yeah. Send her one with a heck covering wig.
I think I saw your balls before. I think you had posted it as your PTR with some chick with like a small mouth. Yeah, I think like a year ago.
Tally was right. Damn. She said I'll be going to Jewish for fucking girls. Oh shit. Shit. Yeah, Tally was right. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
You could like see the skin on the balls or something.
Oh, it's so funny, Rich. Hey, and you can't report it because they think it's like a Hershey's. Oh shit. See, I gotta find me a Jewish girl. I'm gonna find it. If I can't find out, I'm gonna set up a white
Danny, you got any friends?
Take it the better.
You gotta have some friends in the city. Come on.
You could just join the Jewish dating sites. There's so many, right?
Hell no. This shit gonna get complicated. I'm glad.
Just do
You
that.
have to explain to everybody that you're not a black keeper?
Wait, can't you make PTs on? You can make the AI pictures.
Won't you?
Can't you make it?
Stop being lazy and send her one of those.
I only got a little bit. Oh, I can give her a girl one.
Get her one with the kippah.
Well, I got one with a little ponytail.
That'll work.
Oh, this one.
It's in your back channel, Danny. Isn't it?
Someone told me for that dog. Yeah. But you can pop it out. You can get the girl top.
Where's Ashley? She's always in here.
Took a nap.
I know her from another app.
No, really?
Actually, one of our own. She one of us.
That is saying a lot.
I said she was.
She goes hard. She goes so hard for men. Like, she loves men, right? I think more than any other woman I know.
That sounds like Jacobus.
What?
You go hard for men, Jacobus?
No. Hey, go. What is that? Okay. All right, let me get my thing. You want me to sit down?
Yes. Sit your ass down.
I wasn't saying that sexual. I was saying that like politically.
Wait, are you in Atlanta? Danny,
What?
you in Atlanta?
I'm not in Atlanta, no.
Oh, you got 404. That's what I was asking.
Oh, a 404 is like
Very good.
it's like that message that something's like not gonna go through. I made an AI song before the election about Trump and Kamala falling in love.
Yeah.
And this white girl, she thought it was racist or something, that the AI had made like a racist song. And when I went to go check it out, I figured out that she Karen'd it and made it disappear. Right?
What type of foolishness?
That's Jacobus. You know,
The 404 servant.
all
Danny,
I have to say,
I sent you the dog for your backpack.
fourth, all I have to say is blame the Jews, bro. Blame the Jews.
I don't have a back channel.
Especially the one that starts with Jacobus.
What you said?
She doesn't think she has a back channel. Oh, you gotta click.
Every girl got a back channel.
Jesus Christ. You gotta click the top left button, and then you see the message down on the bottom right.
Alright, I'm gonna do something for you guys real quick. I'm gonna show off my creativity and I'm gonna do something real.
I don't know how the fuck that nigga can't fucking moderate.
Really, Nathan?
So if somebody give Nathan a dog picture.
Am I only here inviting everybody Jacobus? And how many people have I got in here in the last 30 minutes? You went down the store.
You did bring a fine Jewish lady.
Now I'm Jewish lady, but she open here.
I mean, I see this room every day.
And you don't bring your ass in here? You better bring your ass in here every time you see it. You shredded in here.
I know I should have moved the room. You know what? I'm just trying to play nice. Sit here, send out 200 invites.
Tally, your dog look like a top. I don't think there's gonna be much for me to do except for go to sleep as soon as I get back.
Alright, change your pictures in the dog.
No, I'm resisting. I'm not falling into this trap. Funny to have dreads, and then maybe we can talk.
Somebody gotta make an AI dog. Make the dog. Put the fucking dreads. I wish somebody could put a yarmulke on my shit. Tyler, your dog like a train. What you doing? Your damn where?
Daddy! Jacobus, click that link down the bottom. Chat. On Jacobus.
Okay.
Alright, Danny, click that link in the chat.
Do you like my PTR?
Shabbos.
Oh, that was cute. That was cute.
Danny Kobus wants to know if you're married or not.
I'm married.
Oh, Kobus, too bad.
I won't tell that.
I have a sister, but she's married too.
You any cousins?
Shit, they
Yeah,
both.
they're all men, and they're not married.
You got any friends?
Do you like my dog?
Yeah, Danny, you should put the song down in the link. It's made by AI. All original lyrics written by me. Everybody should click on the link and listen to my song.
This boy sound like he a construction worker. Jackhammer. Harry invite people to the room.
Yeah, I've already sent out as many invites as I can.
Now, Harry, invite the black people.
Just two white. You don't know no white people. Eric, invite all the white people you know.
You too, Danny. Bring the Jewish girls. Invite all of them. It's about to get lit.
Yeah, I ain't Shabbos till tomorrow, so you good. Send the invites. I think it's 6 in the morning.
Yo, Rich, people to wake up first. Most people ain't even awake yet.
I know. Jacobus is harassing me to send invites. So.
Don't take that shit from Jacobus.
He did make me moderators.
Well, so bow down to him if that's what you want to do. Go ahead.
I was a moderator in there before any of y'all's asses. I don't even want to hear it.
You know what you gotta tell a girl? You gotta tell her, pass me that thing. And then she gonna be like, what thing? She gonna be like, my thing a lot. Why would she need to pass it to you? Cause that's the whole thing. Well, she gonna be like, oh, that thing a lot. That just sounds ridiculous. They love ridiculous. That's right, Harry. Got that dog in you. Where you go? Get your dog ass back here. You fucking left. He ain't just waste that dog picture. He about to change his name to the dog shit. He's about to wave that 4-5 in a second.
Nah, man, his ass on the. Oh, he did come back. And change his PTR. He did actually change it. We thought you were dipping. Jacobus guessed it. Jacobus like, oh, he's going to change it to a dog. And then there was fourth, not playing well with others.
Oh my gosh. Out of all the damn animals, this one gets this one.
The guy is my pure. That must be a German Shepherd.
It's definitely German.
Motherfucker, Nazi dog. No, this is why we can't have these West Indies motherfuckers in here. Why we only accept the West Africans, I'm just saying.
Oh, that shit's about to stop too.
Shit, I got a room with 3,000 people. I made fucking Solomon an admin. I told him, like, anytime you get sick and tired of people fucking around in here with their mod shit, so you can go in and fucking open a room anytime you want. Because he doesn't want to be, like, linked. That's why he is his own room. Like Solomon space or something. But he's like, I don't want to be attached. Like, my name and shit, get my account banned. I'm like, dude, I got plenty of accounts. Just open a room and invite everybody you want. Because this shit can go up. Oh, we can't have this person in here.
Who killed him?
Jacobus. Because he wouldn't stop raising up Danny. Honestly, just everybody's asleep.
They're not doing anything for Thanksgiving. So you guys aren't doing anything for Thanksgiving.
Waiting about a half hour until the sun starts coming up to drive back 2 hours to home. Because there's a lot of mule deer out tonight, so I don't want to drive up there and fucking total my car. Mule deers are like twice the size of, they're like 50% larger than freaking whitetail bucks. So I don't need hitting a fucking deer right now. Not the way interest rates are on fucking cars right now. Fuck that. Buying shit. Knowledge killed early. What happened to She-Wolf? Oh, he killed her. Was he doing the repeating shit? Like a busted record? What I was saying.
Yo, Eric, I don't appreciate what you did there. You gonna get a military dog and calling us civilians? What?
That was a Nazi dog, bro. German Shepherd and a Nazi dog.
Nah, he was.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he was used to it because it was fights his ass all the years.
People are probably afraid and then just not repeating like he normally does, but just trying to like take over the conversation and like force a particular conversation that I felt like it was fucking our identity. And we like you just
While we were talking about rape.
No, we were talking about people who are products of rape.
Oh, so he's talking about products of rape. Why
No, that's what we were talking about. Remember when we said that this person could call him the N-word? He just kept talking about that over and over. And I would, didn't you say this? Like, and then I would leave and like update my iPhone and come back and he would be like, so she will, and he would bring it up again and then I would leave. And, like,
You talking about dollars?
yes.
That's the only.
And everybody left the room. When you kill the room like that around that time, it was probably like 12 o'clock Eastern. Like, but it's really hard to bring the room back. When you kill it at like fucking midnight East Coast time, it's like we gotta have a good amount of people in here to keep the room going around that time.
That song was good, wasn't it, Danny?
Yeah, it was very cool.
Yeah, I can't sing for shit, but I can write lyrics. I didn't even know I had the ability to write lyrics. I started fucking around with one day. Yeah, well, I write all the
You
lyrics.
cheated. You was AI.
You want to hear? Look, I wrote a poem once.
Oh, really?
What?
Yeah.
You know I'm a poet too.
Lost, never to be found, flying straight through space, making little sound. To the past it goes, nobody knows, discreet as it sounds, soon it will show. Bam, here it goes. Embrace it, don't let it go. Now that it's shown, remember it, for soon it be lost. Traveling through time, lost again, mission unsolved.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I got like 389 songs right now. I went a little crazy with it.
I just wrote that in high school because I was depressed. So I just was like, what should I do with it?
Coach, you ain't gonna compliment nobody. You's an asshole, you dumbass.
You know what? My dog is missing the hoodie. Like, it looks like shit. My dog looks like shit. Do you think AI can make me a good artist if I like put this drawing? Would it like make it better?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Put that image in the AI. See what comes up.
What could I do that's free? Like put an image in that's free.
I don't think ChatGPT can do that. I don't think you can add images for it to see because it can't perceive it.
It's some other drawing chat bot.
Nah, you can have ChatGPT can do
There's a video out there.
Was that it?
it. Can do that.
I heard a white guy talking, so I knew it was Eric talking.
Wow. What was it?
My Kevin is not up in there. What's it called?
Yo, Ford, put your dog picture up. Want me to send you a cool one? I say a cool one, but tell me what you like. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna want a dog with a bell on it. I'm gonna send you a dog with a bell.
I think you could make it for him. Just layer it on top of whatever his picture is now, so he doesn't have to change too much.
Oh, I don't know how to do that. Like, all I know is women. I don't know damn computer technology.
How many women have you been with?
Shit, you know, if I'll say my number is 13. I ain't go past 13. I'm good.
You should make it 18. Like, what are you doing?
What? Hell nah. I'm trying to make 13. You mean 13 in here? That's really what it is. Nah, that's 13 my whole life. That's pretty good.
But 18 is a lucky number, you know?
Hell nah. That's gonna make me a doctor. I ain't trying to be a doctor. Only if it's lucky for you. It's not lucky for everybody.
So are you saying you found your wife, or are you now an incel celibate or something, but voluntary?
Who? I'm celibate, but shit.
Because you
So
said 13.
Yeah, that was the last girl I had was 13.
Oh, I took you too literally, like I was autistic. Okay. I thought you made it seem like that. You met your wife, or?
Oh, I don't know. He's met the multitude of them. He just disregards them after a period of time. Oh, you disrespectful ass nigga. I was just saying, like, my fucking body count is 13. And each one of them, did you not make them your wife for a temporary time being? What's your body count? I give you a decent 9 or 8. It's disrespectful. What? Nigga, if a woman tell me it's disrespectful, that means she got like 37. What'd you say? Now I'm saying, if a woman tell me it's disrespectful, that means she got like 37. if you say just spermatozoa, you mean it's like 2, 3 foot? That means you probably got 6 or 7.
No, it's you know what? My zone's about to call, so I gotta get ready for this plane. So I just divulge all that later.
Holy, he's a priest. That's good. You're not supposed to have a high note, bro. Always remember. You ain't no motherfucker holding.
You go, so all I got to say is fuck your dog, bro.
Huh?
Fuck your dog. Refresh the screen.
Oh, that's cool. That's pretty cool.
Wow. We should have both in the fight.
Yo, make me a Jewish wolf. Make me a wolf. That's Jewish. Do that.
I thought it's a bearded dog, so now we're switching it in.
It's still a dog, though.
It's not a dog.
You a Zebulon, nigga. They not native. You a riches from the tribe of Simeon. I can smell it on you. Yes, he is. That's what he got going for him. That he's from that tribe.
She's from the I got fucking DNA evidence that says I'm a Jew. No.
Is Japheth a tribe?
Yeah.
But it's one of the 12, or is that just the 3?
No, they pronounce Japheth wrong. They pronounce it the way it's spelled.
So,
The black Hebrew thing.
well, I probably do too.
Shem, Japheth, and Ham.
I think I come from all 3, actually. But, I don't know.
Yafet is the one that settled in like the Rhineland in Germany.
Well, the Ashkenazi was not Jewish originally, but not the Ashkenazi population. I think it's just the word that was used had switched.
So Ashkenaz was the people who settled in the Rhineland from Yafet, and they settled in the Rhineland. Yes, and that is the region, just like America. What's the guy's name? The Italian guy, Americas, the America's named after. Yeah, Vespucci. Yeah, the same way that the United States was named after that, the same way that Ashkenaz, the region, the same. That doesn't mean that like Polish people or like sub-Saharan or West African people are Americans. Like, I mean, you can make the claim that you're indigenous. That's fine, but. Yeah, but there's no evidence that shows that Native Americans are Israelites either. No, you can have DNA that proves that you're Native American. I'm not saying that. I said there's no evidence that shows that Native American. Are you talking about specifically how Native Americans came across the Great Land Bridge from Asia? So you're part Asian. I mean, if you're Native American. No, I haven't. Jacobus, did you get your PTR picture? To the back channel.
What's your talking about? Chico?
It's a show with Billy Bosworth on Paramount Plus. It's about like them pumping oil and shit like that. I thought he would have been interested in. But like I literally have my mom's DNA profile and it says Native, like she has a good portion of Native American and it brings it back to the Americas and like has the whole both continents like marked off and there's no Asian DNA. So she's literally Native American with no Asian people.
Yeah, but you're not understanding that Native Americans originated out of Asia.
The first American, not the first Americans, the first people, they look like black and Asian, like the Khoisan.
But there's people in Africa who look like that. Who like look.
That's where they are.
The San people from like southern Africa, they look Asian. Yeah. So, people have those features that don't come from the continent of Asia.
So
Just
you
like
focus
people
on
have dark skin that are not African.
I wanted him to be a black wolf, not a gray wolf. But I accepted it.
You are not a black wolf. You are a gray wolf, if anything. You and your light skin ass Ashkenazis.
He's not light skinned.
He's mixed with them little fat Jews.
But he's still not light skinned.
Yo, she was ask Danny the last memory she has.
No, I'm good.
I think I saw his balls against a white woman's face, and there was a contrast, like a really big contrast.
Jacobus, refresh your screen. Yeah, you just got outdone, Jacobus.
Changing the idea now, so now it's like tough-looking dogs.
Nah, just my dog's more tough than Jacobus' dog. That's all. I like this one better. Hold on. There you go. You puny ass little wolf. Like a real picture, like the first one.
Hey, yo, Jamal, you want to be down? You want a dog? You want to show you got that dog in you? Or you got a cat? Now they got a cat in you. So you can eat it.
Fair enough.
Send that man a dog, Rich. Send that man a dog.
Alright, hold on. That's a perfect one. It can't look like an Egyptian looking one. Hold on. There, it's in your back channel.
It's not work though. Give me a second.
Alright.
What do you think about my PPR though? You still see that? You guys are talking about.
Oh, wait. I'm going to add Jamel in the right outfit, too. Change PTR, Jamel. Cobus, you got ChatGPT?
No.
No?
I had it a couple months ago when I was in school, but that shit was taking too long.
Yeah. That shit's awesome.
It's raining where y'all niggas at.
Nah, it's dry as me.
It's raining like fuck.
It's as dry as Danny was when you were trying to holler at him.
It never rains in Southern California. I forgot I was not at home, and I am not in Southern California. But no, it's not.
She was like, the memory she got of me is my phone. That shit was funny.
You really got to share your mom?
Nah. But I'm glad you think it was mine.
When it comes to DNA, there's only one indigenous group to Europe, which is interesting. Only one haplogroup that's indigenous to Europe, because there's like those three migrations, like the Alpine migration, the Nordic migration, and like a third one, Mediterranean.
Yeah. Alright, Cobus. Here we go.
So are we all aliens or something?
We're all aliens. The alien mothership is coming back for something.
Is that the
Damn,
raptor?
Jamel left. I guess he didn't want to take my PTR again. What's that now, Danny?
I wanted to argue back and forth with him.
Stop.
I sent Jamel PTR, but it's really shit on it. I guess he didn't want to rep that. I sent him a dog. It was an Egyptian looking dog, too.
Are Egyptians Romans or something? Are they connected?
Cleopatra was. She was Greek.
Are you talking about the modern day Egyptians or the Egyptians?
Well, we don't know what the actual.
Because the modern day Egyptians are Ottoman Turks, kind of like all of them. But the ancient Egyptians were down in Kenya. So those people in Kenya are the descendants of the ancient Egyptians. The Copts, which we call Coptic.
That's interesting.
Yeah, the Ottoman Turks forced them out of Egypt down in Kenya, and the Ottoman Turks kind of took over and they're bred with certain groups over there.
Come on, app. Please wait 3 minutes. Mother. App. Hey, Jacobus. Which one do you think of our two dogs would win in a fight? set up some pit fight.
You looking like that girl from TLC, yo. What's her name? The one Usher used to go out with?
Chili?
Yeah. You looking like Chili, yo.
There you go.
I need to get back to that place. Only thing I like about that picture is how like sweet my face.
Alright, you tell us between my dog and your dog, which one's winning a fight? Be fresh.
Some people are lovers and some people are fighters.
Nah, I'm gonna sick my motherfucker on your ass.
I'm never had a fight.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't want to fight nobody. I want Dad to look at me like, you nasty, you.
I don't really argue with y'all on here no more like that. 'Cause I like to fight, and all y'all do is make me want to fight, and I can't fight you guys.
I would try to make
I
y'all
don't
want to
argue with y'all no more.
Did you come and say I'm trying to make y'all fuck?
He said.
Senate fights.
My phone on 9%, and I gotta go home in 10 minutes. And my man just said, "Yo, one of y'all gotta stay to 9." I said,
Yeah,
I do, right? But now my coworker was like, "One of y'all gotta stay to 9." I said, "Man, I'll stay." I want to charge my phone.
Charge your phone.
I would charge it till 9, nigga. That's gonna be enough good time to charge this phone. Yo, Frank, you changed, nigga. You're not the same no more, Frank.
Nah, you know what she say, you change.
You know what? Now I'm gonna pick the picture where we look like twins. Since you won't ruin it, I'm gonna put my own twin picture.
You know, I need to watch the From season finale, and I don't. Maybe I wasn't paying attention like that. 'Cause I'm like, okay, so the lady with the two kids, what's her name?
I want to say it was Miranda. Is it Miranda or that's
Okay, whatever her name is. So she, the old weird guy, she was his mom.
Yeah, a reincarnation of Victor's mother.
No, Victor's mother.
And she got ate up by Smiley.
Something about that.
Nah, she did. Smiley.
Go with check back now.
Where'd you get that from?
Remember, when she went in the little, what you call it, not dungeon, but the stairwell down where the girl was in there with the belly. She started seeing a vision when she touched Victor, and she saw the nigga Jade. That's a Jade is the Indian dude.
The gay dude?
Yeah,
He's not Indian.
he don't look Indian. The Indian dude.
No, he don't look Indian to me. Are you talking about the gay dude that's always in the bar?
Yeah,
She got there in the car accident with his boyfriend died?
yeah, that one.
Okay, that motherfucker don't look Indian. But anyway, so he was who? Who was he?
He used to be Christopher, and the guy with the puppet.
they told them that they would live forever because they sacrificed the kids, right? So it's quote unquote live forever.
Yeah.
Okay, I got that much. But I didn't know who the fuck Jade was. And I kind of figured that Miranda was Victor's mom in a past life, but I wasn't too sure.
I'm thinking it's either that or she the sister.
That shit was weird. I gotta watch it.
I'm telling you, this is a work of art. The way they made from, that shit was a work of fucking art, dude.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah. The only thing is, it like, you know, when something builds up for a long time to get good at the end, that's how it's better like season one, the whole season was pretty much good. This nigga. Season 3 took it took a long time to get good, but it was.
I waited a whole year for that second season. I mean that third season.
And now we gotta wait till 2026.
That's so fucking evil. They better only be doing that because the effort and time it takes to make a new episode. But if they doing that to wait for a renewal, nah.
No,
Let's make that shit.
they gotta write a bullshit. They gotta write this shit. They gotta film it. It's gonna take a while to film that shit.
Oh, it take
They
that.
gotta edit it. It's not like they just be like, okay, you're gonna make a new season. Okay, now we're done. No, it's not.
Then why you gotta be a bitch ass? I got everybody in here.
You don't got nobody in here, bro.
I got Danny in here. I had like a couple people earlier.
We
You
just
say
had
to
20
me, look.
people in here at this time.
He said he was gonna get 200 people. He only got one spectre Jewish girl who's married and a motherfucker.
We just had like 30 or 40 people come through here.
Jacobus, Lady, Brad Brown, we be having like 20 people in here in the middle of the night.
But all your Cobus was talking about was his balls on some white girl's face.
No, it wasn't. She said that was the memory that she had of me. And that's a beautiful memory. I want you to always have that memory of me. So just in case.
Your Cobus, check your back channel. Look at that image.
Let me look at that.
Oh, you don't like it. Trust me.
It better be my balls for AI off the leg.
Nah, you wait.
Oh, I like that one.
Oh, I know you can. Put it on your PTR.
Hold on, I'm flirting with this married woman. I'm saying that.
You gotta show off my artwork, you Cobus.
I'm about to right now. She looks cute though. It look like me and her share some of the same genes. I don't like that. Picture left. There we go. Heard that. Got that dog.
Yo, what up, Jacob? Good morning, everyone.
Hey,
Nice to speak to y'all.
we
Yo,
get
what's up with
got
the dog? Yo, where the dog came from? I saw this artist painted a gold version of that same dog. I was like, what's that?
I saw you know
this version of it.
Alright, it's so crazy. The dog is known for being the chill dog. Meaning like no matter what situation he's in, he's chilling.
I like it.
And it's crazy. It represents chillism too.
Chilling. Exactly.
That's crazy. And it came out the right era, right time. Oh, you got your shit seen up? Let me see. Oh shit. Yeah.
That's my mom, but
That's ancestry though?
it's my mom, it's not mine. So like when you look at it, it say European Jew, 3%. European Jewish, 3%. And that little marker is orange. So when you look on the map, for that orange marker, that shit is here. Y'all
Yeah, because our ancestors got kicked out of Spain for leaving the gates open or something. That's what I heard somebody say.
Okay, so then you see the Native Americans right? And it's green, and then it's like all of it. Central, North, and South America is green. But my mom's not Asian though. She doesn't have any Asian DNA somehow, but she's Native American.
Oh no, Rich said that it was gonna show up Asian.
But I'm like y'all too. I'm good Christian Ashkenazi. I'm just like you guys. It's my Israeli PTR.
Welcome to the tribe.
Well, she has to be accepted of the tribe first, right? You have to do all of this ceremonial rites and same thing Tali did. The same thing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You have more times to be a Jew. It's okay. She won't. Sorry.
3% not enough. Okay.
Have you seen that show Orange is the New Black?
I never finished it, but I saw a few of the seasons. I never saw like the end.
There's
I
a
never
guy
saw
that
that too.
there's a guy that's a neo-Nazi, and he found out he was 3% Jewish, so he became a Jew.
Mm-hmm. 3%?
She woke in the episode. One episode, it was this woman. She
And I thought mine was 3%.
She wanted to become Jew. She wanted to become Jew, right? First, it was only because you have like the benefits of eating milk. It said you eat everything halal. Then afterwards,
You don't have to be Jewish to be kosher.
she was in prison.
Oh, she wanted the kosher diet, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So that's what she was doing it for initially, and then afterwards, she like really got into it. And then she converted. Just like that.
Which one was that? Was that
It was the black woman. The kind of big, heavy temple.
Oh, okay.
Yo, I tell you this. So yesterday, something told me that if I check my mom's results, is going to be ready on Ancestry, right? I don't see this shit. I said, fuck it. You show me your shit, and I look at mine, and I'm like, yo, why the fuck they saying her shit's gonna be ready in 2 days? I'm like, oh shit. Whenever I get an instinct, that shit always like, oh crap. Oh fuck. I take that. I'm gonna take that back.
Yeah, my mom got she got more European than fucking African. She got Iberian Peninsula.
Yeah, that's like Spain, Portugal,
Yeah, she got accent. She got fucking England and Wales and fucking Scandinavian. She got all kind of European shit.
She got everything I got. Like I was looking at it, she basically got everything I got.
My mom's in it's like it's weird, man. Like they break like I did my mom's, but I didn't do my dad's. I gotta do my dad's. My mom's, I look at my uncle, same mom, same dad, my uncle and my mom, but the gene expression is different, bro. That's the tricky part about it.
That's not surprising. She has Ireland, Scotland, Wales, which I don't know why they put all three of those together. That's weird.
Did the same thing for me too. That's how they didn't break down the Caribbean. Yep.
You know why we have that? Because we got the fucking came from a British colony and they was fucking us up. Great Britain. They got Great Britain by itself and then they got Ireland, Scotland, Wales together. That's weird. Europe Ivory Coast, Ghana. 10% Benin, Togo. 9% Cameroon, Congo. And then like 2% Nigeria, 3% Mali. All is Scandinavian, Iberian Peninsula, Europe, South Europe, West, European Jewish. Oh wait, she got Bantu also. Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Great Britain. Again, this shit weird.
I got all those shit. Everything you just said.
I'm not surprised.
I ain't gonna front though. Since they did the update, I deleted my results. I sent my mother's, and once my mother's come back, I'm sending mine again.
Wait, you said they're gonna do an update and what?
No, because they did the update, and now I was like, because say like when you do your DNA, if you look at the chromosome separation, they're able to tell you that there were certain chromosomes they couldn't read, because I guess there wasn't enough saliva. So I deleted it, sent my mother results, and then once her results is in, I'm going to send mine.
I wanna do it, but I'm scared they're gonna sell my information.
You can tell them not to. They ask you. Remember, this is the difference between 23andMe. 23andMe, they didn't ask you and they sold it.
Okay.
They ask you and they don't sell it unless you say so.
Who is it?
Ancestry.
I'm just fucking do what they say. But then again, they also. I'm a simple hat person. I felt like they could figure out all kind of shit about you. Make some type of fucking disease to kill us.
Mine was hacked. I was part of the hack where they hacked like 1 billion users that were Ashkenazi and Han Chinese.
You said you got hacked.
23andMe, the week of October 7th, they got hacked, and it was like really scary because it's like October 7th happened, and then they like stole like a million users' DNA, and it was weird because it was only Ashkenazi and Han Chinese.
And you said you did 23andMe also.
Yeah, and they were selling all the names and the lists on the black market, and I don't know what they want to do with it.
Okay, bro. What if I do it and I don't put like my real name?
You could do that. My friend, the one I was telling you about, in Arizona, I don't think she put her real name.
But I want to know who I'm related to.
Yeah, so you should put it there. Because, like, I'm looking at my mom's shit, and they saying DNA analyzed, so update the results. That's all I'm waiting on that. All her sisters, they got Sephardic and Ashkenazi, Puerto Rico, and, like, Spain, Baz, Portugal, North African. Like, that's the shit they got. So now, my mom's about to finally get her shit done. And I'm sending mine. I got the box in the house already. So once I see her results, then I'm sending mine.
Okay, and this one my mom did. This is Ancestry. This is not very scary.
Yeah, Ancestry is the go one. That's the go one.
Okay, I'm gonna do Ancestry.
Because remember, they got a bigger system. So they got more of a reach than 23andMe and MyHeritage. See, I started off thinking that me and my mother just had the Ashkenazi. But then when her sisters had the Sephardic and the Ashkenazi, I said, wow, hell no. You can send in your fucking results now, nigga. I took her spit, Sitting that shit out mad fast.
I felt like I wasted my money when it came back 99% Ashkenazi.
No, that's good. See, what you don't realize is that because you did the fucking test, all those people who have like was DNA from you go way back to the Inquisition, because of you, they able to trace all that back.
No disrespect, but I feel like nobody is 99% I feel like that is so rare and weird for anybody to be that close to 100%
I think it could be like how they gauge it. So like you're right, but some populations like Somalis or like Irish or like they have like very like 100%.
True. How long have you people been in the United States? How many generations?
Since 1900, some 1880.
And both your parents are Jewish?
Yeah.
What was the other 1%?
I think distant Africa and like Greek for some reason through my mom.
Africa is crazy.
She ain't got no Africa in her? You ain't got no Africa in her?
She said distant Africa.
Oh shit. She probably got 1%.
Yeah, I think that's like really like a lot like when people ended up in Egypt, maybe before Israel, you know.
Yeah.
Will they be in Egypt at one point?
And then when you do the ancestry, you can see the pattern, like the time frame of like when all of the began mixing. Good morning, y'all. What's up? Oh, look who it is. It's the Chicken Man. He ain't that tight, you know what it is? Look. No, it's not. It's not. You don't see, look at my arm.
He's in the woods. It's gonna protect him. To protect him from the ticks.
Yes, I'm scared of ticks. What up, Lion? If they bite you, you got Lyme disease forever.
Good morning, Lion. How you doing, my brother?
What's up, my brother? Peace.
I'm chilling, bro.
He said peace be upon you. Like he was. I whoop your ass if you tell that man.
You see my PCR, Lion? This is the woman, or this is the girl that's gonna play Juliet in the new Romeo and Juliet.
They just making fun of that. Right?
It's crazy, bro. This is the dude who plays Spider-Man. He's gonna play Romeo, and she's gonna play Juliet.
Nah, that makes sense though. I don't know if you've seen the other Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah.
That one. You remember how they had the black dude playing Mercutio?
It's just a scratch. The dude with the bag in the grass.
You got that.
It's just a scratch.
She-Wolf. The person who did that is Boyd from From. Romeo and Juliet we talking about? That was Boyd in that joint. This is crazy, yo. He been active for years, yo. She remind me of the black girl in what you call that movie? Bronx Tale. Bronx Tale. Yeah. She got a dog face.
All the atheists in the room was like, "Oh my God, she's beautiful." Everyone was saying, "Don't do that." And afterwards, they were saying, "She just looks weird because she doesn't have any makeup. She would put on makeup and she would fix this correction and that correction. Probably she looks beautiful."
She will. You look 100,000 times better than her. Stop saying that. There's nothing beautiful about her. She's ugly. She has strong features in her face. You see, this is the atheism. That's the atheism.
She got a strong face. That's what I'm saying.
Like a rock. Wow.
I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying she's ugly as well. I want to say
Why wouldn't we say it? You know how many girls called us ugly when we was kids, nigga?
But it's like, when you think about it, like, why are they having this girl play Juliet? Like, what's the storyline going to be about? What?
You know what it is?
He's an established actor.
They can't explain the race. They can't explain the hatred in the family between the Montesquieu's and the Capulets without racism.
Who is this girl?
That's the Capulet.
She's somebody.
That's Juliet Capulet. Or was she a Montague? She looked like she eat pussy.
You're talking shit about this woman? She's beautiful.
You see? What the fuck is wrong with you? No, she Jewish. Danny, you look beautiful. I see your picture. I would kiss the curvatures on your face.
Look,
I'm not kissing the curvatures on that dog face right there.
that guy doesn't look that great. You
Oh,
know,
we ain't looking at that nigga.
Like this picture, this sketch.
I think she's beautiful because she looks like she has no makeup on, but she probably does have some makeup.
That's crazy. I don't think she realized that's how she sounds.
Like that is a perfect picture of Ebony.
This is why I spit on a woman's butt. Because it makes sense to them somehow. It's okay, Lan. You can be freaky. You a chicken man. You a fucking chicken man, nigga. You gonna cut a throat of a turkey today, Lan? No, it's Thanksgiving.
The card is like, when we was giving our raises, Charlie was saying, "Hey, look at her jaw." We was like, "Look at her jaw. Her jaw is wide. Her jaw is bigger than Tom Holland's jaw." And it was like, "Oh, what are you talking about? Look at this white woman's jaw. You can't say this." Then afterwards, it was like, "Okay, look at her forehead. Right? Look at her eyes being separated. Look at her protruding forehead. Look at her nose. Nose bridge just real short and all this other stuff." We started making all these other features. Charlie kept on taking this one feature and saying, "Look at this white woman with this one feature." No, I told Charlie, show us a white woman with all all the features. All of them.
It's her teeth, her receding gums, and her fucking chin. And her dog-like cheeks. I could deal with the forehead. I could look past the eyebrows. It's the motherfucking dog cheeks, the receding gums in the teeth, and the chin. Right there.
I don't know. She must be very talented, or it was so everyone would just say what they say about.
No, because Disney wants to, get behind it.
I think she looks better in the She-Wolf picture. I think she is like beautiful, but like I don't think like she's the what word am I looking for? I don't think she's like when you think of like a feminine fake bitch. That's not what comes to my mind, right?
But when you think about Julia, that doesn't tell me anyone.
I don't know. Man, this
She
one
looks
is
like
losing. Some crazy story you're forced to read in school.
No, she looked like a basketball player. There's nothing attractive about that woman. Like, I think we need to be honest with ourselves. Since we were children, the image of beauty and the standard has been white women. From the dolls, to the novelas, to the beauty pageants.
It's
Yes,
wrong.
Huh?
That's wrong, though. It doesn't mean it's right. Like, my friend that's black, we were at work, and there was a white girl, like 4 years old or 3 or 2, with a black doll. And my friend said, white girl, why do you have a black doll or something? But, like, I don't think they think about it. The girl probably just picked it out.
You know what, though? I don't think the Bible ever lied. When it says that this part of the town or place or country had fairer women, more prettier women, it wasn't lying. It wasn't lying at all. And now we have come to the conclusion that in this era we feel everyone can be pretty. Everyone can be tall. Anyone could be a woman or a man. And in reality, we are saying the ugly people are not ugly. The pretty people are not pretty. It's all subjective. But my dick don't get hard for everybody. Yeah, that was it. It's true though, we don't want our kids. I ain't gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that at all. But we gotta stand for people. And Sally, it is like
Yeah, I don't think that the young lady is ugly. I'm just criticizing the role. Maybe she might do a good. Maybe she might do a good job portraying Juliet. Who knows?
you think she attractive?
But someone that likes a woman that displays like androgynous features, yeah, but that's not me.
Yeah, that's not me either. And my thing is, if it is for somebody, who are these niggas? Who the fuck want that?
Dude that like to get roughed up, and they doing the like the nasty. You want to wrestle with this girl?
I think a very masculine man.
Wants a very masculine woman.
Maybe they think she's like really talented and they love her personality and some people
That's what I'm saying.
Some people like that's their taste. That's what they love. Like everyone has a different standard of beauty.
Oh hell no! God just told me what they doing. Remember back in the day, we was in school and they said the target audience.
Yeah.
They got her there for a target audience.
That's what I said that last night, bro. Like, this is gonna be the white man saving, dying for the black woman. To let white people know that, hey, feel bad about being white.
See,
that's the goal.
If we believe Danny, and like remember when I said that back in the day, they made sure the Barleys was white, the Bellas, the pretty patches, beautiful white women, cool, right? But now when you look at it, what if they doing that now? They say, look, let's put the black image as beautiful. I don't know if that's what they doing. And if they doing that, are they lying? Like, what the fuck? I'm not used to that shit yet.
I think we need to start a new room up shortly. Like none of the regulars are here right now. It's Thanksgiving. I'm going to the in-laws.
Shit,
and you know what's crazy? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Nah. My kids are just coming to me, so they about to eat.
I was talking to this girl yesterday. She needed help opening up this locker. I helped her, and I was like, okay, I'm going to charge you like some turkey, and some mashed potatoes, and stuffing after Thanksgiving. She was like, that's a foreign holiday for me. I'm like, oh, shit. Bro, in Miami, you got hardly no people that's like, like American. Oh, everyone from some other part of the world, man. I was like that. And she looks like a New York Jew. She has that nose, all that. I'm like, I'm from Venezuela. I came here not too long ago. I was like, oh, that's fine.
Nah, that's shit. I know, I wish I could find me a black family that makes straight black food, red rice, sausage, all that shit. My mom's making a Puerto Rican style of black food. Yeah,
I'm going to the in-laws, man. They're gonna have a Haitian Thanksgiving.
Oh. I don't know why I thought you married an Asian girl. It was Haitian.
It's just, yeah.
That's how I was like, oh, shit. Now that makes sense.
Just like knowledge, bro. Knowledge wife is Haitian. My wife is Haitian.
Yeah,
that dude won't be like me so bad.
They all over Florida, right?
Hey, South Florida specifically. But yeah, Florida and New York.
You know, Pope is Haitian, right?
No, she's FBA, bro. Her parents are.
She said one of her parents Haitian.
Oh, for real?
In the room, they was talking about it. And I was like, that's what I always said. I said, she look Haitian.
She do, though.
Like, the Haitians got the, no disrespect, but the Haitians got the pretty monkey black face. Pretty monkey black face. That girl right there, in that picture, that is not the pretty, that's the fucking wild gorilla face from West Africa. That's just pretty.
You don't like West African women?
No. I like them white. Not because I'm racist, but because a part of me has a lot of white in me and like it wants to come out. Inside.
If I was Chinese, I'd probably be into a Chinese man. I don't.
See, but you different. You got the exotic white girl look, because you're Jewish. So you look like, a little different.
Hey, y'all. This morning.
Hey, Grandpa.
What's going on, man? Not
Chilling.
chilling. It's cold here, man.
Yeah. It is cold. It's been cold this week.
We haven't ran any calls, but we ran one call last night, a wreck, really bad wreck last night we ran. But this morning's been really quiet. Hope it stays that way.
Any rain?
Thank you Hallmark, my brother. Ain't Hallmark.
We're the disaster trauma team, rescue team, search and rescue team here in my state. Actually, 3 states: Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma. But it's been rather quiet. We haven't taken the disaster unit out yet, 31 foot. So we haven't been asked to go code red yet with all of this gang stuff going on. The gangs took over Tennessee last week and Trinidad.
Like, they took a part of Tennessee.
I got people on the ground there, producers for my talk show are on the ground there, and 2 there. We're still fighting with North Carolina. FEMA left North Carolina set up down there, left all those people to die, and they're not helping them, they're not feeding them, they're not giving them first aid supplies, they're refusing volunteers. Our volunteers tried to get in, they wouldn't let them in, and our guards stopping everyone. We got people dying in 6 states over there. Can't get any help. FEMA's not helping anybody at all. It's terrible.
And that's North Carolina.
Yeah, that's North Carolina. Not so bad in Orlando. Not as bad in Orlando, but I've been raising hell with the sheriff there and the provost marshals, and I flew down there. I've got a plane. A friend of mine's got a plane to fly. I'm a pilot. We flew down there and talked to them, and then I tried to get 3 helicopters in. They wouldn't let us land. FEMA's ripped it. I'm gonna tell y'all need to get on this thing, man. You need to get on this thing. FEMA is ripping off millions and millions and millions and millions of fucking dollars, man, from those people. You know, and they're not doing shit, man. They brought in 350 RVs and mobile homes, dropped them on 1,000 acres, and guess what? It's for the FEMA employees. It's not for the people.
What are the FEMA employees doing?
Nothing. Just walking around with their fucking hands in their pocket. And I'm like, what the hell are you guys even here for? Oh, well, we got a $92 million grant, to be here. We have to be here, It's sometimes it takes 90 days to get things going. I said, look, you idiot, you fat ass. We've got people on the mountain, children starving to death. Well, it takes time to get our vehicles in here, and it takes time to file the paperwork and everything. But I said, look, shut up, you idiot. And they won't let the people help the people. They won't let the neighbors help the neighbors. They're like, you can't bring food in. It has to be certified by us. You can't bring first aid supplies in. It has to be certified by FEMA. And that might take 30 days.
Interesting. That's crazy.
What do y'all think about this bureaucratic bullshit?
Honestly, I find it
Seriously.
Sounds like unbelievable. Yeah.
It's true. Some of y'all know me here. It's true. And it's eating me up. It's just eating me up. I mean, people had like $150,000 home, sleeping in a tent with their kids in the front yard. And FEMA comes by and they're like, oh, we'll give you guys a space heater. No, we have to make it a wood stove, I guess. How long? And then they give them $650, some of them, right? Here's $650 check. One guy waited 4 weeks for his $650 check. Yet FEMA got $52 million in grant money. You guys have got to make this go viral. You have to look into it. You have to, please. We got to help these people. They've lost everything. There's babies floating down the street next to junk cars that were floating down the street. We got people buried in mud 20 feet deep there. They're not even going to dig them out. They're just going to leave them in there.
Yeah. Doesn't that remind you of like Louisiana?
Yeah. I was in Katrina. I was in Katrina when our government blew up the freaking dam. I was there. Yeah. They wanted to get rid of some black folks, man. The some of the white guys at the National Guard, some of the special ops guys were down there like, yeah, we're going to exterminate some niggas down here, man. It's going to blow that fucking levee up, and we're going to run that water down there. We're going to drown all these motherfuckers. I was like, dude, are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy? Are you insane? And he's like, haven't you heard, man? We're going to depopulate New Orleans, man. We're going to depopulate this fucking state. I'm like, oh my God. It is crazy, but it's true. I was special ops. I'm the director for the Federation of Police, Fire, and Emergency Medical Disaster Respite Trauma Team, Search and Rescue Team. I'm the director. Wow. So, I'm everywhere. We're everywhere. I got 4 crews. We're trying to get more volunteers right now, but it's been really hard. Nobody wants to volunteer these days. It's like not like the 70s and 80s when everybody
People are lazy, man. People are lazy, bro.
Yeah, they are. They're like, how much do we get? How much do we get paid? I have been paid 10 years. It's a volunteer organization. What's a volunteer organization?
That's why I tell the atheists, man, the church would always win. Because the church, those are like the big volunteer. People don't get it. You need it.
I know. People, you know what? We can't even get people at the churches to volunteer for the food pantries anymore. Yeah. And the clothing, the clothing pantry. I went in the clothing pantry down at the church that I started working at, and the clothing pantry, they had all the clothes thrown in the floor, like we used to do in college. You just chuck your underwear in the floor, throw your shit everywhere. And I said, do you think we want poor people? Do you think that these people are any lesser than us? Don't you think we should honor these people by hanging these fucking clothes on a hanger and putting them on a rack? And they go, oh, well, we didn't really think about it that way. Am I crazy, or is it just me? What is it? I don't know. And and the food generation,
that's all it is.
It is. It really is. I'm just frustrated, people. I'm frustrated. I really am. I'm frustrated with the goddamn chemtrails. I'm frustrated with the forever chemicals, 143,000 forever chemicals. I'm frustrated with, Harris being dog drunk. I saw her yesterday making a speech.
You saw the video?
Man, this bitch couldn't run a 7-Eleven. She fucked up a 7-Eleven, man. She couldn't manage a 7-Eleven, man. I said, it's crazy. Just insane stuff. And did you see her? We just all have to be happy, and we just have to all keep our hearts about us and reach out to the people as best we can, and we have to keep love in our hearts. Oh my God! And now she's running for governor of California. Are y'all ready to vote? Mr. Davenport.
I think she'll do a good job running that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I go after you. I want to ask you something a little different.
Well, I was saying I think she'll do a good job.
Hey, Killer. Okay. Yeah, what's going on? Mr. Davenport, there's a new study going out saying about health benefits, and I was wondering if you could give me an input. They saying that like a daily dose of cunnilingus is healthy for the male experience and body. I would have to agree 100%. They should bottle that stuff and sell it. Do you have any?
It's called a foot massage.
You're a freak. I like this. I could use a little cunnilingus right now myself.
Oh yeah. That's what Thanksgiving's all about.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, man. Great. As Buck says, great. I did a good talk show last night.
Word.
Oh, I want to tell y'all something before I pass away here with this cancer. I found out something last night that blew my mind so hard, the top of my head flew off and flew into the bathroom, and I fell out of my chair backwards. I was like, I learned something last night that is so profound and so unbelievable and incomprehensible that when I tell you all this, you're probably going to just block me from the room. But I got proof.
I want to know. I'm gonna tell it to a special lady.
How? Okay, I want y'all to listen now. You're going to block me. I promise you're going to block me. How many of you have read the Greek? Before pre-Hebrew, pre-Dead Sea Scroll, how many of y'all have got into the Greek language of over almost 500,000 words opposed to 8,000 words in Hebrew? How many of y'all have looked at the Greek and talked to some Greek scholars and gone to the Greek analogies of the history of Christianity?
I haven't, but my husband is a Greek and I am a Jew. And he burned down my temple, and we have Hanukkah to remember that.
Let me tell you what I learned last night, and then you guys go do the research yourself, and you're going to fall out of your fucking chair backwards onto the floor with a cardiac arrest. Jesus was a pedophile.
What?
Jesus was a pedophile. I have over 10,000 pages of Greek talking about his pedophilia with children, bring the little children near, blah, 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 with little children. When he was caught in the Garden of Gethsemane, he was caught with a little naked boy.
He wasn't naked.
This is why Jesus was, yeah, it's in the
No, it
Greek.
isn't. It says the soldier grabbed a hold of the young man, which it means a man who is not married. It doesn't mean a child. It says that he was sitting there with the man, the young man. He grabbed his clothes.
Stop. I'm moving you down. Sorry for that. Finish, Keller. I just want to hear what you have to say before you get interrupted. Rich, he can't control himself. Continue.
But anyway, you read the Greek. Don't listen to me. Read the Greek. I'll put the.
What you were saying now? He was doing what? And he was doing what? What happened now?
Pharmacopoeia was really big, and psychedelics were big in first century Christianity. Everybody was high on something, okay? And they had several ways of inserting the psychedelics. It's all in the Greek, man. This is so heavy in the Greek, it's just everywhere, man. It's everywhere. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody was high. Everybody was high on psychedelics, man, like DMT, ayahuasca, whatever, DMT, ayahuasca, psilocybin, and then there's like 4 other major drugs they were taking. This was the in thing in first century Christianity that the Catholic Church took out because they didn't want people to know the truth.
Egyptians had Adderall so they could make those pyramids?
There's a major dispute, major debate over alien intervention with the pyramids and so forth and so on, and how they got everything so geometrically perfect and calculatively perfect. So we still don't know. I personally do not believe that aliens built the pyramids. I don't know how they got the technologies. Huh?
Do you think it was the Jews?
Well, Khazarian or Jesuit or Jews. I mean, there's 3 different forms of Jews: Khazarians and then Jesuits.
It could have been the Jesuits because this was before Jesus, right? Or
yeah, Jesuits aren't Jews, bro. Jesuits are Christians.
Right. Yeah.
But I think that the pyramids are before the religions, right?
No, not necessarily. But but mostly so, yes, mostly so. Did they go in Egypt? Pyramids are all over the world. Pyramids are all over the world, by the way. Pyramids are all over the
You're
world.
talking about the ones in Egypt.
No, maybe not.
Yeah.
It's 2,600 years ago, so that would be before Jesus, right? But
Yes,
the
yes.
Hebrew calendar's on like 5,000 or something.
Right, something like that. But I beg you all to go look at the Greek. I beg you all to look at the Greek. I beg you. I mean, it is. Let me tell you something. This is mind blowing. I always knew that the King James version of the Bible was bullshit. Okay, I always knew that. And when I talk about this, people get mad, hang up, pull their hair, and kick their feet, stop, and scream, and yell, and holler, and bitch. The King James Bible was just total fiction, just complete and utter fiction. But yet people still are brainwashed to it. Their mindset, you can't break them out of that mindset, you know. The Catholic Church, Council of Nicaea, Constantine, Constantinople, and then King James comes in. Translations are so bad. I mean, just so bad. And of course, the translations come with bias for the left, we would say, or for the elite, for the politically involved, for the lords, the kings, the princes, politico, and power. And the Catholic Church removed, the Ethiopian Bible has 88 books. It's the original Ethiopian Bible, has 88 books, and they kept the book of Enoch. The Christians got rid of the book of Enoch. They got rid of the secret book of Paul, the secret book of Mary. They don't want to talk about the extraterrestrial intervention in Genesis. Preachers won't even touch that when it says, do we want them to be like us? In Genesis, if you'll read it, do we want them to be like us? Read that in Genesis. And then look at Ezekiel.
They took up books of the Protestant Bible as well too. What are you talking about?
Yes, they did. Of course, we have 9 versions, pitiful versions of the Bible, New Age versions. We have 9 really pitifully translated. This is like trying to translate.
Listen, hear me out. This is what you're talking about. You're talking about a canonized Bible, right? Like people canonize their version of the Bible.
Well,
so Ethiopia, they have the Bible.
Of course.
Yeah, Solomon and I were actually talking about opening a room with David. He's hard to tell you. So maybe we should do that. We can listen to you in the chat crying.
You want me to help you? I'll help you, bro.
Faggot ass.
Yeah.
In Solomon can open a room.
Yeah. Do that.
You watch
I'm
your
gonna help you.
raggedy ass mouth, nigga.
I can't move.
Why are you mad at Tali?
No, he's just being weird. He's a spoiled kid who can't get his way.
Is she even here?
Yeah, he's right here.
No, I said I
He
think
wants to
she's
get us
sleeping. I don't even think she's been here all the.
What you don't understand is
Seriously.
they like to break Tali. They like to belittle her. They like to talk down on her, and she doesn't fight back. And it's horrible. Horrible.
Look where you going.
Yeah, I like Tali.
Because you're a good woman, Danny. You're a good woman. See how you said fuck Tali? No, we will not fuck Tali. We love Tali.
I hope you're talking about the Taliban, right?
Hey, why fuck you COVID? What the fuck I do? You lucky I was in Galaxy to choose with the group.
The issue is this, man, with this guy. He wants to be a part of the conversation, but he's always at work. He has a loud mic. His background is super loud. He's annoying because he interrupts people in the middle of them talking. And he wants to be a part, but he just doesn't want to perform. I can't help that. He has to figure that out on his own. All the running you want to do. Alright, why the room got so quiet? What the hell? Maybe we need to open up a new. It's about that time. Because you rule the room like usual. Yes.
Can I put the C4 in the room, in this room?
The C4? Yeah.
The bomb will go off in 13 seconds.
Hold on, let me make the blue room. Wait, give me some. Let me make the room first. Hold up.
Yep.
Chillism. I'll just put Thanksgiving. Alright. Do your 13 seconds, my brother.
13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. I make you moderator. 1.
Fuck you, Cobus.
Ugh. Really? You're a faggot.
People that hate him.
I have heard him lecture on the Bible, and I've not been impressed.
But he's not lecturing. I mean, this is the type of approach that I like, which is from a philosophical perspective. But he's not lecturing from a religious perspective.
Yeah, but philosophically, he's pretty thin too. I think. I mean, he did a debate with Slavoj Žižek, who Žižek I think is super smart, and I mean, he looked dumbfounded when Žižek, who's an atheist, talked about the Bible, talked about religion, talked about I mean, it's interesting. This atheist understood Christianity a lot more than I think Peterson does. I mean, I think I mean, look, I like Peterson's Jungian stuff. I mean, I think, and the Jungian stuff paired with some of the Nietzsche stuff I find interesting. So that's the stuff I find salutary about the guy. I think they're I mean, just he has these things that Eve in the garden just shows how women are overly sentimental and ruin their children and all this stuff. It's just, I mean, just strange. Just very, very, very strange reflections on the biblical text, but that's fine.
Scott, what are your vocational pursuits? Are you a podcaster? Are you like a beta man's on being?
I'm a professional lesbian chaser.
Yeah.
I just chase lesbians around. No, I'm an ordained minister. I've been a professor. I do podcast production. I have a couple. I'm a beta male. I am. Yeah, I'm a beta male. I'm sometimes, Issa is so attractive though, sometimes she gets my testosterone level up to where I'm almost
for sure
male, when I give my pickup lines to her, but
yeah, she's got the milkshake for sure.
Her milkshake brings all the right-wing people to the yard. Her milkshake kicks all the immigrant undocumented out the yard, all the undocumented out the yard.
My God, yeah. Scotty is one of the guys that I know since the very beginning.
He's just the best. He's
always been this guy.
Do you remember that one woman that my friend Mac hated you and said you were like a fascist?
Who? Friend who?
This one Mac, she's a black woman, and she said you were like a fascist.
Yeah, the German girl. Yeah, she hated me.
Yeah, I'm she's not a fascist. I think.
Yeah, she's just a lefty. She hated everything that I said. And Scotty was in love with her. Yeah, he loves all the libtards.
Not all of them. I mean, look, Issa, you have my heart. You know that. I should have mailed you my ballot. So
I told you that if your love were true, you had to vote for Trump. But you didn't.
Yeah, so this girl is she loves Trump. She's black, she's 40. She's smoking hot. She's and she's big into Trump.
Well, I want a report after you meet her. Let's hope that maybe she can get you to settle down.
Maybe I'll settle down. I'll start voting Republican.
Sorry, I haven't taken any pics.
Yeah, maybe you need to have babies.
Maybe. Are you gonna have babies someday?
I don't know. It'll happen whatever will happen. If God sends me a good man, and he still arrives on time, then yes. If not, well, it's because it was not meant to be. I don't want to stress about it.
How old are you, Isa?
Ah.
You can give a range if you don't want to get specific, or you can tell me the fuck up.
14.
You're 14?
Yeah, 14. No, not 14. What do you mean 14?
Issa, that's how old this girl is that I'm talking to. She's 40. So it's a little old for me. Usually I don't go that old, but.
That old.
Well, 14's the perfect time to start having babies.
14?
In West Virginia, it is.
Oh,
You know what the
God,
number
we're
one?
going way too far on the other
Do you know what
side.
the number one determination in America for voting for Trump or not for white people was?
What?
Education. If you had a college degree or higher and were white, you overwhelmingly went for Trump. And if you weren't college educated, overwhelmingly, or when you went against Trump, if you had a college degree or higher, and if you didn't have a college degree, overwhelmingly, you were a Trump supporter.
I think that's bullshit.
No,
I mean, I don't think
demographically,
that's the case.
it is the case, yeah.
Well,
That
the
makes
only
sense.
thing is because people are like, I mean, people that have gone to school, they are the ones that are even more
Yeah,
brainwashed
totally.
Now that might be true. I'm not saying it's good
into
or
the
bad.
system.
I'm not saying it's
Like
good or
they're
bad.
obedient. They create
Sure,
people
sure.
that are obedient, that know how to follow rules, that are book smart but not intelligent.
Okay, that might be true. I'm just saying what happens is if you look at Pennsylvania, for instance, as a test case, but it's this way all over the country. Look at these counties where Trump won enormously, right? Which is most of Pennsylvania, right? Trump, Harris won Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Erie, like a couple little metro areas, but the places where Trump won, like in most of these places, like 30% of people had college degrees, and in places where like more than 50% had college degrees, he lost. So yeah, no, it might be. No, look, I think higher educational institutions are overwhelmingly liberal in the United States, so that could be. Issa, I don't think you're totally wrong about that. That could be that you're further ensconced in the progressive sort of bubble. And it's one of the reasons I think that progressives and liberals in this country don't, they're very dismissive of conservative views and values because they don't hear them articulated in higher educational institutions, right? They just don't, so they think they're sort of, parochial and unsophisticated. So
They're stuck in a consensus, the consensus mindset flywheel, and it's a comfy, cozy, warm, hospitable little place.
Yeah, where you can just, yeah, totally. It's like when I studied economics at State University in the United States, the entire intro series was an indoctrination into Keynesian economics. There was nothing about Austrian economics. And even in the higher level classes, it was basically like presented that the Austrian economic thought was a sort of quacky, kooky, sort of outdated mindset. And that just doesn't mesh with reality. So I think there's a lot of delusional academic bubbles that don't understand how the world actually works. And then if you look at like the medical field too, I mean, that's less political and economic, obviously, but that's also completely an indoctrination program, not really a scientific one.
100%. I mean, pharma is subsidizing the medical education, and that's what defines the protocol that doctors are supposed to follow. And then if you ever go outside of the protocol, you can lose your license to practice medicine. So it's all fucked up. Like you don't really have freedom to actually be a doctor that wants to, I don't know, use his common sense or his actual knowledge. What they do when they go to medical school is that they memorize a set of instructions on how to proceed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think colleges are, I mean, I don't want to call them a scam because they are not fully a scam, but definitely looking to indoctrinate people into, quote unquote, thinking the right way.
You've got to bring a lot of willpower to avoid to really pry some value out of a college education. But it is possible.
I've been close to get lynched a couple of times. Not in university, because I went to this libertarian university, one of the only ones in the world that's actually, promotes all this kind of like freedom, Austrian School of Economics and all this kind of stuff. But when I did my MBA, oh my God, if I would say that men were not the same as women and that we had different needs or whatever, I mean, like they would yell at me in the classroom. It was horrible. I was in a top 5 business school here in Europe, where these things in theory, I don't know, you have more freedom. But yeah. I've been called a woman hater, a misogynist. I don't know.
I love women, especially if they're lesbians.
I know that, Scotty.
I put the L in LGBTQ.
Sounds like you're putting the D in there.
I am putting the D in there, baby.
Otto, what's up? Save us.
Are you ready to eat your pumpkin pie? Yeah, I think you will have to eat pumpkin pie. It's at 95.
Day isn't over, Isa.
Yeah, but I mean, from 95, I think it'll jump to 100. I doubt so. Well, maybe. I don't know. But yeah. And what I dislike about the Democrats is that they assume that Republicans are rough and stupid and they don't know what they're talking about. Just because they are not part of the, let's say, the intellectual elite of universities.
Yeah, I don't think that. I mean, I just think. I mean, I think that most Democrats are out of touch. I wrote this in my piece. I just put in the chat. Like, that if you look at issues like affirmative action, or like 57% of Latinos polled this year, 57% think that all undocumented immigrants should be deported. I mean, 80% of most Americans believe in voter ID laws, right? Like the vast majority of Americans, including African Americans, over 50% of African Americans support the striking down of race-based affirmative action. So I just think these are views that I think if you hang around in blue state metro urban areas, you just start to think that these views are so normative, and they're not in the country. And I think that that's part of the issue with the left, is just this sort of out of touchness. But the other thing that is crazy, just for our demographics and geography here, Hillary Clinton in 2016 won 18% of the counties. I'm sure that's very similar for Kamala. I haven't looked up these numbers yet, but I'm sure it might be less, right? But the 18% of the counties that Hillary Clinton won, something like 60 or 65% of the GDP of the country, or 68% or something. So like 2/3 of the economic resources in the country are in less than 20% of the areas, which are blue areas. And so it's just, I mean, that's a recipe for civil war. I mean, and it's one of the reasons I think.
Oh, you mean all the slaves that work for the rich people in those economic cities?
Bro, what civil war?
Vote for their own interests?
The left doesn't have guns. They don't. They hate guns.
Well,
there is no civil war.
Kamala has a gun. She told us she did. No, but I just
literally no highly educated lefty
high income earner, like only a small percentage of them are gun owners.
Bill Maher has guns.
Oh, sure.
No, but I just think.
Are you gonna give us a list of Democrats that have a gun?
Exactly. Joe Manchin.
Put it on a single page.
No, but I just think the failure of neoliberalism, right? This is, or perceived failure of it. I mean, this is, part of Trump's appeal, right? I mean, people just don't feel like.
What do you mean perceived failure?
No, I mean, we could say it's a failure. That's fine. I mean, I'm just saying that I think most of the country, when you put up the economic numbers, right, that we avoided the recession, we've got good growth, we've got low unemployment numbers, GDP's on the right. Like that doesn't, stock market hits record highs. That doesn't translate to the reality of most Americans, which I think is what. Yeah, Trump was so successful.
I think it also, in large part, had a big, the fact that she sounded like a robot every time she fucking spoke.
Yeah, look, she's not a great
candidate.
She was not a great candidate, and I think you can put that at the feet of Biden, right? I mean, had Biden not run for re-election, the Democrats would have had a primary, and she would have become a much better candidate, or would have got eliminated. I mean, just 100 days is not a long time to build a.
Well, I mean, you heard Nancy. She said that they were still willing to entertain an open primary.
Yeah.
At the time that he tried it.
But look, even if they had done an open convention, right? Whoever got the nomination would have had very little time.
For sure.
To build a campaign, to grow into the role. I mean, that's the thing about like a primary. But David Axelrod, who ran Obama's was one of Obama's big guys. He said, "Look, I watched Obama grow. Right? He's like, Obama was thin-skinned, insecure when he ran for senator. He said, I watched him grow in that primary process. Right? That really, that's a maturing process for a candidate.
Well, yeah. I mean, arguably, Kamala's been in the government since the beginning of her career, and she was just the vice president. So
yeah, but running for president is different. I mean, I think that's a very grueling thing.
It is. You would prep for running for president by running for vice president, right?
Well, no, she didn't. I mean, yeah. I mean, but look, she had a presidential campaign, right? Which she got blown out of. She didn't even make it to Iowa.
Yeah, she didn't even get 2%. Yeah.
Yeah. So then she gets taken, put on the ticket, right? And in a campaign where they didn't campaign.
Yeah, I mean, as a DE,
yeah, it's interesting that Joe Biden has ran for president multiple times, and the only time he won was when he didn't campaign. When he was campaigning from the basement. So she really didn't campaign for vice president. She really didn't have the experience of being even in a vice presidential campaign. So she gets thrust on the stage as somebody that had once run as a weak candidate, and she has 100 days to put together a campaign. I mean, that's just not.
But I mean, you're still ignoring the fact that she ran for all these other positions too. And I will acknowledge, obviously, the presidential seat is a little different, yes. But I mean, you would assume it's a similar playbook.
Running statewide in California is not. I mean, look. I mean, her success there.
It's the best prep that you could get compared to somebody that's not.
Yeah, but it's. I'd rather somebody that won statewide in Michigan, right? I mean, somebody that won or Pennsylvania, right? That has had to deal with. I mean, Josh Shapiro, for instance, my governor. I mean, that guy gets Republican votes, right? I mean, not the majority, of course, but he's got to deal with most of the state that's red, and I think. Winning statewide in California, you don't have to get any Republican votes, right? I just think that's not. I'm not saying she's unaccomplished completely, but winning statewide office a couple times in California is not necessarily at all going to translate into being a good presidential candidate. Just because California is not representative of the country.
I don't think it mattered who was candidate or
I agree.
What the candidacy looked like. I think looking back in hindsight, Trump was going to win no matter what.
If they had brought the same playbook, it didn't matter who was reading it.
That's what my conspiracy theory is. I think that they didn't want. I mean, nobody wanted to run against Trump. they were gonna lose anyway, and they could see it.
Joe Biden
So they needed a scapegoat, you know, and they were not going to burn their good choices. And so it was like, okay, Kamala, let's burn her. Nobody cares about her anyway. The same
They
thing.
could have just left Joe on the ticket, Issa.
Well, but yeah, the same thing with Wolf, you know. I think Shapiro didn't want to run either as her vice president, because now Shapiro actually has got a chance to run in 2028 or run, I don't know, with someone else. But Kamala, I mean, like, I don't think anybody would have been too successful running against Trump.
I mean, maybe not. I mean, look, when you look at this election, right? I mean, the popular vote victory is going to be pretty narrow. Not that we like presidents that way, but it is a barometer of how the country feels. It was not. I mean, the Electoral College win was 70 some votes, which is not any. It's not a landslide, right? It's a normal margin. It's not as though Trump. That victory was not as resounding.
Arguably, he grabbed all three parts of power. Like, it doesn't matter what we're counting.
All the swing states.
He grabbed the Senate, the House, and the presidency, and it doesn't matter what numbers you're counting. That makes him very powerful.
No, of course. I'm not denying that he won. I'm not denying the.
I'm not saying anything about the winning. I'm just saying the power that he managed to get.
Sure, but
what much better than a large popular vote.
Sure. What I'm saying though is that what I'm saying a different Democrat might have fared better is that it's not like this was not a historic landslide, right? It was a close election at which a different candidate with more time might have fared better. I mean, no, look, it wasn't close.
I think they tried to.
Yeah, it was close. It was close. It's not a lot of votes.
Trump just won too big to rig. But I think they tried to cheat. I mean, I don't think that the numbers are 100% accurate after what happens in 2020. I mean,
we know that Trump didn't win this election, right? Elon Musk, Starlink, the election was stolen. I mean, of course Kamala won, and I will be the first. And I'm going January 6th to protest to stop the steal. But we know Trump didn't win. I mean, of course.
Trump absolutely won.
No, come on. We know these Dominion machines are completely unreliable. We know it. Let's stop it.
Well, how did they happen for the Dems last time?
Stop the steal. It's
somebody reprogrammed.
I will never believe that Trump won the election. Stop the steal, Dominion. Elon Musk.
Okay, I don't actually care about any of that. I don't care about.
Stop the steal. Stop the steal. January 6th, protest.
Go on, girl.
I'm going in the.
I'm actually very much considering going because I would just love to feel the air as Kamala counts his delegates.
On January the 6th?
Mm-hmm. I think it will be such a sweet day for her to have to certify the election for him.
Yeah. Did you see her last video in the end, Brittany?
I did, and some people might say she looked a little tipsy, but I'm not lying, like, I would be the same exact way if I just lost the presidential election.
Yeah, it's a huge humiliation, especially the way she lost it, right? But
yeah, she got appointed by a kingmaker who wanted to ruin the chances of the Democratic Party, and then he did it.
Amazing. Imagine realizing you were picked to lose.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, to usurp the Democratic Party, he literally selected her. So, I mean, that would feel pretty shitty. We wanted to lose so badly that we picked you.
We picked you.
Instead of primarying for a better candidate, because we knew that you were only going to get 2%.
You were at some cost.
But the way that we do things by the Electoral College, I'm not necessarily anti-Electoral College, but just saying, if a candidate wins, and all the swing states, right, or let's say they win every state, right, let's say they win all 50 states by 50.1% to 49.9%, right, every state in the union, they would have an electoral college win of 538-0. That would still be a close election, right? And so, I mean, that's the less than 100.
I mean, if the only thing that matters that you're counting is the electoral college votes, then it wouldn't really be a close election. Like, if that's what is deciding
it's a narrow.
Who's the president, it's not narrow. If in your hypothetical, somebody received all of the electoral college votes, that's not narrow.
But let's say they won by less than a point, all those states, right? It's still, I mean, this is the problem.
But we use the electoral college in every previous election, so why would we discount that?
Well, we use a winner-take-all system. Two states, Nebraska and Maine. If the whole country didn't do winner-take-all,
if we lived in a different world, in utopia, keep going.
No, it's not utopia. It's a lot of, I mean, look, I think the winner-take-all system is not great, and it's not sacrosanct.
None of the ways that we choose who run our government are great. Like, none of the shit that we have to elect our officials is great.
Popular votes are retarded. Retarded way to elect officials and leaders of this country. I mean, we specifically designed this country to avoid the tyranny of the majority. Tyranny by the majority of the minority, right? And that's why we don't do that.
No, the electoral college, right, is designed to prevent demagoguery and stupidity, which, so the electors have the freedom to not pick who the popular people do. No, we don't do that anymore. But of course, and a great example would have been in 2016. The electoral college could have just said, we're going to seat Mike Pence because he's more qualified, which would have been a legitimate thing to do, I think. But we don't do that anymore. So what I'm saying is a moderate suggestion would be for states to just not do winner take all and do what Nebraska and Maine do, and then we would have a system where it wouldn't be popular.
Could you elaborate on what Alaska and Maine do?
Nebraska. So they appropriate electoral votes proportionally. So it's not winner take all, right? It's not.
I just want to make sure that we were on the same understanding.
So basically, what you would then have is you wouldn't have the disparate possibility of which most Republicans now, with the exception of Trump, 16 and Trump lost the popular vote in 16, right? He won it in 2024. I mean, most Republicans when they win, will lose the popular vote, although Trump didn't, which was impressive. So what you would have is a system, if you did it proportionately, that closed some of the disparate nature of the popular vote versus the electoral college.
You would have a de facto popular vote. That's all you're describing. If electoral college votes are given based off of the popular vote, then it's just a popular vote.
They are given based on the popular vote right now. They're given by the popular vote in the state. It's just winner take all.
But they don't have to be. But they do not have to be.
Do you know
they don't have
to
popular votes are retarded?
But we do it by the popular vote. We do it by the popular vote, and we do it.
The electoral college.
No, we don't. What we do, the electoral votes.
State level, popular vote.
At a state level, it's determined by the popular vote, right? So what I'm saying is, there's two ways to determine it by the popular vote. There's winner take all or proportionate. I think proportionate would be something that would be more demographically representative of the country, which is
if you did proportional vote, then that's really no different than than just popular vote.
It's just the popular vote, which is what I've been saying for the last 5 minutes. But he
if you do it proportionally, Scotty, proportionally is exactly what the electoral vote is. Electoral college. It's exactly what it is. It's a representation based on the proportion of people living in that state.
Yeah. That's how many electoral votes you get, right? That's how many electoral votes you get.
Do you guys even know why our founding fathers did it that way? Do you know?
Of course.
But the electoral votes, the number of electoral votes are based on the number of the amount of citizens that there are in.
It's based on the amount of congressional representation.
Yesterday, but
the congressional representation is based on the population.
Everybody gets.
So the electoral college is 400.
Half it's the House.
So the electoral college is 135, and then 100 from the House. So that's the total.
100 for the Senate. You mean?
100 for the Senate. Excuse me. So you absolutely have a skew towards less populated states. I mean, I think it's important to note why the Founding Fathers put this in. If you read the Federalist Papers, it was supposed to be a deliberative body. It was supposed to wedge against demagogues. It's never worked that way, and it hasn't worked that way since the earliest elections was Federalist, the Federalist Party and the kind of nascent Republican Democratic Party. The question is, what does it actually do today? What it actually does today is it does two things. It favors kind of rural states just by the math, and then two, it favors particular states that happen to be close. So I don't like that seems rather arbitrary to me and non-connected to why the Founding Fathers put it in there in the first place. Yankee Doodle, I don't know any of the words.
Yeah, you're not inventing here the sugar water, all of this has been thought through, and the electoral college is the way that you make it fair.
No, I don't mind the electoral college. Like I said, but there are.
Hey, Scott, do the 15th time that you're going to explain this. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying there are lots of proposals to appropriate. That's just
how is what you were talking about earlier any different than just a popular vote?
Because it would still be by the states. It wouldn't be a national popular vote. It would still be.
But if you're the math would still skew towards rural states. So if you did what he said, it would be proportional, but you still have the 100 electors that would skew towards the rural states. So you very well could have a situation where the popular vote and electoral college go in different directions, just mathematically.
That doesn't change anything of what I just said or what Scotty said. That's irrelevant.
You ask how is it different than just having a popular vote? That is how it's different than having a popular vote. Like it is different from having a popular vote. Chris, it is different from having a popular vote. Chris. It is different from having a popular vote because you have 100 senators in the electoral college, or 100 electors based on the number of senators. Those senators skew towards less popular states, so you still have an advantage. You still have an advantage by rural states, so you still have the likelihood or the probability that you'll have a popular vote electoral college split in that sort of scenario where you allow essentially what you would allow is the Nebraska system in which your statewide vote gets the 2 senatorial electors, and then you do it by congressional district. Even in that system, the only thing that would really change is that you'd have national campaigns versus campaigns in only particular states.
Someone that just keeps talking. Brian, you're wrong.
How so?
Because it's just popular vote with extra steps. You still have.
Explain the math.
Here he goes again.
Okay, explain how that's the popular vote.
Because you're talking about the senators.
Lap 19 in the pole position is one of the guys who sounds like he's on a radio show, and then the second position is Mike Tidwell, and the third position is some other guy who sounds like he's on some gay radio show.
Nothing says Thanksgiving like
or like a show that understands basic math. basic math that doesn't solve any problems. Hey, lap 21, go.
And we're coming around the third.
Look, he's using the same technique over and over and over. He seems to be building up lactic acid. And it seems as though he's slowing down. And hopefully,
Coming to the home stretch. Wait, where'd John go?
Oh no.
What?
Oh, come on.
Where did he go?
Get news.
Rain's getting news.
No, don't do that. Who did that?
I would just like to say that was very. My name is Ethan, and I'd like to tell you that I do not appreciate that at all. Okay? I do not appreciate it.
You're trying
Now,
to
there are 47 members. There are 47 members of the audience that asked me to interrupt. Okay? So I did everything I could. I do not demand an apology. I demand that one day I become a man. That's what I demand.
On your physique
I
size.
don't know about your ability to become a man, but I can't see why you're alone on Thanksgiving on Clubhouse. I'm actually, hold on a second.
Give us the space. Give John space.
Hold on a second.
What are you doing here?
No, Eastside, this is one of those times you can chill.
I just had to run to the store to get some eggs. But
I'm just wondering,
like 3 minutes.
Who's looking? Well, 3 minutes with you is like 2.5 more minutes than your wife wants. But hold on a second here, Brett. Have you reproduced, dude? And have you apologized to the woman that you reproduced with? The fuck out of here, dumb piece of shit. You'll never be back here ever again. Yeah, I have 2 beautiful kids, and there were 3 last night that I chose from. Get the fuck out of here, man. You're never allowed back in here again. Fuck out of here. Go back to the other part of Clubhouse. Talk about people's families. Get the fuck out of here. Is that your friend, Scotty? Oh, he already left you. Hey, Chris, you're welcome. You're welcome, Chris.
John, I never got to debate him now. He's always going to be the guy who feels like he won.
You debated him 21 times. The same thing. I counted. 21 is the number. This is the total. You can't go over 21 in Bitcoin. So I have to cut off.
I haven't even been here for 21 minutes.
Michael, there's a hard count. He was on lap 21 of the same argument, man. I'm sorry. We can't have inflation. You want 22? That's not scarce. Stop staring at my tits.
Oh, okay. You caught me.
That's the conversation everyone's here to avoid.
Stop staring at my tits, Drew. It's weird, bro. Like, look me in the eye.
My bad, John.
As we cross the finish line, we got the Falcon Fakari cross the finish as we had to liquidate the other 2 horses that were killed during the middle of the race.
Wait a minute. Straight to the glue factory, he read.
All right, Chris, how did I do? Dude, I literally posted a shirt I literally posted a shirtless pic in hopes that would distract this conversation. I tried to do a horse racing thing. Tried to talk to Trey about anything. Those guys just wanted a proportional. Those guys wanted to have some weird version of a popular vote. You know, like, that's what they wanted. They're like, no, we're gonna do the popular vote, but not watch us.
May I speak again?
Oh, yeah, he's sorry. It's just that dude started to go at the family thing. Can't talk about people's families, man. That's not cool.
Yeah.
I really want to post a shirtless pic of me, but I never want to lose this picture that I have right now.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Well, happy Thanksgiving, Michael Tidwell.
Yeah, dude. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm over here watching the New York parade of faggotry.
Oh, what a great word. Faggotry is such a great word. It really is. You know, I'm thankful for the word faggotry and for people from Kentucky that can get through the intersection in less than 10 minutes. Jesus Christ. But the word faggotry, and the first time I heard the word faggotry is when Jensen described Noster, and he called it techno-faggotry.
It's pretty damn accurate, honestly.
And he was 100% right. And so was I. Which means Brad and Michael Shapiro, will you guys send me some money? Because I definitely won that bet. Noster definitely didn't do anything. All right. And then, but yeah, the word faggotry, because the thing is, like, you can't be like, oh, you can't get canceled for that word in liberal states because you're not like calling someone a fago. You're just calling an idea, faggotry. It's totally different.
Yeah, it's kind of like perverse absurdum of a topic or event, right?
Oh, don't
so
you can use it where you're smarter than
scientific.
me and you demonstrate it publicly. Please don't do that. That's not what we're doing.
It's the same with the word cuckoldry.
Right. This, like me going to this outing feels like cuckoldry.
And something about that word turns me on.
The cuckoldry?
Only when Issa
Only
says
when
it,
Michael
so.
says it. Got him.
You're making me laugh when I'm on mute, just FYI.
Oh, Tidwell, your name is Michael too? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I go by Tidwell because there's too many damn Michaels.
And he's like 93% less autistic than the other Michaels.
I just know that Shapiro.
He almost doesn't qualify as a Michael.
Which other Michael is there?
Shapiro and
Shapiro, I know.
just a bunch of other ones.
You should get John PTR. Dylan.
That's funny.
Faggotry, what the hell?
What's going on? What broke on my phone?
PTR for the book to further dive into this topic.
No, I think my phone is, the top right of my phone is broken.
Oh, dude, I just realized Drew has a shirtless pic too. It's amazing. Love it.
Yeah, your body looks nice, John. No homo.
No, what do you mean no homo? What do you mean no homo? You're a homo. You didn't tell me no homo. No.
You know what?
That's the gayest thing you've ever said.
John, no, actually, Brittany just insulted you. When Brittany says nice body, no homo, that means you actually look like shit, I think.
I agree. He's a homo.
It's definitely an insult, Brittany. Brittany, that's very insultful.
Y'all are funny.
Just saying, man. Jesus Christ. Everybody else can say no homo. You're the one person.
Okay, John, a homo.
Full homo.
Yeah.
Full erection.
I won't give you the full homo because you don't want that.
I don't want that, but I just want to know. I just want to know that you want it. You know, honestly, it's what it is.
You know I want it.
That's how I feel about women too, Trey.
Oh, they played Pink Pony Club on the Thanksgiving parade. That's why I came on here originally. I forgot.
Yes.
So I wanted to share that with y'all.
It's one of the most popular songs right now. Yes.
I've only heard that song here, so I was excited to hear it somewhere else. Brittany, would you believe me if I said they played the Plankton version?
No.
I just love the fact you're like, not this fucking Plankton version, terrible version.
Yeah, I mean, there's been multiple occurrences at this point that the price has plummeted with a plane.
So, are you guys still hopeful about 100K today, or no?
No.
It's 100K to 100K. Brittany's been doing it all the way. I mean, I don't know what Brittany's going to do after we hit 100K, but Brittany's been a long time hodler of this idea.
You already have me, Brittany.
On paper.
It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
Issa, before I forget, or before I change my mind, but mostly forget, I really enjoyed our conversation last night. That was such a pleasant conversation. Yeah.
I was so sorry that you had to leave.
Before I change my PTR, let me tell you.
Well, no, Austin. No, not my PTR, just my mind. Austin came in and wanted to do this really dumb thing, and I was just like, oh, this is going to be calories wasted that I don't want to waste. Energy and brain cells. I will not so it had to end when it did. But I everything up until that point I enjoyed.
Yeah, me too. And he drove me crazy after he left. I yelled at him.
I know Cara because I knew where that was gonna end. Because I know where it goes.
Hey,
I think all of you should stop trying to find an excuse on why to be gay and stop saying that it's because of the 100K. Just do it. You don't need an excuse.
Hey, I have a quick Clubhouse question. When the previous people before they left were talking, the one guy went on a long rant, and I was trying to get a couple words in. But does it kind of like soften or mute me when other people are talking?
No, people were just ignoring you.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
No problem. We're gonna actually turn your volume down now so that we can make it a little less.
Fuck, you can do that?
No, I wish. That would be fucking great.
I'm so gold-blooded. I mean, that sounds like a good feature to have for a moderator, though. You know what I mean? Like, just turn people down a little bit if they're, like, really loud. I'm actually surprised that they don't have that feature.
Is that a picture of Brad Mills after he's lost in the woods for 6 months up there in Drew's picture?
Swear to God, I thought the same thing. I was like, is this an AI image of Michael Shapiro and Brad Mills? No, it's Drew, which makes me think that Drew is an AI of Michael Shapiro and Brad Mills.
Drew, is that you?
He looks like he's lost in the wood for 6 months. He still got the mask, but he wasn't able to exercise as much.
Oh, I thought that was the guy from Lost.
This is very accurate.
That's a
Well,
dad
maybe
I've
I'm
ever
weird,
seen.
but I find that attractive. A hairy guy.
Listen, Issa, we could share a man.
Oh, you too?
I'm not opposed.
Free the nipple.
Both of them. If you just free one, it would look weird.
Yeah, the only thing I'm opposed to is a hairy back. I don't like a hairy back.
Yep. Laser that shit.
Yeah, but on the chest, arms, legs.
Issa, why are you pretending that you're into Drew? Why are you pretending?
That I what?
I have a hairy chest. You're pretending you're into Drew.
John.
Don't pretend.
John, don't talk about a hairy chest, please.
I have a ridiculously hairy chest. I use hair from my chest to put on my head. That's how hairy my chest is. It's like horse hair.
Do you trim it?
Of course I do.
Oh, okay.
Actually, if I don't, I actually get folliculitis if I don't trim it. Because the hairs are so thick. They're so thick that in the middle they fight for space. And then you get dermatological folliculitis. Can't make this shit up. Oh, no, it sounds like a position that you like, Brittany, but it's not. It's not a position. It's just like there's just not enough hair for the roots to grow. There's like too much hair, not enough room. It's like New York real estate.
Is that where you have like three like hairs in the same like follicle?
Go ahead. Oh, is it not working?
Wait, so Brittany, you think he's being serious folliculitis?
I don't know. He's a doctor. I just refer to him.
John, I'm actually curious. I've never heard this phrase or this term, folliculitis.
It can't be too hard to spell.
Yeah, folliculitis is
Folliculitis.
when a hair is ingrown.
One or more of the pockets from which hair grows are infected. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it grows to the inside and then it just creates like this little bubble, you know?
Yeah, so it's basically like you sort of gonna get like irritation. If you don't do it, then you get ingrown hairs because there's just not enough room. So they start the hairs too thick and there's not enough room. But anyway, I gotta trim it. The other thing is, Arya doesn't like it when she lays on my chest. So she's like, I take these requests. I shave every now and then, and I trim because Arya demands it.
Just let it grow.
My pussy's cranky this morning.
Sorry, I'm just with the kids right now. I'm just managing a little bit. Sorry.
Anyway, I'll be back in 30 minutes. I've got to go and talk about rugby. Amazing.
Rugby's so hot.
It is hot. Talk to you in a bit.
Baby. I used to wonder why all the gay men played rugby, and then I watched a game where they pick up guys by their pants and their ass right in their face, and I was like, oh, that's why they play rugby.
That shit seems crazy. Like how hard that seems fucking.
I mean, they literally like pick a bitch up to catch the ball 2 stories high.
Just tossing everyone around, fucking throwing their bodies around, diving, scraping, clawing.
They always come out looking like they've just been to war.
That's some crazy shit. Reminds me of like sandlot football and shit when you were real little.
Anyway, Issa, I'm just letting you know, I'm letting it go that you haven't flirted with me for fucking whatever months you've been here. I just find that unacceptable. And just like, if you're gonna use Drew as a conduit, that's fine. But like, even though this will not work, it just seems like Brittany does the right thing. Brittany flirts with me. You know, like, do the right thing.
Yeah,
She left. She's not even here.
And Brittany just left too, so it's just me and you to flirt with each other.
They went to strategize about it. That's all. They're like, no, Brittany's training Lisa right now. He's like, listen, this is how you do it. What you gotta do is, John's really egotistical. Just needs to hear it. Just every now and again. Otherwise, he's gonna keep taking his shirt off.
I just had to throw the dad bod up.
Yeah, me too.
Dude, Nathaniel's fucking ripped too. You guys are out of control.
Nathaniel looks like Mike Tyson. Nathaniel, are you Mike Tyson? Is that a picture of you or a picture of Mike Tyson? Honestly, tell me you don't look like Mike. It looks like 1988 Mike. Just like a fucking animal. That dude looks like a heavyweight. Looks like a 5'10" heavyweight, bro. Don't fuck with that guy.
Hey, he's gonna keep the gloves up and just fucking.
He's doing bob weave, 2 hooks, and you're done.
Keeping it tight.
Fight night. It's over. Everybody loves. Dude, Thanksgiving is everyone's favorite day to fucking pretend to work out. Unbelievable, man. These people love Thanksgiving, man. Fucking. Everybody wants to go to the gym on Thanksgiving. Don't understand it. But they think that they're gonna overcome the 2,700 calorie meal that they eat 3 times today. Come on, man.
Hop on the treadmill. Counter that out.
Oh, these humans.
Lift a few weights. Good to go.
The best part is all the women in the gym, like 90% of them, they do anything to not work out, right? Like they'll do Zumba. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll do all this like shit that is anything but working out. It's like the anything but. Like, they use the machines that are like, they use the recumbent bike. It's like the recumbent bike is like a stretch. You know? it's like, it's just like anything not to work out, like they take the purple weights, when the weights don't even have a number, they just have a color because they're so light, like those weights. It's like, there are objects at the grocery store that weigh more than the weights that you're using to train the muscles that you can't possibly use 2-pound weights,
Yeah, don't go to the gym for that. Just clean your house. You need like the workout is just clean it up.
Pick up a goddamn just pick up a can of corn.
Yeah,
pick up a jug of milk. Yeah. Oh man, anything but working out. That's what they'll do. But to appear that.
I mean, if you check off the optics, that's the most important part, right?
How much money do you think the first person to advertise a meme coin on Pornhub is going to make?
Oh, wow.
I feel like this is the great undiscovered business opportunity of the 21st century.
How do you tie in the porn for that? It's like
you don't need to. It reaches so many people, and I bet like that exposure is pretty cheap because no one wants to advertise on a porn website. But if you're a meme coin, especially like a sexualized meme coin, like who cares?
Zach, when did that, why did that idea come to mind?
I don't know. It just came to my mind this morning. I'm kind of upset.
This is actually kind of brilliant, to be honest with you. This is sports energy drinks, like sort of what they did for advertising on social media apps. Like it was like kind of a catalyst.
Yeah. You release a porn video, and then the only
you put a tattoo on a girl's ass of your coin.
No, you don't know. Just banner ads on Pornhub, and then yeah, and then like hopefully it goes viral enough that people like make porn videos about the meme coin. But I think even just doing paid marketing in a big way on Pornhub.
What if the seed phrase is just said out loud, like during the porn video? It's the only 12 words spoken or whatever, and then and then every porn video has like a cash reward for the first person.
The last guy did with the electoral count or whatever. It's a very simple thing. It's cheap as hell to advertise on Pornhub. These idiots.
It's exactly the age and gender demographic that you want to advertise to.
It's the most specific demographic and happens to be cheapest. So you wind up getting the demographic you want, and it's cheaper than anything else that you want.
Yeah, and people spend time every day. Like I don't know. I think this is a win.
All right. So which coin? Come on, Zach. I'm ready. Let's go.
Gotta be like a shitty meme coin.
How much liquidity do we need? Like, just like, who do we need to tap for liquidity? I'm ready. Ready to break the law.
If you were able to like approach the Cum Rocket team from 2021 and get like 10% of the supply to facilitate this, I think that would.
I'm texting Jason Williams this idea right now. Just texting him this
recording. Yeah.
Oh, Hawk 2 is a big. By the way, that's how you know it. I didn't know it yet. As soon as I saw that, I knew it. I was like, oh, that's it. There's your top.
Oh, Brittany left.
You said you didn't hear my whole spiel. I gave you a whole spiel.
Oh, no, I had to leave because I had a call.
I said, do the right thing. Do the right thing and just flirt with me.
Do the right thing about what?
And just flirt with me. I mean, I'm put out. I'm not interested. It's just like, don't use Drew as a conduit.
You just want the flirting and the attention.
Yeah. I'm basically a woman.
Okay, I'm happy to give you some attention if that's what you want.
Well, it's not that I need attention. I just like it's like you're pretending.
Yeah, this is what we like as well. Women like that.
Well, you just described a worse version of me and pretended you were attracted to it. Sorry, Jay, I love you. But you know what I'm saying?
No, I got a really hairy
Is
back.
this really you, Rue?
What's that?
Rue, is that really you?
Yeah. But I got my back's super hairy. Yeah. I put a bunch of pictures of myself up over the years.
Also, Issa, I'm doing some hip mobility right now. We all know what that means. These are super flexible hips. So that means you can do whatever you want with me. So. Between that and a short fin, there's just a lot of room in there. Flexible, lots of space. Possibilities are endless.
Why was I under the impression that Drew was black?
Because his name is spelled D-R-U-E.
Yeah. I should have put a J in there. That's the real deal.
That was the only reason. Yeah, if you would have put J on.
It's confusing in my head.
I also.
That's how you know.
Yeah, it's probably also you can just feel the basketball skills.
Did you change your name to be Marlo Hooper?
No, it's a really gay story, actually. A close friend of mine.
Well, this is the best place to tell it. Oh. So your name isn't really spelled like that? You just spell it like that now? What are you, Rachel Dolezal?
So I thought I had it all wrong about you, Drew. I thought you were black. I thought you were married. I thought you had children. I don't know. I had it all wrong.
No, I'm a single dude out in the rural Willamette Valley farming, like all the time.
Dude, you couldn't be more wrong about Drew. What do you think about? What do you think I'm 6'8"? You must think I'm 6'8".
I live in a wood-fire heated cabin in rural Oregon, and I am on this app all the time because I need more fucking social interaction.
Yeah, you think I'm 6'8", Heath Maxey, who's into dudes, and only 2 of those things are true.
And I like you guys, not just, of course. But. I'm psyched though, I'm driving north today. We get to see all the fucking blue hairs. Everyone's posting their swole pictures. Yeah, let's go. Get the dad bods out.
We out here. Dad bods unite.
Is that also the real you, Will?
Actually, I stole Will's picture. That's actually Will in my PTR. I have a confession to make, especially you said this relationship is going to go exactly where I think it's going to go, nowhere. I think we should be honest with each other.
Yeah. That's right.
Although, hold on a second. If we get hitched, does that mean I can be a Swiss citizen and only pay 12% taxes?
No, because I am not a Swiss citizen. I am a Spanish citizen.
Oh yeah,
That's
food
what the
space
balance
sucks.
is.
I'm out.
Or if the third world war actually starts, you can go to
Lisa, we're not compatible. We're not compatible. Your country has like on average one of the largest penis sizes. This is not a compatible thing. This will literally like this is how you
Wait, so
this is
first
how you
you're trying to get me to flirt with you. And you're trying. So first you tried to get me to flirt with you, and now you're trying to play me hard to get.
No, let me describe the first part. The first part is very clear. The first part isn't that I'm trying to. First part is I'm unlocking, like I'm like helping you to unlock your fear. Okay.
So now that I have agreed to flirt with you, you're.
Well, no, you haven't agreed. What you're doing is you're releasing yourself to a natural equilibrium. You are not fighting market forces. That's all. And then the second part is that it just because like you now want the product, it doesn't mean you can afford or acquire the product. You know, but like pretending you don't want the product that's just not real. You know.
I see. Okay. So I need to stop. I need to stop pretending I don't want you.
That's what Brittany did. He's happier now. He's happily married now. Hey, does anybody else here use On Cloud shoes? I think I've been converted.
Why is Andrew not coming up? Oh, there it is.
Happy Thanksgiving, all.
Happy Thanksgiving, Andrew.
Even to you non-Americans, happy Thanksgiving.
So what's up for Thanksgiving, Andrew?
I thought you were going to say even to you non-Protestants or even to you, Isa.
Andrew, we're doing before-after Thanksgiving photos. You have to show your pre-Thanksgiving meal, shirtless photo. And then you have to do it after the Thanksgiving meal to see if you ate properly.
Is your wife cooking all the Thanksgiving nice things?
Yeah, we're going to do that. And we're doing, what are we doing? Ducks.
Ducks?
Yeah,
That's
he's doing it right.
How are you doing the duck?
Are you smoking them?
No, just bacon.
Is it today when there are like football matches that you guys just sit on the couch and watch during Thanksgiving?
We don't call them matches. We call them games.
Games.
Yep, today is all the families get together, shit talk each other.
This is where we watch the Bears lose to some other team.
It's the most difficult day for Bitcoiners because
there's nothing.
Yeah. You have to put up with the rest of the families.
John, I learned so much with you. I mean, you see, last time I also learned that you are called swinging states, but swing states. Now I learned that they're not much.
Well, there are swinging states too. There are swinging states too. Those are California. We have a lot of those states. Oh.
What was the other thing I learned? Oh yeah, that it's not points, but votes.
Oh man, the election night, Lisa, you killed me, man. I'm not gonna lie. That was the only adult room I created because of you. That was it.
What? Did you create a parallel room?
I mean, I have to.
Wow.
At times when the estrogen gets too high, or when, you know, the autism reaches unacceptable levels, I have to exit. It's just part of my like mental health routine. Do you mind if I grab my phone really quickly? Thanks. Pardon me. And so yeah, just.
By the way, John, I don't go around spelling my name like this. It was just sort of like an OPSEC thing.
Sorry, Rachel, what was that?
Did you sleep, Richard?
And also, another thing, he said, you believe anything. Like, you know, you're saying how you thought Drew was this or that. You believe that Richard wasn't Chuck. We're talking to him.
No, he's been awake the whole night. I mean, I've been here since the morning. That was last night for you guys. And he said he was going to go to bed, and he never did. Then he was eating ice cream at 3
He was at the
a.m.
gym. He was at the gym.
No, he was eating ice cream at 3 a.m. Chocolate chips ice cream. Or cookies and cream, I don't remember.
Who are you guys talking about? Who are you talking about?
Richard. Are you also Richard?
I'm Richard. Richard.
Hey, what's up?
You taking a nap? Sorry to wake you.
No, I think I'm gonna cut my yard real quick.
Oh, no shit.
So I will mute up and try to see about listening on it.
Get in the yard.
Hey, John.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, have you taken your children to a 4DX movie theater?
I've never even heard of that.
I know. It was my first time yesterday. I think they would really enjoy it.
What did you see?
It's not Moana, or the Disney. It's one of the Disney films. I can't remember. It's part 2. But what they do is these seats move, and they even squirt water, but you can turn the feature off. But you get this, you're looking at the movie, and, when you're in the water, the seats move with the water. It's like a really cool experience. And they don't cost us. I know. I didn't either, but went with our nieces. They took their little kids, so my daughter and I joined them. I think your kids would enjoy it.
4DX.
Is it 4?
They even have these.
Yeah, like the number 4, then letter D, and then.
Yeah, I heard you say X. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard you say. I hadn't even heard of this.
Yeah. So anyway, if you see it, I think your children will really enjoy seeing a movie like that.
Oh my god.
Just
that sounds awesome. That is super cool. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. Let's see if we have it. I actually just want to check it out for me too. That sounds really cool.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving for sure. To everyone for that matter. Yeah, literally, the gym is so crowded. I just want to go get like a half a drink of water because I don't know what I did in my water bottle. It's just like someone's in my spot. It's like fuck. I just need like a minute between sets. Yeah, just need 1 minute. Can't go hard nonstop. You gotta take a break.
Gotcha. Happy Thanksgiving, bro.
When are we gonna get? How are we gonna get rid of? Yeah. How do we get rid of this line? We got this app. We have this sit in line. So, I'm sitting here bouncing. Do I get 15 minutes of workout, or do I just sit here? Just try sign-ups. Just try people. Try them $10. Yeah. So that's what we should do. I mean, guess what happens? That's a market equilibrium thing. We're sitting in rich guy gym. We have a bunch of rich people, adults, sitting in line. I know. So just put it on the app and just let it run. And then the thing is, in the first few minutes, if no one's there, give them a seat. Because here's the thing. Well, you have the app. You spent 16 months advertising an app that I could have built in 3 days. We should do better than that. That's so annoying. So you have to wait for 30 minutes for the only class that's worth taking. And then it's if you don't sit in line for 30 minutes, then you just don't get to take the class. Now I don't know where my phone is.
Does anybody know how do I enable MMS on my iPhone? The messages, the media messages, to send photos?
What does that mean? Multimedia messages on an iPhone?
I am sending a text, but I need through messaging stuff. And I need to send a photo, but it says that I need to enable MMS, and I don't know what the hell, how to do this. So when I try to send the photo, it says, cannot send message. MMS messaging needs to be enabled to send this message, but I don't know where to.
It's a multimedia message.
Yeah, multimedia message. Yeah, but I don't know.
So if you're using a burner number.
No, it's on my phone. It's on my normal SMS messages, yeah.
Maybe it's your provider that doesn't allow you to send certain messages like that, or you have to turn something on.
That's what I was wondering, if you guys know where to activate this on my settings. Because I've been looking and I don't find it.
I mean, I would imagine you probably already tried anything. I would, logically, your iMessage panel, your iPhone panel. I don't know if you have your phone on lockdown. It won't allow you to do that sometimes.
I don't know. What is the phone on lockdown?
If you would know if you have it because you have to. It's under security, I believe. And there's
No, I have. My lines, my phone lines have everything activated. I don't have
Do you have a
limited. I
VPN?
have everything. Yes.
You do have a VPN. That may be why. I don't know if you're going through another country. That could be another one. Your VPN. I mean, these are just off my head. I'm about to leave the house, so I can't really look at the phone to give you exactly where, but just a few suggestions to look.
Right. Thank you so much.
I don't even see messages in the iPhone settings anymore. Like, where did they move it?
I don't know because that's another thing. I just updated my software last night, and today everything looks different. I'm seeing in the settings.
I found it under search, but when you go under here, there isn't like a multimedia message. Oh yeah, it's at the bottom. Text message, MMS messaging enabled. Thank you, sir.
Where?
At the very bottom, it says
Okay, so
text
I go
messaging.
to settings and then?
Well, you're gonna have to search for the setting because I can't find it by itself. So I searched iMessages and then tap that. And you'll scroll to the bottom, you'll see a category that says text message. And above it is RCS messaging. Below RCS messaging is MMS messaging.
Okay, I am in iMessages now. Oh, shit, I don't see it. Text message forwarding. No, I don't have that. Send and receive. I got there my numbers. Jesus Christ, I don't see it.
John, you look like you see an option that says send as text message? It's right below that.
No, I have, mine says send us text message, and then below that show subject field, and below that character count, and below that blocked content.
Oh yeah, you're missing it all together then, because above my show subject field is MMS message.
You all might be using a different OS version. And
Yeah,
now they
the
no longer
latest.
have the 17, right? It's like now you have to update it to the 18.
No, I have 18 now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that mine updated last night, and today everything looks different, but yeah,
But
mine
John has
got
18
very
too, so that's weird that you both have different settings.
I don't know, and this person doesn't use WhatsApp, so I don't know how the hell to send a photo.
Is your phone unlocked?
Yeah.
That's probably the difference. Mine came from a carrier.
I'm just gonna try to send it by email, but it's just absurd. I don't know how to.
Anyway, same thing. Maybe you have to take care of that through your provider.
But I don't know, because my provider, I mean, I'm paying a lot of money a month to have like everything open.
But if it's not,
I don't think that I'm restricted in anything.
But if it's not a setting on your phone, like John, because you guys are using that same OS, unless you're using a different version of the 18, but causes me to think that if you don't see that setting, it's because it's not provided by the cellular company.
Yeah, maybe I'll just ask. Well, thank you so much.
I have 18
for the technical help.
Which 18 do you have, Isai?
I'll tell you right now. Where are the Indians when you need them?
Drew was a phone guy.
Channel.
I'm getting ready to go. What are you
Oh,
guys
that's
talking about?
Brittany. I have 18.1.1.
Are you doing like service related stuff? I was more of a hardware guy, soldering and shit.
Chances are
So
Brittany
that's even stranger. We have the same iOS with different stuff.
Yeah. And I have my iPhone is which iPhone do I have? I think I have 14. Yeah, it's the 14. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll just tell her that I'll send her on an email. Fuck that. I don't care. It's just annoying. Like, this is so old school stuff, you know, like the MMS. Like, why? Yes, so.
Michael, is that the pen you designed?
Yeah, I just made this in CAD the other night. I don't know. We'll see if I can get this built this time.
Oh, Delta is here. How are you, Michael?
Very good.
Are you cooking today, or are you going to your family's home today to have dinner? Or to just staying in Clubhouse?
Yeah, neither. I'm not doing anything for Thanksgiving.
Aw, why?
I don't think I know anyone nearby.
Where's your family?
A couple states over, but I don't really talk to them much.
Is it too nosy to ask why?
Oh, well, you know, they're basically Democrats who don't share my family values.
Oh, did they only invite you?
I don't really talk to them.
No, I'm sorry.
That's the fiat standard. Fiat seeks to and is very effective in destroying families.
I agree, Michael.
Anybody else spending it on their own?
I went to an international school for college, and well, it wasn't an international school. It's an American university, but a lot of internationals go there. And for Thanksgiving, I used to feel sorry for them because they didn't have a place to go. You know, it's not even something they really celebrate. But the campus gets super empty. So I used to invite the people that I knew who were from another country to our house for Thanksgiving. And it was always such a pleasant experience to just to get to know them on a more personal level. So that was really cool. That's one thing my family really enjoyed doing, is having people over the house who didn't have a place to go.
I think I would do that if I were living in the US. If I am on my own, like I am right now, I would organize dinner and just invite all my friends that are alone.
Yeah, that was a fun thing to do.
Yeah, that's what we do here in Switzerland when my friends and I are just spending it here and not back home. We just get together and cook, and it just feels like home. You know, like my best friend and I always get together. That's my second family.
Oh, that's nice.
They adopt me. Yeah.
I would imagine there's a lot of that in Europe from people from different countries, because you guys are so close to each other that I imagine. And then with the EU passport, right, you can be anywhere.
Yeah.
That's part of the EU.
Well, my best friend she's also from Guatemala. We're friends from university, and we ended up by coincidence both in Switzerland.
Oh, wow. Were you friends prior? Like, were you friends?
Yeah. We're friends since, like, we are, I don't know, like 20 years old or something like that. Like, a long time ago. Or even more, because she also went to my school when I was in primary school, but we weren't friends back then, but we knew each other. But we became friends in university, like very close friends. And then she ended up living here in Switzerland as well. She came here like 15 years ago to Switzerland. And I just came here like 5 years ago. But still, I mean, like, when I was, as you say, like when I was living in London and I was living in Spain as well, I used to come here whenever I didn't go back home. I just came to Switzerland, you know, to spend it with her. And it was always the same. So we would go shopping like a couple of days before to go buy all the food and the alcohol and everything. We usually do that in Germany. So we go on a little road trip, buy everything, then come to Switzerland. And that day we spend it cooking. Yeah, it's nice.
That sounds like fun. One of the things I desire to do is go to the Christmas market. I mean, I've been several times to Europe, but I've never been during like Christmas, you know. But I really want to.
I love the Christmas market. That's one of my favorite things to do here. The mulled wine, you know, it's amazing. Mulled wine, sausages with like bratwurst with mustard and all these cheesy things, you know, cheese with bread or fondue or raclette or all of these kind of stuff with a lot of cheese. And it's snowing. It's amazing. I love it. I love the Christmas market.
Yeah, I've had a few gifts from my friends in Europe, Christmas ornaments, and they're just the most simple yet like handmade, beautiful wood ornaments. I just like, I don't know. They always talk about it. And one day I'm gonna go. Well, my daughter wants to go somewhere for Christmas, but I don't feel like traveling. Isa, does your family ever go visit you?
Yeah, my mom mainly, my sisters. Well, I have two sisters, and they well, one of them has come here before with my niece. The other one has traveled, but on her own, not with my nephew. And but yeah, I mean, like the one that came on her own, she came probably like 4 years ago. And the one that came with my niece, she came like a year and a half ago. No, it was a year ago, or almost 2 years ago. I don't remember. But yeah, they came around this time, but they don't spend Christmas here. You know, they come and then they leave. But yeah, one of them came for Christmas season, not for Christmas Day, but for Christmas season, and we went to Disney, and it was like amazing. And then my mom, yeah, she spends probably like 4 months here in Europe, and then 8 months back in Guatemala.
Oh, that's
she travels
nice.
back and forth.
Because you have family in Spain, right?
Yeah, so all the family of my mom is in Spain. In Guatemala, we're like very, very few, you know, so my grandparents immigrated after the Civil War, and they took their children, of course, and they went to Guatemala. Well, first to Mexico and then to Guatemala. And so the only family I have really in Guatemala is my mom and her 2-3 brothers, and then I am the first generation, you know, like me and my cousins are the first generation born in Guatemala. So all of her family is still back in Spain. And so when she comes to Europe, she spends with me, I don't know, a couple of weeks here and there, you know, and then she spends the rest in Spain with her sister.
Oh, that's super nice.
Yeah. So I kind of like also sometimes go and spend time with her, or she comes here to Switzerland, or we do other trips, you know, like for example, last year we went to Italy, and I took her to the Vatican, and it was like amazing for her. Yeah, we do things like that, you know. Like I take a few days here and there to just like go and travel with her.
Do they are they still very strict when you go into the Vatican? Like you can't wear shorts and stuff, or has that changed?
Yeah.
It's still the
Yeah,
same
you're
way.
not allowed to go in shorts.
Yeah.
And a woman cannot go without sleeves. You know, you have to put on something on your shoulders.
Yeah, I remember when I went, they didn't allow us. The boys, the northern Italian men are very, very good looking. And I just remember that. And then
yeah, they're almost Swiss. They are the closest here to where I am.
Yeah. But I remember they're very. I don't know if I've never seen girls in shorts back when I went, but they were just all over. You know, I mean, it caused a lot of attention if you were wearing shorts as well. Like
Yeah, you're not allowed. I mean, you can go with a skirt. Well, I don't know. I've always go with like jeans or just like long dresses, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's super hot. Some of the times that I have been there, it's like summertime, so you are like you don't have anything on your shoulders. You have like just like a top, you know. But when going to the Vatican, you have to wear something on your shoulders, whether it's a sweater or a foulard, you know, a thing, a scarf. I don't know how to call it. But yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
But it's just inside of the Vatican, you know, and the Vatican is just like tiny.
What's its own country?
It's just a square.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand. But I just wondered if times have changed.
No. They haven't modernized that much.
I just heard how they made that boy a saint, right? Or they're gonna ordain him as a saint in January, I think.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's a boy. I don't know what country he was from. It's Latin America somewhere, but he died young, and apparently he used to like to help people. I don't know I'm sure if you look it up. I'm driving right now, so I don't know.
Kind of like rings a bell. Let me ask Prophet ChatGPT. It kind of rings a bell, but I'm not really sure who you're talking about.
Well, I don't believe in praying in saints, but I don't want to offend anyone. But apparently, moms have testimonies of praying to him, to this boy who had passed, and they found that their children have been healed from like.
Yeah, so that's one of the requirements when you are supposed to be a saint. You need to do some miracles.
Isa, are you still talking about Catholics?
Oh my God, David's here. Why do you come right the moment when I talk about religion?
I was telling her that if she's heard of the boy that they're going to make a saint. So you haven't made a saint in a long time, right? The Catholic Church?
I don't know. I really don't follow this.
Mother Teresa was, no? Right.
Yeah, she was sanctified, I think. I don't know, because it goes through stages, right? Like first, they make them beata or beato. I don't know how that is in English. And after that, they wait some time and they make them saints. They canonize. It said several boys. No, just recently.
I think he was 16 when he died or something like that. I can't remember where he was from.
Oh, 1966?
No. Well, I don't know. I just saw it on the news that they were making him a saint. I'll pull over. Well, I'm
maybe
gonna go
this
to
one,
the
significant figure, Italian, no. I don't know. 15-year-old known as God's influencer to be first millennial saint.
Yes, I think it's that
this one. Okay, let me read this. A millennial saint. God. A video game and computer-loving teenager known as God's influencer who died at age 15 will become the first millennial saint. On Monday, July the 1st, the College of Cardinals met with Pope Francis in the Vatican's Apostolic Palace for an ordinary public consistory where they voted to approve the canonization of Carlo Acutis per the Vatican News. Announced.
Where is he
Saint
from?
is yet to be announced, but the outlet happening during the 2025 Jubilee. What?
What country is he from? The boy.
Argentina, I think. Let me check. It doesn't say. Give me a second right here.
Do Catholics pray to saints, or do they just look at them as saints?
No, we look at them as saints, and it's not that you pray to them, but kind of like you ask them for favors. But you don't really pray to them. I mean, I don't know really. They are saints, right? Like they, in theory, do miracles in the name of God. But you don't see them as God. Okay, so it says that per the Vatican News, the Pope previously stated that the Jubilee year would begin with the opening of the Holy Door of St. Peter's Basilica on December 2024, and will end in churches throughout the world on December 28, 2025. I don't know. You see, these are the things that make me not be a religious person.
Michael, and so is your initials on the pan? Your prototype? That's your logo?
Yeah, I don't know. There was an empty space there, so.
Why do you want your initials on a pen?
Well, I have to name it something. And there was an empty space.
I never name my pens.
Have you ever made your own pen?
Very good point.
Oh, so this is a pen you made.
This is a CAD drawing. This is not a physical object.
And what is special about your pen?
It's just helping me understand how so many big startups are able to raise so much money still, and people still don't know the difference. This isn't even a rendering. You can see the design claims.
Is the handle meant to have a rubber grip or something? Is that why you have, like, holes in it?
No, it's meant to have holes to be lighter and look better, and less heat.
Won't it transfer the heat really to that handle?
No, it'll limit the heat transfer rate.
Will the handle be detachable?
No. Well, I mean, it depends.
I understand the holes will limit it, but it will still get very hot, no?
Yeah, at some point. Luckily, it's titanium, which has low thermal conductivity.
Ah, I thought it was stainless, which I don't know if it has more or less. I don't actually know all the orders of thermal conductivity in metals, but is this the one that was going to have? Was this one going to have like the ceramic plate in the middle still?
Yep. Yeah, that's the plan, to vacuum braze it. So silicon carbide with physical vapor deposition of nickel, then copper, and then brazing. In fact, we might be able to get a layer of silver in there too, just for fun.
Ooh, antibacterial.
Nope, just slightly better than copper.
Yeah, just call it.
Is it going to be an expensive pen?
The most expensive pen. I'm not really planning on selling these. They're too expensive. It would be a multi-$1,000 pen.
Do you think there is a market for it?
No, maybe. I don't know. I'm just making one or two.
You should make 21, Michael, and just sell them to people who you really respect.
Maybe, if the first one comes out really well. The key thing is the demonstration that it's possible to have nicer objects than what exists today.
Michael, would you like to share with the room what you're thankful for today in this fiat world?
Oh, that's a good question.
Sure. I'm thankful that I finally know what I must build.
Otto, are you stuffing your face with pumpkin pie, right?
It's just good to ask him.
What if it gets to 100K this evening?
Then he will not eat it, but I don't think it's going to go to 100K from where it is right now.
Otto just needs to figure out a way to make $5 billion in the next several hours so he can smash by. Actually, probably more like 10 billion.
Oh, dude, a smash buy at $5 billion is gonna bring you there. Like market buy?
Yeah, might be. Yeah, if you just smash market buy.
I feel like I should go to the supermarket and get myself some pumpkin pie.
Be careful. Probably has seed oils in it.
Does Switzerland use much seed oil? I don't know. I mean, Europeans like to use a lot of butter.
Yeah, they do.
They do?
The entire world uses seed oils.
Yes, we do. Everybody
You can
does.
afford butter
I cook. Yes, we can.
as an individual.
I use. I don't use tallow, but I use butter to cook and olive oil for my salads. And sometimes to cook, but I try to avoid olive oil to cook because it's not good.
Grocery stores, bakeries, restaurants, they're all gonna have lots of seed oils.
You know, I like that Switzerland's 90% sustainable. Like everything is from within, that they don't have to export too much or import, excuse me.
Yeah, although it makes everything more expensive, but it's better quality as well.
Yeah, it's possible when you have less than 10 million people. But, I mean, they're collapsing now. Okay, I'm just looking at it. Birth rate, 1.39. So, I guess so that doesn't count as everything being produced within. Not producing enough people.
Yeah.
I've been to Switzerland. I think it's just so beautiful, so clean. Just like the mountains and just the nature. That was the only place I think I already told you this, Lisa, that I was able to find cold milk because Americans are used to drinking cold items, and in Europe it doesn't seem very. Again, maybe now, but the times I've been, they don't drink too many things cold.
You mean cold as in like from the fridge?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Really? Where do you keep your milk then?
No, we do in America. I'm just saying when I was in Europe, when I was in Switzerland, that's the best milk I've ever tasted other than in America's when I'm trying to get it, like cold milk.
Milk here is amazing. Everything related to the cows is here amazing.
I'm one of the few people that like milk. A lot of adults usually don't like cow milk. They get all this alternative stuff.
Yeah, I don't buy cow milk. I buy almond milk. Sometimes I buy cow milk, but usually it's almond milk I buy. Although I have cheese and butter and yeah. I think I'm gonna go buy raclette cheese and pumpkin pie. And have a little unhealthy dinner tonight.
Speaking of dairy, if anybody drinks that raw milk from organic pastures, I don't know if you knew that they have a recall because I can't remember which of their milk is. They found bird flu, and they're asking everybody to just take it back to the store where they bought it from. Do you have a lot of people over, Isa, at your house? Like, do you like to entertain? To host people?
Every once in a while. Yeah, I'm not inviting people all the time over. But yeah, every once in a while I like to cook dinner and have people over. I mean, I have a very small apartment, so the maximum I think it would be like 6 people, something like that. Maybe 8.
Yeah, that's nice and intimate. Anything more, it's hard like to keep up. Like what you're sitting around the table to be able to talk to everyone.
Yeah, I think my table can fit 1, 2, 3. Yeah, maybe 8. Yeah, it can sit 8 people.
You talking about a minivan now?
No, we're talking about entertaining in Switzerland, where Isa's at. Happy Thanksgiving, Mike Tidwell.
Happy Thanksgiving, Grace.
And to everyone in this room that I haven't said Happy Thanksgiving to.
Even me, Grace, I'm not American.
Please, Grace, be more opinionated on how you give out things. We have a Canadian in the room.
Yeah, I know. He's very judgmental and critical. I don't know how he calls himself a Christian because there's no grace and mercy.
Yeah, fuck you with your
I don't
October
know if
harvest.
it's true, but if you're being serious, because I can't tell, but if you are, you can go fuck yourself.
Grace is elegantly sarcastic, but also cleverly witty and always correct, Dave.
One question: is this a Christian? Sorry.
That's so Christ-like of you, Dave, to say the F word.
Okay. Well, it's definitely not Christ-like to go judging people, so.
Oh, come on. Let's leave Christ outside of this room right now. I just have a question. Is this like a party for all, or is it just Christians? I mean, do Jews also celebrate Thanksgiving and Muslims, or just Christians?
You sound like you're demonically possessed. You like
Why?
It's like holy water on vampires as soon as Christianity.
Oh my God, Andrew, why?
Isa, the
thing that we're like, it is a Christian
that we're celebrating.
I really have no clue, Andrew, because this is just a date for the U.S. I have never ever celebrated Thanksgiving in my life.
Well, it's okay. It's good to celebrate. Thanksgiving should be extended worldwide. Why not? The origins are, the origins, I presume, or maybe you don't.
Not quite. I'm unsure. I know it has to do something with colonization, but I don't know much.
Yeah, see, there you go, spewing DEI language, colonization, and stuff like that. So what happened was there were these dudes in Europe who were persecuted, right, for their beliefs, and they left. They were called pilgrims. They came to the United States, freedom-loving and all that. They ran into Indians, the usual things, and then they mostly died when they came here. It was brutal. The Indians more or less helped them cultivate some, basic foodstuffs, basically, pumpkins, the stuff that you could store throughout the months of winter and eat them without them going bad, whatever. So subsequently, after surviving a brutal winter in a year, they were devout Christians, and they were deeply thankful, and they started this tradition. They also invited the native inhabitants of the land, and that's the origin of Thanksgiving. And then later on, U.S. president made it a national holiday, and it was done in recent history, less than 100 years ago. Like, it wasn't a national holiday, but it was done as a tradition, and then it became codified in our law. That's kind of it in a nutshell, skipping a lot of details, but that's the gist of it.
Well, thank you very much for your explanation. I really appreciate it. But so then, if it was codified into like a national holiday and all of these, is it kind of like a secular thing as well? Like, do the other religions also? Okay.
Yeah, it's secular, but it is Christian in origin, and Christians have this idea and this thing celebrated anyways, worldwide, by the way, not just in the United States. A version of it.
Yeah, then it's kind of like Christmas, right? Like, it's a holiday for everyone, but in the end, like, for example, Muslims don't celebrate it, and Jews don't celebrate it, but it's Christmas for everyone.
Well, that we could get into a deeper discussion, because technically they do, quote unquote, celebrate it. Prior to Christ's visit to Earth, in Judeo, in the Jewish laws and traditions, whatever, commandments from God, they are commanded to do sacrifices. And post-harvest, they were explicitly commanded to bring an offering of like the best examples of the crops, certain amount and so on. So I would say that's more of the like theological or doctrinal origin of Thanksgiving, is post your blessings of crops, which remember, people worked insanely hard just to live. Today we don't even think about it when it comes to food, but even 200 years ago and beyond, like the vast majority of your toiling was to be able to eat. So they gave thanks for all the blessings and all the crops, whether it be whatever, grains, fruits, olives, oils, vineyards, and of course animals. And there are very specific instructions on yearly sacrifices to commemorate God's blessings on people who follow Him. That's kind of yet another compressed version of origins that predate Christianity as we know it today, back to Judaism.
And is the origin of the story the same in Canada? And if so, why do they have it on a different date?
Canada always copies the United States, and they modify something slightly. So, for example, we have A1 steak sauce. They make their sauce, they call it A2.
Really?
They're our little brother. I mean, we love them dearly. But yeah, Canadians like to copy us.
It's like an extension of the US.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Grace, what have I ever been judgmental about?
I know you're offended, and I'm not going to get in it with you because I know how you are. You like to troll, but when people troll you, you don't like it. I'm not going there with you, Dave. If you don't want me to say Happy Thanksgiving to everyone,
I don't care if you say Happy Thanksgiving.
I just said Happy Thanksgiving to everyone, and then you start trolling me.
I said even to the Canadians. I said even to the Canadians, and then you accuse me of being.
Dave, this is just
not being a Christian. No, you know what, Grace? Like, you're ridiculous.
Dave, did you boot Grace?
I'm booted and blocked. I won't be in a room with her. She's gonna call me unreasonable, judgmental, and that I have no right to call myself a Christian because I made a joke about saying even Happy Thanksgiving to the Canadians.
Yeah,
like
I'll tell you what, Dave.
She is such an ignorant person, dude. That is so ignorant.
Well, no, she's not. But I'll tell you what,
kidding me?
Dave.
Andrew.
Dave, you know what the problem is for you? The lines between trolling and reality have been blurred.
I said, if she's trolling, it's fine. But she doesn't say she's trolling. She was serious. Right?
Well,
and I don't want to be around her anymore.
Listen,
I don't want to be around
on you because those lines have been blurred so much that, like, if you can clearly see that people don't know whether it's trolling or joking or real language, like, that's a problem. You're in control of your language.
No. Because she's not trolling, and I've realized that. Like, Grace has said many passive-aggressive things, and I just brush it off.
Yeah, but
like, whatever. People joke, right?
It's ridiculous for you to be so thin-skinned to throw her out and block her.
It's not that I'm thin-skinned, dude. It's that she's been attacking me for, like, months, saying passive-aggressive things, and I just brush it off as trolling. And then I say, are you even wishing Happy Thanksgiving to the Canadians that aren't American? And she takes so much offense to that she calls me judgmental. And how could I even claim to be a Christian? And she says it seriously? Like she's not well on the head. Like you don't say things like that when people are talking.
You need to fix your head first.
No, she actually believes that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with anybody else. I don't get called judgmental and rude and unable to be called a Christian. Like, Grace offers no value to the room.
Throwing her off and blocking is.
I don't want to be around her. So, and at the end of the day, she can start a room. You guys can join a room with her, but I won't be around Grace anymore until she apologizes.
Well, you guys can figure it out. You're the man. You're supposed to take the higher ground.
I have been taking the higher ground for months, Andrew.
Nah, I think it's kind of petty. It's petty.
It was petty, and until she crossed the line that I no longer think is petty.
Well, you're wrong, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
That's why Bitcoin fixes everything. Bitcoin over God.
Like, I don't agree with Grace on lots of things, but I try not to judge her. I don't say anything, right? And then she says I'm judgmental, and then judges me. Right? No.
And what do you guys think is the optimal head height for sleeping?
That's a great question. Like, how does the air settle?
Yeah,
Is
just
that
for everything. Blood flow.
Because I want the cold close to the ground, but the air quality stuff might be settling down there more.
No. I mean head relative to body, not your
relative to body. Well, if you sleep tilting too far back, your brain will drown and you'll die. I made that.
Are pillows not high enough? I remember coming across some theory of someone suggesting that pillows need to be higher and that one should be almost slightly upright when sleeping. I'm just trying to figure out how to fix the water pillow I made before. Because people don't like the pricing on it. It was like $160, and even there the margins weren't great because the gel in it, which is heavy and bulky. So I want to see if there's a cheaper way we can make it, but also make it better.
I see. You want to breathe. You don't want the what's it called? Those like speech pathologists and stuff. They got all those fancy words for like what goes on in like your throat and everything.
Can I go back to the previous topic for a second?
I just want to, on that one, I want to say, Dave, I can understand where you're coming from. That was a pretty fucking low blow. So I don't know. Sometimes people punch people in the face and get surprised at the reaction. So I've never been that surprised.
That was a weird thing for her to get. It was a nothing joke they made. She got angry at me. It was fucking retarded.
Sorry, Will. I didn't mean to. I like that, Jeff.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah. I think, not saying that people didn't put people in uncomfortable places, and not just now or, times in the past, but she's really in no position to harm you, Dave. And Dave, you're really in no position to harm her. So perhaps exercising a little more tolerance, not for the behaviors, but let the person discover themselves a little bit and just give them a little space, a little time.
I tried to be like that, Will, but the problem is nobody says anything to Grace because generally she's nice to people and nobody wants to offend her and she's easily offended.
Yeah.
But if she's going to be easily offended and then say something like that, she can get fucked. That's all I'm saying.
Dave is
Yeah, well, at the same time, though, like, what does it reveal about her and what does it reveal about you? Just let people show themselves who they are. And when they need a little extra rope, give it to them.
Listen, there are certain lines that, like, I don't want to be around, right? Like, if somebody in here joked all the time about being attracted to children, I would be like, okay, I'm not going to associate with those people. Either I have to choose to leave the room or remove them from the room. And normally I would just leave a room. But race,
like when
so it's kind of part of our community. Yeah. When
John says
say
draw a
something about
line
people's
with
kids.
Good Guy Biker. Yeah, like when Good Guy Biker was joking about hacking someone's computer and putting child porn on it, that's when John said blocked him for good.
And Grace knows I'm religious, and when she attacks me like that, she knows there's no farther line she can step across. She knew that and still chose to do it. So in my mind, I have no respect for her. She's an absolute scumbag. And she's super passive aggressive, which annoys me, but I've dealt with because not everybody on here is perfect, and I don't expect them to be. But there are certain lines you can't cross with me, and that's just one. And I would respect that of
It's been a
anybody.
standard thing that's happened for a while on Clubhouse, that there are women who have basically zero things they ever contribute related to Bitcoin, but they hang out and they just seem innocuous. Someone's like, oh, protect them because they're so dark. But, maybe they're actually awful people in some ways. And, Patricia and Kelly were sort of the first classic two examples everyone knows.
Well, I just think that it's tough. Like, I appreciate where Will's coming from too, but I can just see, like, when you go after someone's faith and then you double down on it, I mean, that's pretty intense. Like,
I gave her a chance to walk it back. I gave her a chance to walk it back. I gave her a chance to say she was joking. She did nothing. I will not be around her.
What did she say? Because I missed this.
She said that I am rude and judgmental, and there's no way that I can call myself a Christian. Because I made a joke about it, not saying Happy Thanksgiving to a Canadian, which isn't even like a joke at her. It's more of a joke at Canadians.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Who did you trigger, Dave?
Grace. So I voted and blocked her, and I will not be in a room with her again.
I suggest you just grant her a little bit of grace.
It would be nice if she granted that to other people. And I tried to offer her grace. I tried to offer her a way to retract it, to say she was joking. She didn't want to take that road, then she can pound.
She may be regretting what she said now, but she can't get in the room to apologize.
Hey, Will, are you trying to call Dave? Wait, Will, are you trying to call Dave unchristian for not forgiving?
The thing about forgiveness, Michael, is it can't be given to somebody who doesn't ask for it, or everybody would be saved. It requires an acknowledgement.
I'm joking.
Dave, I'm going to have to push back on something you said a couple of minutes ago about there's nobody in here that's perfect. But Michael is right here with us, and you're in the presence of perfection right now. So
I would say close, but not.
Grace isn't all that bad, dude. Sounds like
Josh is a piece of shit.
You off, but
No, she's a piece of shit. She says passive-aggressive stuff all the time that I ignore, but she crossed the line. I don't like being around Grace in general. I hate it when she talks. I don't even like hearing her voice, but I put up with it because it's not like she's done anything so crazy that it crossed lines. But today she did.
I think
and now I don't want to be around her.
Passive-aggressive.
There's a
And
strange
she also offers no value.
Which no one wants to say for some reason. It's like it's off limits to say that someone is not really contributing value when they just like hang around. That's the Kelly and Patricia thing.
Don't talk about me, guys. I'm right fucking here.
Oh, you guys, it's fucking Clubhouse. It's Clubhouse. It's not even real.
That's the thing, is it's the veil of like so many of these conversations. It's such a, like, I know how I brought myself to this app, and frankly, I'm not proud of it. Like, I kind of came to this app as a weird, like, catharsis. It's a weird world, but there is this veil of pseudo anonymity or like disconnectedness that allows people to have a dynamic that would never happen in real life. And sometimes it's really interesting and fun, and other times I'm like, what the fuck was that? Like, you don't just come up and like, that's like a clubhouse sucker punch. Like,
I talk about people's moms in the chat every day, and everyone's just like,
yeah, if it's a joke,
no, but the trolls are fun.
It's funny, right?
Yeah, but
it's
sometimes people don't understand it. But it's fucking Clubhouse. I can leave, or they can leave.
Sure.
Or they can just not read the chat. No, it's Clubhouse, man. This isn't real. This is a fucking illusion. Everyone on the stage, everything in the audience is a fucking illusion, man.
I do kind of agree with that. I mean, obviously, I like the illusion. I'm here all the time, but
yeah.
But there's some truth. There's some truths here, and there's obviously great signal here, and there are obviously high quality people here,
and they're losers and douchebags and
right,
sarcastic fucks. You know, I'm right here myself, but
yeah, no, we all do stupid shit, but when you cross a line, like, you either apologize or you like get lost. Like,
I don't want you to be mistreated and abused,
or I don't come back. It's literally that simple. And if people join rooms with Grace in it, and I can't see them because I blocked her, then I guess I'm done, right? Like, but I'm willing to accept that because I will not be around her. The end. It's that simple. I will quit Clubhouse over this. Like, that's how much it matters to me.
So I had people that were named, like, in the last 2 minutes in this conversation that I stopped communicating with. And when I say I stopped communicating with, I made a decision. The moment I made the decision, I never communicated with them again. Over years. I never blocked them. I never restricted their freedom. But I chose, and I was in rooms with them all the time. But I never addressed them, and they eventually never addressed me. All I'm trying to say is you can avoid people completely, but you don't have to restrict their ability to come in a room and share space. Like, you do this in real life all the time. There are people that you live amongst.
Yeah,
you can't
that's
stand.
fair.
Yeah.
I probably will unblock her, but like, I will not be part of this stage with her. Like, I will not talk to her. I will never. I just have no interest in hearing her. So if she's around, then I'll probably just.
Yeah, and Will, I don't think you're trying to tell Dave what to do, and I'm not.
No, I'm absolutely not telling Dave what the fuck.
No, y'all
right away.
Happy Thanksgiving, motherfucker.
And I think there's some fluidity to what Will's saying, right? Like, it is kind of true that blocking people does kind of restrict their freedom to see people they want to, but like, I guess it's just more of an automated thing rather than a manual thing, which is a convenient thing, but maybe not.
So much better to exercise silence as the ultimate fuck you, but that's not coming from a good place. But that's my little secret: is silence is the most powerful thing.
I don't mean to derail it too much either, but Will, you also been like blocked for total bullshit, like absolute no reason.
Probably more than you know or understand, but yeah. And it was when I look back on it, it was really good. I learned a lot from it.
Interesting.
I learned a lot from it about myself. And I just looked at my picture. I apologize. I gotta get this fucking guy off my here.
Should probably put my shirt back on too.
Yeah, I think we're done. At least until tonight when we hook up again, Drew. But it was good. Thanks.
Sounds good. All right, yeah.
Felt good. said, Dave, you're about to encounter like 3.5 to 4 weeks of Clubhouse on the Seas. So
yeah.
That's right, the sail journey.
when she comes back, try to resolve it with her. Just tell her how it made you feel, and
she knows
listen to her side.
how it made me feel.
I second this. Dave, maybe not 100%. Maybe not.
It'll resolve how it resolves. I don't understand how people talk sometimes. Like I don't understand it. Like especially to somebody that you know, that you fuck with. It's like it's fucking crazy. Yeah, like I couldn't. It made me sick to my stomach, and I actually kind of side on like, yeah, unblock her, but I'm just like, I don't even. When you see someone get sucker punched like that, man, I'm not saying. It's just like whatever.
It was weird, for sure. It was totally weird.
Maybe she'll come back a better troll. You can't have your heart in a troll. It's got to be lighthearted. I struggle with that too. Sometimes I struggle regulating my emotions. I'm working on it. Kind of can cloud your logic even. Fuck with you. So I guess we're all a work in progress, except for Michael.
I can absolutely understand struggling with troll. I sometimes struggle with a troll too. This is different than a troll. That's my only point. Not a troll.
Yeah,
this is a direct attack on character and faith.
Yeah, I hear you.
I can tell you, having turned 81 last Thursday, that as you get older, nobody can touch you.
Nobody can touch me. I just also am not going to surround myself with pedophiles or murderers or people that I have absolutely no respect with. I won't share space with them, even on here.
Well, I just met two of the 3 criteria. Or at least I hope you respect me. Do I have to tell you that was a joke? Or?
No, I understood that.
Thank Russell. Okay. Thank God John stuff isn't here. He'll be gone. He'll be bounced.
What's up, Mars?
Boot him. Hope everyone's enjoying their Thanksgiving.
Taking a sack of potatoes north.
I love that we're just exercising fellowship in the room today. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, look, there's no trading on MSGR, so what else is there to talk about?
I see someone took down my hippy dippy shit that Adam thought was probably Andrew. He's not into where Aquarius is. I have to stop talking. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh, Christ. Will, the wonderful pollinating brassicas with yellow flowers, those are controlled by Jupiter.
You know, when you were mentioning that method of farming, it reminds me that the tour I did of sustainable settings, what's the guy's name? Brooke Levine walked me out to this little shed away from the other farming structures, and in it he had like ram horns and other animal antlers and horns that were like hollowed out, and he had glass jars of shit everywhere, and he had all this astrological posters and shit up in this little shed. So it was exactly what you were talking about, like planting certain nutrients or things at certain times of the year. It was way too hippy dippy for me at the time. I think I've grown a little bit to at least appreciate it or be more curious about it. But yeah, some weird shit.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it makes a lot of sense when you start just sort of like piecing all that biodynamic stuff together with just like farming before, farming like 1800s and before. And yeah, I'm super interested in it. I'm learning more and more. I've been reading some books and listening to some audiobooks, and you could like start taking things really literally and kind of miss the point. But there's a broader sort of understanding of how to engage the land that is good if you take it from a first principles thing and then use that as a way to solve problems. But you can, as with anything, if you get too like, maybe you could misinterpret some offshoots of it. But there's a lot of good literature on it. And yeah, the farm I'm going to, I mean, it's all sort of like soil science, microbes, bacteria, nutrients, magnetism, salinity, and the electrical signaling in the soil. Like all this stuff is sort of like integrated with it. And there's like you can get really hippie with all that with the star sign shit. I'll shut the fuck up in a second. Don't worry, everybody. And but like I was saying earlier today, it's like there's also a lot of just like interesting practical applications of like a decentralized sky map that helps you organize, efficient planting schedules and harvest schedules with everybody. And so it's pretty fun. There's lots of different angles you can go in at it. But yeah, biodynamic, Rudolf Steiner. And then there's all these guys downstream from him. Jeff Poppin and Hugh Lovell are two guys I'm reading a lot of right now.
Did you make that job switch or that move to the new farm? Yeah.
Not yet, but I'm going to be moving up there in like April or May, and okay. So it's like set in stone. Yeah, it's a really good situation, and yeah, they're into like the biodynamic stuff. I like it though because they're also pretty. It's going to be a great opportunity, but they're doing all this like stuff with the compost teas and the microbes, and the guy there is really into the teaming with microbes, the teaming series. There's teaming with microbes, teaming with nutrients, teaming with bacteria, and teaming with fungi. And he's like really into that, which is a little more like sort of Western science approach, but it really ties in with a lot of like biodynamic stuff. I mean, but yeah, it's happening for sure. It's a done deal. I've been in contact with them more and more this week, finalizing like the pay and the arrangements.
Congrats, man. That's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited.
Maybe in that transition, you could shoot down into Colorado and visit Brooke. He has been running. I caught he was running sort of some seminar or some couple-day thing on the premises. Maybe you should just see if they have something similar happening around the time frame you're going to do this transition, because I think you would benefit greatly from just the experience of meeting him or others in the community, maybe well outside of your community, but like people that are doing the same things at like a very national and international level. Not that you don't have that in your area. I know you do.
No, I hear you though, and I appreciate you like sort of like keeping this on the forefront of my mind because it'd be cool to travel. I haven't traveled that much, so it'd be cool to get outside of Oregon, see some stuff. I've been involved. I went to a biodynamic preparations gathering with there's this fucking international biodynamic guild, and then there's the Oregon biodynamic guild, and so I met all them. The person I'm renting from is actually very involved in them. So I've been I went to this preparation, where they're using the horns and packing it with manure, and I didn't really, so yes, I am sort of like getting more and more involved with like folks like I think the guy you're talking about. Well, definitely. So it's same sort of school of thought, but dude, I fucking hear you. Like sometimes if you really switch up things too, it might be pretty cool to see a different part of the country, a different climate, a different, see these practices at work outside of the Willamette Valley for sure. So
yeah, and that farm is in a really unique place. It's in one of the most beautiful places in the country. And I know that sounds sort of worn out to say, but it's true. I mean, billionaires want to live somewhere where there's very little land, and that's where they decide to live. Like when I took a tour of the dairy building, and there was this unpasteurized milk sitting there waiting to pick up. There were names of people on there that everyone in the room would recognize. Like probably in the top 30 richest people in the world get their food product from that particular farm. Part of its location, but he's doing some special shit in really the right location with a customer base that will pay anything for their product.
Oh, weird. Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's interesting. It's really just the old way of farming too. It's really just sort of farming. It's funny because like we call the super experimental like hard fork from thousands and thousands of years of agricultural history like the conventional method, when it's like a strange offshoot. And so I think a lot of these practices have a lot of very powerful untapped wisdom. Maybe untapped is sort of a silly dramatic thing to say, but like I'm excited for the coming age of like robotics and what we even have kind of now with like machine learning. And I don't know much, that's not my, but with automated driving and stuff, for sort of being able to scale out some of these practices, because you could maybe like better automate rotational stuff on large swaths of land. But I don't know, I think land cooperation and collaboration is a big part of it, and having an incentive structure like a free market to inspire that. I'm getting in the weeds, sorry. I just don't even think that this produce has to be that expensive. Like, it's not really more expensive, or it's like it's the most efficient way to farm. It's the most thermodynamically efficient way to farm. Which is why I was so interested in Jack's shit, because he's all about like the thermodynamic efficiency of humans through their light environment, yada yada. Yeah, it's sort of very, very similar. In fact, Rudolf Steiner, like, he's talking about like he's talking about some wild stuff. I mean, he was sort of like in the time of Einstein and whatnot. So the stuff that's sort of on the forefront right now seems like it was sort of the forefront in the 20s as well. It's sort of like similar stuff. So it's kind of like Back to the Future a little bit. about drone shepherds?
You're gonna have Elon robots, so you can just stay in Clubhouse and
That's
tell
right.
people what to do.
That's right. I keep thinking a lot of my stuff is in the field on the tractor, with pipe infrastructure, making beds, amendments, compost, all this sort of field planning. But but there are days where it's like we're bagging up a bunch of shit, and every time I'm bagging stuff, or like there are certain tasks where I'm just like, there's got to be a robot that can just watch me, and it's just getting constant feedback from me until it gets really good at it. And then I can just sort of leave and then maybe teach it another task really quick. I'm like, that's going to be sick. That's going to be super helpful. Although there's something nice about bagging stuff with folks. It's sort of, it's almost like a social event or something. But it's also a huge fucking waste of time if you can get a robot to.
Etha, you're back. We needed a.
Yeah, I went to do a little bit of room hopping.
Yeah.
First to Andrew, and then I went to my Jewish friends, and then I went to my anti-Semite friends, and now I'm back.
We need some of your female mediation. Hey, I popped in the room.
I'm not doing any mediation. I cannot do mediate because I'm not new to the group. I can't give an opinion.
Of course you can. I'm not going to rehash because I think I thoroughly rehashed already. But just keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, I don't want to get in the middle. I never move in groups. I have individual relationships all the time, and I don't want to get in the middle of anyone issues.
That's the whole fun, though. Well, like, why do you even come here?
Well,
you're not going to get in the middle.
This is how I have survived in Clubhouse without any drama at all for 4 years. So I think I'm going to keep doing that. We are all adults here, and people know, people have got their individual relationships as well, and they choose how to do that.
I'm just kind of shocked nobody else said anything. I was just sitting there for a few minutes digesting, trying not to overreact.
I didn't just.
Never just passed over it.
I didn't think it was real. I thought it was just like a.
I thought it might be a joke too. That's why I tried to give her a chance to walk it back. But clearly,
I couldn't tell what was going on either, Dave, and then it escalated really quickly, and I was like, it brought me to my phone. I was like away from the phone. I'm getting ready to go up to Portland for the holiday, and I was like, I hear you. I should have said something, I guess, or somebody could have said something. Yeah, it's true, but it was kind of shocking. It was so out of nowhere. It was completely out of fucking nowhere. I didn't know what was happening.
So the mango that you're speaking of, is that like the Saturday Night Live mango?
Is that what?
You keep referring to mango.
Oh, that mango huddle there on the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know who he is.
Okay.
I thought he was from here. But he's like, oh, great, Andrew Isa Army. Okay. And then he's like, what value does Isa add? Well, I'm guessing that this might be someone that comes into our
Just a troll. With a.
Not everybody has to add value either. Like some people just don't offer a lot of value, but if they're just kind and not assholes, nobody cares.
Are you saying I don't add any value?
No, I'm not saying you don't add value. I think you do add value. But if you were an asshole to me, then I wouldn't want to be around you. Especially if you didn't add any value.
That's right.
You know what? One time, since it's Thanksgiving and we all have some family, one time I got in a big fight with my sister, and I won't get into that. The reasons were dramatic enough. But we were kind of going at it, and I told her that she was a shit Christian and it wasn't very Christ-like of her. And took fucking years for that wound to heal. And I totally regret it.
I think that as long as you can, for the sake of relationships, sometimes, the best strategy is diffuse.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, here in Clubhouse especially, I have a lot of people that have tried to come after me, and instead of fighting back, I just embrace it, Like when people, I don't know, if you call me a whore, I will put it in my name, and I will allow you to speak and say whatever you have to say, and that's fine, but I will not fight back, and that kind of that's the best attack that you can give someone sometimes, just ignoring them. And they will stop. And then in real life, I don't know.
I think that's true of teasing and harassing, but do you think that Israel, if they're constantly getting missiles shot at them, they should just ignore it and act like it's not happening? Or do you think at some point they say, fuck you?
Yeah, I have had people that here I just decided that they're not my cup of tea because it's always
we've all
a
had
very toxic, negative,
had
toxic energy, so I just block them and I don't get to see them anymore. So yeah, I just avoid it.
Yep. And that's what I'm doing. It automates it, which is handy. I realize it sucks that, I can't see the room or she can't see the room if we're blocked. But it's just such a nuisance for me that
in the end, listen, you do whatever works for you. And if this is a passenger thing or something that will pass, then maybe at some point, you guys don't need to be friends and you can just, be around each other and not necessarily talk to each other. But that will depend on how tolerant you want to be of certain things. You will get to decide that, But if it's definitely a no because you guys have got history or whatever, yeah, the healthiest thing is just to try not to be around each other.
Yeah, I gotta think still.
I like that answer, Dave.
I got to what? What was his answer?
I like Dave said he's got to think it over, which is good.
Yeah, just sleep on it.
Better to be conscious about our actions than to be unconscious, because of most of the entire fucking world's unconscious. They're just fucking not thinking. Just rinse and repeat. Stop, think, be conscious, and hopefully you make a better decision than if you were to be unconscious.
that's good advice. Usually I just like smoke weed and run my mouth.
Oh my God, Drew, I don't know, you have completely distorted my image of you. I need to get to know you again.
Can't really chat. Like, yeah, Finn saw me get fucking fish tacos all up in my beard.
Listen, I don't know where I built your story in my head from. I don't know what is that I heard or what gave me that feeling from you, but I really thought all of this.
You thought I had a family? That's funny.
Yeah, I thought you had like 5 or 7 kids. I thought you were married, and I thought you were black. And it just happens that none of this is true.
Yeah, parallel reality, I guess, maybe.
Yeah. See, this is an example of how we all live in. Realities are different for each of us. Isn't it amazing?
How many billionaires do you guys think there are at BitBlock Boom?
How many do you think?
At least 2? I don't know.
Based on what?
I'm not going to disclose that, but one person I think might be a billionaire, and then just, saying, yeah, it's probably one more, at least.
Why do you care, Michael?
I'm wondering how useful it is for me to try to do a talk there.
Do you have something to say?
Yeah.
Then it's useful to do a talk.
Fair enough.
Isa, you there?
Mm-hmm.
Did Grace seem aware of what she said and why it offended me, or could she not understand?
I think she was a little bit surprised, but they didn't really talk about that, about what happened. They just brushed it off, like,
Okay.
yeah, well, we will have another room, because, I don't know, that was Andrew just like, hey, yeah, well, I'm opening another room. That's it, so that we can hang out in both rooms, whatever. And then, yeah, she just said that, what did she say? Something like, yeah, like you were trolling and she thought she was trolling. I don't know, something about a trolling, you know? And then that, yeah, well, but she wasn't expecting that was offensive or something. But that was it, and then they just brushed it off and moved on to something else. We're talking about colonialism and
Yeah,
how
I'm just curious about what I asked.
came to infect everyone and stuff.
Yeah.
Dave,
Well, but it was just a brush off, a quick brush off.
Dave, are you ready for her to come in the room again?
No.
Just give it some time. Let it cool off. Sometimes when we're hot-headed, we have reactions, and I think both of you are right now hot. It's still hot, you know, on both of you.
I think I'm no longer hot.
Oh, you're always hot, Dave.
Dave, if you want me to put a team together,
He
take
said
her out.
Dave is married.
You're hot. Huh?
Dave is married, Lisa.
I know, I'm joking, Delta. I'm not flirting with him or anyone. Because he's the one saying that he's, well, I don't know. What do you mean putting a team together, Will? Do you want to
Oh
do
no,
that?
I'm sorry. I was just talking to someone else in my room here, not in the. Yeah, my mic was on. I didn't mean.
Michael, we wanted to put a squad together, a rescue squad or something.
Michael, your PFP is pretty hot too.
Yeah, Delta, your pan is hot, or will be hot, at some point.
If it gets made. You know, like the first time I messaged, like, yeah, we can't offer you a good enough price. We're just not even going to quote this. And I have to explain, no, it's okay. I understand that, you know, this costs 50 times as much as a normal pan. Yeah, because it's not just that it's machined. That alone would be very expensive. It's machined titanium, which is notoriously hard to machine.
And what are the advantages of having, I mean, why would I want to buy, can you sell it to me? Why would I want a
I'm not going to go through the whole feature list again, but it's like...
No, hold on. I'm a woman. I'm a woman. Hold on. I'm a woman. I don't need the feature list. I just want to know why.
Yeah. So let me explain it. It's like your pan is like a 19th century steam turbine. This pan is like a SpaceX Raptor engine.
Hey, you're not selling it to me. I don't speak that language. I'm a woman.
Yeah, as a woman, this pan
I'm just gonna use it to cook my eggs and my...
You're not. This pan is for men, Lisa. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a pan for men.
You would need your husband to get it for you. If you marry Fish, he'll maybe one day...
But hold on. So he just wants a warm meal. Why would he care about all these features of the pan?
I don't care that it's cooked well. That, like you said, you don't have to understand why this pan is so good.
That's right, but why would he care if I make it in a $50 pan or in a $5,000 pan?
Because you'll cook better with this pan. Food will taste better.
Okay, now, will I want to cook in this pan? Is it going to be too
Oh yeah,
heavy?
it's great for women too. It's lightweight, easy to use. It's women friendly.
Okay. Is it easy to store? Easy to wash?
Well, the bottom's the hardest pan in the world to wash because it has these fins that are really annoying. But other than that, yes, it should be very easy to wash. And you can use a very abrasive steel wool or something like, or a steel sponge on the bottom because it's silicon carbide. So you're not going to scratch it.
Okay, you
It'll
see,
be the
these are the
hardest
reasons
thing.
why you also need to make it appealing for women, because I want to know that
No,
I will be able to
no
wash
one's
this
buying
easily.
it. No one's buying a $3,000 pan, which is what I think this would be.
Well, who knows? Maybe Bitcoiners are willing to pay a $3,000 pan.
Maybe. I have a lot of stuff to build, though. I mean, I would build it and sell it, but more as like a way to network. That's sort of the purpose. It's about making people understand that they need to be dissatisfied with the world, and that it doesn't matter how much Bitcoin you have. The world's best pen is the world's best pen. If this doesn't exist, you're falling really short. That's the thing I needed. Thank you. This reminded me of the tweet I needed to tweet out this morning.
What is that you needed?
He needs to tweet out that he's going to make the pan in zirconium, not titanium.
There might actually be a tiny bit of zirconium we dope into the copper layer to help it react better with the titanium.
Is it compatible with induction strength?
It's mildly bullet resistant. Someone breaks in your house, starts popping off, you lift up your hand, throw the well at them in one fell swoop as it starts blocking the bullets. If it's a Desert Eagle, it's not going to help you, but 9mm might be okay. But they're expensive to make. Let's see. Yeah, Bigs and Lions. Okay, if we make enough of these, maybe if we go shooting at some point and Andrew wants to subsidize it, we can try shooting one of these.